Welcome back to the Oath Esports. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Exotic, ex-Oath player, and now co-caster on the desk. How you doing today, my friend?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Happy to be here, All of these amazing people, all of these players that have been working all season towards this goal.
Absolutely, 110%. We are at the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the last stretch. The opening match for tonight is going to be Rift versus Ember. I said tonight. I guess it's in the early morning to open things up. It's going to be an all-day thing. It's going to be one heck of a time. And I'm looking forward to some awesome Overwatch.
I am too.
So how's it feel being on the other side of the desk?
It's really weird not being up there playing, against other people, playing against friends. Mm-hmm. And then enemies while we're up there.
Yeah.
And then friends afterwards. Always handshake after the games.
Yeah, always handshake after the games. I was going to ask you, what do you miss about Oath, like whenever you're on the other side?
Definitely just the people, just playing, getting to know the players, getting to know, making new friends, getting new players to play with, And
we're definitely going to be getting to see that here now as Refresh. Hype it up the crowd, get them all excited. We love to see it. It's actually my favorite part of being at these LANs, is getting to feel the crowd energy and getting to see the go Rift, go Ember, go. Yeah, it's one of the best things to witness here. Is we're going to be jumping into Antarctic Peninsula for our first map.
Yeah, very interesting map. A very brawl poke heavy map. Mm-hmm. A lot of choke points, a lot of high grounds, and a lot of little tunnels to go through. A lot of little funny spots you can find.
A lot of great places for flankers like Tracer and Sombra to get behind enemy lines.
Yeah.
All the meanwhile you're playing against Brawl and they're charging straight down the mid lane, right? It's two opposite ends of the spectrum where one tends to be a little bit more sneaky and the other one's like, no, we're just going to get right into your face.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see more of that Brawl comp on this map, particularly hoping to contest. If that high ground control looks over all of point.
Yeah, especially on this opening map, right? You're going to be wanting to look at that middle platform, as you mentioned. We're going to be looking at the control of that because that's going to allow you to not only contest the high ground that the enemy has, but it's going to allow you to contest the point at any time anybody walks in. So it was certainly interesting. How do you feel about the dichotomy between these two compositions?
Now I'm looking at the side of Rift, and they're playing a poke Brawl comp with that Sigma as a little bit of a poke with the Mei, and then, the Reaper Mei able to just dive in with the Lucio.
Absolutely, and I'm seeing also on the side of Ember, they're going to be looking at just shield busting everything. They've got a Junkrat, they've got a Roadhog, they've got the whole swing, and that's a nice pull there coming up from the side of Lazy Titan. Nice fade away from the side of, it's going to be Agent of Chaos, playing on Carmi's account.
Yeah, Lazy Titan just poking out the shield, making sure the Sigma doesn't have any sort of protection for his team. As the tank, you kind of want to go in
and find the picks you can. Lazy Titan actually is able to pick off Kaitutu to open things up. Finds the second one on a Nyx. It's going to be 2 picks now for the side of Ember. They're going to be finding a third, make that a fourth as the Immortality Field from Dylan falls down as well. And they'll be capturing the point first to 5% and counting here.
An amazing dive by the Soldier and Junkrat, splitting off the Sigma from the rest of his team, and which opened up the Soldier to dive their backline, giving Sigma no healing, no sort of support on site, and kind of just crumbled.
20% and counting here. Now, we kind of want to refrain from talking about ultimates out in the open, especially when the players can hear our calls, but look at the status right now of that. The Dylan's Ant Matrix is going to fall. The Immortality Field is there to maintain the sustain the ability to use that window. It doesn't find any picks, but it does force a Rift back, or Ember back quite a bit. As Dylan's able to pick up Bad YT, but the tire comes through for Bad YT in trade, in post-mortem. He's able to find 3. The Flux gonna not quite be there for the cleanup, as Quest does get 2, but just too many members, I think, missing now, as Agent of Chaos is gonna be able to pick up Medusa. They're still stalling out here a little bit. They're still trying to save alive. There's the Coalescence and the Nano to clean things up. 60% in counting here as Ember maintain control.
Yeah, really, really good ult charge from the side of Ember. They almost had all of their ults within one fight, able to contest most of the ult fights that Rift want to force. maybe overcommitting a little too much on the support ults.
But, they still got 2 ultimates available to them. They still got the, they still got 2 ultimates available to them. 85% in counting here as we're going to be looking at the push into this. Look at that. Kaitutu does get found as they try to dive into Medusa in the backline. Lazy Titan's able to pick up Nyx as well, and that's just such a clean fight right there, right? They took over that high ground. They were able to maintain that position of power, and Rift just weren't able to shove them off of it. The whole hog going to be there to clean off West Quest, 100% counting, and that will be them taking the first point.
Yeah, Rift maybe not playing 100% together. The Lucio going in, probably heard a dive call somewhere, tried to go in, got picked off by the soldier. And then Hog is a great, momentum builder because he's able to pull people out of position, right? Like any rotation they try to take, he just yoinks someone, and that's one player gone.
Yeah, and especially if you're able to, minefield, you pull them in, you shoot melee, that's a one-hit kill, I believe, for anybody that's got 200 HP or less. So a lot of your DPS squishies, a lot of your support squishies are going to be fearing the Lazy Titan hog hook that's going to be coming out here. Now, we do see some slight composition changes as both these teams walk out of here.
Yeah, going for more of the brawlish side from the side of Rift.
Yeah,
but still pokey.
It is. It is a little bit of pokey. They're gonna be able to maintain their positions on their corners. We're going to be seeing Quest here now on the Mauga. Nice pull in there from the side of Lazy Titan. Going to be forcing out the cooldowns from Nyx early. The wall, trying to split off the tank, but it doesn't quite land. Quest, though, has so much sustainability on that Mauga and displacement. Going to be knocking Medusa off the high ground, causing a little bit of a displacement now, and your favorite kid does get picked off because of that. Dylan's able to pick up Medusa as well to follow that one through, and now Rift is able to pick up two with Dylan, showing very nice mechanics on the Baptiste.
It was a very nice fight. Mauga running in to split the tank off from the rest of the DPS, and also splitting off the Ana from the DPS, from the healing, and his team able to capitalize on top of that, and then Dylan just cleaning up the rest of the fight. I kind of want to talk a little bit about the ult charge here. Seeing a little low.
Yeah, you see two very high numbers on either side, but everybody else is sort of playing catch-up. Oh, the tire once again comes through. The Immortality Field not quite in time. Finds three more. Medusa able to pick up Quest, and that as quickly as they were able to win that fight and captured, Ember's just going to pull that one right back.
Yeah, the millisecond before the amp field went out, Bad YT able to get three, shifting the momentum towards Ember. Able to capitalize on top of that.
They still have the tools available to really force their hand here. Especially, I like this.
Rotation. This
rotation is very nice. They're going to be going down through main. They have the MHX available, and they are going to be driving it like that. Nice wall. Going to be splitting off Lazy Titan. Going to be getting down extremely low. The wall not quite enough to split them off. The support's doing a great job on the side of Ember to keep them alive. Quest is getting down incredibly low here as Bad YT just spams in all the damage. He is able to find one, but Dylan gets the trade-off. So it's a 4v4 right now on the point. The supports are low. Dylan finds another one, pick on a Penguin. Medusa's able to find Karmi, find Agent of Chaos as a trade. Immortality Field now crucial for this sustain. Dylan doing a great job of keeping his team alive, but there's just so much HP still on the board. There's still Lazy Titan with half his health still alive, trying to fend them off, but it's just not enough. It will be Rift picking that one back up and getting the point flip mid-fight.
Yeah, a great wall by Dylan, and also wall by the Mei, forcing the Orisa to use all of her abilities, and also forcing the Ember's support abilities, and Quest, knowing that, dives in with his tankiness. Like, he was at 200 health for that whole fight. That is just how much healing Mauga gets.
Oh, that's a nano for the Orisa. I think it was actually supposed to go to Medusa, but that should be fine. Medusa does not care. He's able to find one headshot on the... Oh! But the freeze! That Blossom! It finds 4! The Blossom finds 3! That's going to clean it up, and despite the fact that they have the ultimate advantage, I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch.
No, I don't think so. And they have one... They used 4 ults in that fight, but it only took 2 ults from the side of Rift to take it.
Wow. What a freeze from Nyx.
Yeah. The freeze, contesting the rat spot that they were wanting to go. They wanted to go down because they wanted to go straight to point. They didn't have enough time to go top and take high ground. So they wanted to go for the bottom. And nice freeze in the choke. And then Agent of Chaos capitalizing on top of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really the freeze is really good, but it combos so well with the Death Blossom.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. We've seen it again. No better time to press Q on a Reaper
Honestly.
than just on a May freeze. Get all the picks.
But you have to time it correctly.
Yeah. Oh, 110%. And they did, right? They nullified 4 ultimates in one freeze, which is bonkers. But we're going to be seeing them come out here again.
A little bit of a tank mirror here.
Yeah, I like the Mauga on Mauga. Now, Mauga, very good at his own self-sustain and also able to provide a little bit of AoE healing for the rest of his team.
I want to talk about the difference in the Mauga comps, though. One side is playing a more, pokey Mauga comp with the Sojourn and the Junkrat.
Bad Artesian going to pick up Catitude. Nyx falls as well. Nice picks from the side of the DPS, knowing exactly where they need to aim down in order to find the most value. Now, Rift does get the initial pick off, but it's just Dylan on the point. He's going to be stalling up for as long as he can before that's a flip over to Ember.
And that's the difference right there. Ember just, rotating away, trying to keep that, distance between them to let their Soldier and Junkrat deal as much damage as possible, while Rift want to go in, right? Like, they want to take point and then fight on point, but Ember wasn't having it, so...
And you see Ember doing a great job at shutting down Catitude wherever they may go, which is the key to that sort of Russian style for the Mauga composition that we've talked about. Oh, no! Oh, it's a little bit unfortunate. It happens to the best of us. I think they're still alive.
Still alive.
Low key.
So
we'll have to wait and see if they're able to get back. They are able to get back, actually. Dylan's able to pick up Penguin. This could be a turnaround despite what it would have been an initial tumble. Agent of Chaos is able to get the back on by Bad YT. The passive bombs end up finding the pick, but it's just going to be a 3v3 on point. Not quite enough, though, and Ember managed to hold on strong.
A little bit of a mishap there with Catitude falling off the map, stalling them a little bit, and the rest of his team getting poked out. It was a good rotation by the side of Ember. They saw Rift walking in on them, and they decided to rotate to the backside of point just to keep that, space away from them.
Yeah, if Ember keeps playing this rotation game as well as they are, it's going to be really, really, really difficult for Rift to capitalize on what they want to, right? Oh, there's the tire comes through. The Immortality Field is there, and then finally they pop it. They've learned from their mistakes. Here are the adaptations. There's the Ant Matrix going directly onto the support line and forcing, basically, Laserhead to go in all by himself. Agent of Chaos able to pick him off with that really nice Reaper damage. It's Trey's left, right, front, and center. The DPS on the side of Ember are finding the value, but the supports are so low. Medusa has the overclock, finds 2, might find a 3rd, finds a 3rd, and despite an amazing start there from Rift, Ember just holds on.
Almost a bad fight there. Lazy Titan maybe going it a little too hard. Running into that Reaper might not have been the best idea, but Medusa just able to flip it around like that with, 3 with the ult.
Catitude goes into touch, but the cage fight is there, basically forcing the members of Rift into the same small circle. Now we see, though, a very high potential for another massive play.
Oh.
No way! Medusa and Penguin shut it down despite the freeze blossom combo. Overtime ticks, and that's going to be Ember taking Antarctic.
That freeze Reaper ult was just the timing we were talking about. Sent it maybe a little too early, giving the Junkrat enough time to boop him away from the rest of his team. Shutting down the Reaper ults, which could have been catastrophic for the side of Ember.
And we're going to see Bad YT, who did a great job, by the way, on this Junkrat. We're going to see this tire here that comes out, just barely escaping the Immortality Field from Dylan. Finds a 3rd, picks up a 4th.
I mean, even if Dylan uses the amp field, that's still a massive util down. That's the power of Junkrat ult. Junkrat ult is a scary thing. It can one-shot almost any squishy without any sort of shields. And it also uses a lot of util from the enemy side, because a lot of people freak out. Some people use Kiriko and the amp field at the same time because they just get freaked out and they don't have enough communication to calm, hey, I'm just going to use this.
Right. And that's Junkrat tire, especially for a Baptiste, it'll force out every cooldown. Because the Immortality Field comes out, the tire pops it, your entire team's down to their last 20%. You've got to use that regenerative burst.
Yeah.
And now you've used both your support or support abilities in the span of 3 seconds.
Yeah.
It's not great, especially considering the amount of time it takes for Baptiste to get his abilities back. It's a really, really good tool at baiting out those support abilities like we were talking about. And I really think it helped Ember open up Rift's defenses. Because we've seen Dylan be incredible on that Baptiste. I mean, he is really, really good. But if you don't have the abilities to do your job, it's going to be really hard to do your job.
Yeah, Baptiste healing alone is great, not good enough.
Right. So that Tire is a really good pick against the Baptiste for sure. As we're going to be looking into our next map, I believe
Ember
it's going to be hybrid.
Hybrid
For our next map. Is it hybrid? I can't remember. It's been a little bit, but I don't have a computer screen in front of me with all the information. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. It is hybrid.
Hybrid.
Hopefully we, do we see King's Row?
Do we see the King's Row?
I mean, you know as well as I do that it's an own favorite.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it was probably one of the most picked maps in all of Oath.
Yeah, I think it still is, bar none. I think that's absolutely true.
But it's just because of like the potential that you can have on that map.
110%. Yeah, Rift's got the pick. Somebody's got bells, and I kind of want a set.
Yeah.
I want the bells. We
Where
need
are
more
they?
bells.
Where's the bells at?
I don't know, but I love it. I'm here for it. As we're going to be going into King's Row for our next map.
Now, this is a strange map because of the comps you can play on it. You can play any comp on this map, and it will work. Just depends on how you use it. Like if you path towards the the right side into hotel, all the way around, you run straight to point, or you give it a little time, jump on the statue, maybe look for something to look at, maybe jump onto the other side high ground, look at more opportunities. Feeling at the moment.
Yeah, I think the least picked here is dive.
Yeah.
But it's still certainly doable.
Yeah, most definitely, especially like with a ball, because ball is able to like take all of that back line, right? Like he's just able to get in there and get out, especially with the new ball update. Have you seen that yet?
I have not, no.
Ball,
I know he just got a rework, but I don't know what it was for.
Just quality of life stuff. Like now he can retract his grapple instead of having to do the jump stall to like move forward. And then he also has adaptive shields when he hits it on enemies.
So you're telling me he can swing like Spider-Man?
Yes.
That is so cool.
You can flip a whole U-turn in the sky. Yeah.
I want to see it. I don't think we're going to get it because of the compositions we're seeing here as we see Medusa coming out on that Widowmaker, looking for a headshot.
Widow always a classic on the first point on this map. Just try to find that first initial pick, maybe find someone that's sitting out.
Bad YT on the far as well is an absolute menace. It's going to cause a lot of pain here. Kind of dude does get picked out. The wall does come through, nearly gets Lazy Titan caught out, but it's just not enough. Quest does find Bad YT though in the sky. That Mauga does a pretty good job at playing basically air defense. As they're going to be able to hold here thanks to the falling at Bad YT.
Yeah, I really like the Pharah pick on this map because there's a lot of walls you can use to like play off of, and it really shuts down any DPS pressure.
Anti-nade comes through, and that's going to be the go button for the side of Embers. They're going to press forward here. The wall does stall out. It actually ends up separating Quest, but it gives the backline enough time to really stall out. The Ant Matrix now available for the side of Dylan. He builds that up so quickly. Yeah. Is it going to be enough damage? The Mauga in the backline now in his face. It's not going to be enough. Medusa's doing so much work, so is Lazy Titan to just pressure out that backline, make sure they don't get any value. 2 ticks now.
Nothing.
Skadatu gets caught out.
Yeah, no touch. I think, Quest just wanting to back off a little bit, not forcing that extra death, forcing up charge. But we talk about Dylan's, healing, getting that amp matrix like immediately, but that just shows how much damage that the side of Rift is actually, or the side of Ember is putting out right there.
Yeah. Oh, that's 110% true. As a sport, your number one ultimate builder is the amount of damage your teammates are taking.
Yeah. I loved the May to cut off Quest or Lazy Titan from the rest of his team, also forcing out the amp field.
It looks like a little bit of a split from Dylan. He's going to be able to escape with his life, I think. Force out the immortality field, but in a 1v1 between him and Medusa, he's going to be able to escape. I did not know you could rotate that way on the Baptiste. Quest barely holding on to life, will get found by the anti-Nathan Penguin. And so many tools available to both these teams right now to be used. It looks like Riff is just going to take sort of a backseat, though, which I think is smart.
Dylan maybe wanting to stop the push on the cart to hold that corner. Maybe didn't calm to the rest of his team that he was pushing down, getting cut off, allowing Ember to just push the rest of his team without that Dylan heal. You know, Baptiste heal is still really good. Able to, help any team support themselves.
Nick's getting down low. Immortality Field forced out once again. Look at this. The aggression from Ember is forcing a Rift to make a couple of positionary mistakes, despite the fact that they're trying to group up and take a fight. Cage fight now, trapping them, basically making it so they can't fight this next battle. Bad RT is able to pick up Quest, and Nick's falls as well. Half the team is missing things like a cage fight from Lazy Titan that's so aggressive, like we said, and that's second point captured with 5 minutes on the clock.
Amazing ult from the side of Lazy Titan, grabbing 3 people, stopping them from the cart fight, which Quest was trying to run to, because you want to contest that point as fast or as hard as possible, because of how hard it is for the attacker's side to take that second point.
That's 110%. Yeah, I mean, once you get to the second point, right? If you're able to hold them off on the defense, it becomes a bit of a D-Day to try to go through that. The tire, the Amp Matrix is there. Both resources now used from the side of Dylan. He has the amplification field as well to apply the pressure. The freeze comes through. He's able to pick up one. He's able to pick up Penguin. That's a massive pick off the Ana, but the Coalescence comes through to make up for that. Nice wall to try to split off Medusa, but it's just not enough. They are going to be able to get back. They're going to be able to be healed back up. But it is going to be a nice defense there from side of Riff.
Now the Junkrat tire coming back in again, forcing Dylan to use both of his util.
Oh, but nice. Stall from Dylan on the bad YT.
Yeah. But also the Mayfreeze blocking off, not only killing anyone that was on point, but also forcing Ember back, contesting that whole choke point.
And this is what I really like seeing in these finals, right? Riff has, they haven't really... they were having a little bit of a rough time in the regular season, but they're showing up very nicely now. And I really am seeing all the improvements coming through. Look at this. Quest does get down low. They do dive in deep. They aren't able to get the backline picks they want, but Catitude's able to find Bad YT and trade. So it's a tank for a DPS. The Blossom comes through. It's absolutely huge. Agent of Chaos finds 2. Make that a 3rd. That's absolutely massive, and it's just going to be Lazy Titan left. He's going to fall. Sound Barrier comes through from Catitude to try to make sure that that was able to be capitalized on.
Big fight from there. I think Penguin used sleep in the middle of the fight, so Agent of Chaos said, I'm going to take my opportunity if you give it to me. No support util to help their team out, and he gets 3-4 at the end there. Little switch off from the Malga.
Looks like they're coordinating, getting ready to sort of strike in the darkness. Nice hack onto Medusa. That is going to get them down incredibly low. Going to force out util. Quest does fall. Bad RT, but Lazy Titan's able to pick up Dylan. That's absolutely massive to pick off that Baptiste. Once again, we talk about it. Once Dylan falls, the healing for the side of Rift just gets down so low with only that Lucio available to them. They have to play safe, but Lazy Titan's able to pick up Catitude. Agent of Chaos does fall, and that's going to be Nyx retreating as well.
Yeah, amazing hack on the Soldier, and the Soldier been a big issue for
100%.
Rift to push in here. All that poke damage, and if you hack it and get her away, getting caught out here a little bit.
Yep, Nyx does get caught out. They're going to be able to return back quickly because they're on that Sombra, but this is down to the last fight here. Nice dive on the Medusa, but the overclock does kick in. The bomb from the side of Quest just to force them back. Allow Riff a little bit of space so that they can regroup and recontest here. Immortality Field forced out, does get used, but the EMP is massive. It finds 3. Tire from the backline finds Agent of Chaos though, and the members of Riff are falling as Lazy Titan is built at full charge. He's an absolute menace right now alongside Bad YT, putting out so much damage to grab, forcing out the no contest. Minute 37 on the clock as Ember clock in.
I like that ult from Quest to probably stall a little bit of time for his Sombra to get back and get in position to EMP, but Ember just didn't care.
That is 110% fact. I mean, granted, I think what really did that EMP in was the simple fact that Bad YT's tire came in and picked off Agent of Chaos. And we see this time and time and time again. We've talked about it already in this match. Bad YT's tires have been ludicrous,
yes,
and incredibly important in Ember's ability to capitalize on these attacks. And if you don't have the DPS numbers to follow up on an EMP, the EMP isn't going to do all that much. So it was a great play from Riff that I think just fell short purely because Agent of Chaos got picked off by that tire.
Yeah, any ult usage, even if it's just to like stall someone, if it's just to get one kill, or just to like Quest's bomb there was just to get them off point, separate them a little bit. Any ult usage is a good ult usage. I don't think there is any bad ults. Maybe a little bit.
You can fat finger.
You can fat finger. Done that a few times.
I think we've all done it a few times. I've been like, I'm gonna not swift drop this hero until I build my ultimate so I can use it, and then fat finger that, and I'm like, well, there goes 3 minutes of my life.
Reaper Blossom and Spawn.
Yeah, ooh, my favorite. Anyways, so we haven't seen many of those here. I think they've all had their uses.
Nice little composition swap here. Opting to switch to the Sigma again.
As Lazy Titan swaps over to that Hog. So we see this composition. Oh, nice pick off the Lazy Titan from Catitude. Again, that Hog hook just so strong, right?
Able to pull anyone out of position. Again, pulling someone else out of position and letting his DPS just take the damage.
The hard thing for Quest here against the Hog is Sigma relies so heavily on that shield, and Hog is just a shield buster, right? There's so much damage in such a small area. Yeah. It becomes hard for that Sigma to maintain that shield pressure.
Just spamming out here, trying to pull something out.
Nice pull, oh my goodness.
And that's a big pick. That's on the map too. So now Rift doesn't have any push ability because they don't have any healing. Another big
one.
hook.
All right, Bad YT follows through perfectly with a nade. So what do you do against a Hog hook?
You try to force him out. Maybe use Bat Lamp to protect him, or use Bat Lamp to go in. But there's not like a lot you can do unless you dodge it or time your Sig shield correctly.
Gotcha, yeah. And look at this rotation here from the side of Rift. They're trying to go up top and around, try to dance around the Hog, basically make it so that they're not able to hook around. I really like this plan, but Bad YT's got the tire available. It's climbing up, it's getting catch two. Dylan and Nyx both fall. Quest able to pick up, or Lazy's able to pick up Quest.
I don't think Dylan had the amp there, or the Matrix.
It might have been forced out in the rotation, yeah, 110%, right? And you can't be too careful if you're Dylan, because you misjudge a single hook, and now you're down a teammate, right?
Yeah.
So it becomes really a hard game of picking and choosing when to use a lamp. The moment you do, you're open up to something else, right?
I also like this, the DPS playing in different spots, forcing the Sig to either choose one shield or another. Because if he shields the Junkrat, he's got a Soldier right there shooting at him.
Next, huge pick on your favorite kid. Oh, the hook though! Oh, what a rock! What a rock from Quest! That's absolutely massive! The wall to split off Lazy Titan from the rest of the team. They're finding the picks they need. What a flux! Picks up 3. Lazy Titan gets down low. He will be found. Nyx is able to pick up Lazy Titan. Medusa falls. Bad YT falls as well. A minute 30 on the clock, and that will be Rift finally capturing the 3rd tick.
You asked how you counter a rock or a hook. That's how you do it.
A rock.
A rock.
Yeah.
A hook for a rock. Getting the Sigma ult and then also dodging Lazy Titan's hook.
Oh, nice pick from Dylan on the Penguin. Look, he's playing so aggressive here, but as Baptiste, you kind of have a little bit of freedom to do so. I wouldn't play too dangerously, though.
Especially with that Hog. That Hog might just hook you out of position and then just...
Yeah. But he does retreat. He is smart about it.
Got to be a little careful here, because as the Sigma, you got to know that your team is not really poke orientated. It is more a brawl.
So you don't want to get caught up by the Hog, right? Dylan building up so much ultra, but Lazy Titan's able to pick up Catitude. The Matrix does go down though. It's going to be applying a lot of pressure. Bad YT's able to shut it down with that Junkrat, despite the ultimate being used. What a freeze! What a freeze! Oh, it could. Oh,
the
so
Coalescence
close.
coming out just in time to heal all of the Reaper damage.
Dude, Riff is playing their hearts out, man. And I don't know what to tell you. The Hog is just too strong. The Coalescence from your favorite kid, as you mentioned, was so imperative to holding onto that defense. It was a beautifully placed freeze from Nyx. And Agent of Chaos was able to put out a lot of damage on the backline especially, but not quite able to do it.
And Lazy Titan's choice of hooks are impeccable. Picking off that Lucio, so then, Reaper and Mei can't just speed into your team and you have time to rotate away from them.
And look, we're back at this. I mentioned it before.
Oh no.
Oh, goodness gracious. You gotta watch the hook. Lazy Titan. Oh, the hook was forced out. The rock was able to eat it up for a couple more seconds. Immortality Field forced out now. So not really a whole lot of sustain here for the side of Rift, but they are getting Medusa down low. Not able to pick him up, but the Flux does come through. Quest does die. The Flux doesn't find purchase.
Just a poke.
Sound Barrier now for the side of Rift, trying to buy them enough sustain to find the victory. There's the Matrix as well to force Ember around the corner. Tire though, now coming through. You gotta be careful, it's in your back line. Oh my goodness. Oh, it gets popped. Nick's able to pop it. Penguin is able to pick up Dylan's Immortality Field though. Once again, Medusa on the high ground is able to pick up Dylan. Not a whole lot of sustain now available, and Bad White is able to find Nyx. And despite the fact that Rift is so close to popping these open, Ember holds on strong.
Yeah, good job on Rift, or on Ember, capitalizing on top of Bad YT's, tire. Even though he didn't get anyone, he was forcing Rift to look away from the rest of his team. Forced out the Amp Matrix too. Or Immortality Field, sorry.
Yep.
Also used it to deny the Amp Field.
Yes. Really outputting so much damage where you're not really able to stand in the middle of that Amp Matrix, right? Because if the Junkrat knows you're standing in front of the Amp Matrix, you're just going to die. You're going to get blown up. So that makes complete sense.
Medusa also using really good high ground control, always taking control of that high ground and behind them.
They know they're coming. Bad YT is able to output so much damage on that Junkrat. Oh my goodness. Medusa, overclock in the Catitude. Lots of damage coming through. You've got to be careful if you're the back line. Nyx is able to pick up Bad YT, but that's the only pick coming at the side of Rift. Fight on main goes the way of Ember, and they're going to be taking King's Row and the series.
Medusa realizing that 3 went top, and only Sig and Bap were by themselves, used that rotation to get in the back line, and now you have a 3v2 on site, and then you have the rest of your team fight the 3 up top, and there was nothing they could do. I mean, it was just really good playmaking.
We're going to see this 3K Flux here from Quest that opened up the attack here for Rift, and was very, very well impressed. Like, Rift, they are so good, but Ember's just constantly able to find a little bit more value in forcing out those support cooldowns, I think.
Yeah, you can have a solid attack, but Ember was just nitpicking all of the little things that maybe Rift were doing wrong, maybe like a little bit of a bad rotation, and also just using that hog to force bad rotations out, right?
Yeah, I think the hog from Lazy Titan was absolutely instrumental in that defense, especially because anytime Rift tried to rotate, and they were making some really smart rotations, you had to force out a cooldown. You had to force out the boop. You had to force out the Immortality Field. You had to force out the Regenerative Burst. Or Dylan would get picked off by the hook, and then there's nothing you can really do as a Baptiste. So it was a very smart pick from Ember to go for that hog. And we'll have to see if they continue with that strategy as we go further into the night.
Yeah. Both teams did great.
Yeah, 110%. I think Rift showed up in that match.
Most definitely. Hopefully, we get to see some more people showing up.
Yeah.
Most teams.
I believe it. We're going to be, our next match is going to be Glitch versus Cosmic, which is always a fun one, I believe. Yes. Okay, I am reading that right. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I was like, it's not top bottom, is it? No. So that'll be fun. As we go into the next match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Oath Esports. My name is Merp. I'm joined by Exonic, ex-Oath player and now co-caster at the finals. It's a bit of a graduation phase, I guess.
Yep.
And we're going to be bringing you, as a refresh mentioned previously, Ember versus Rush to open up our second set of matches as we head into Lijiang.
Another really fun map. All 3 points have a different kind of play style a little bit. This one in particular being a little bit more of a brawl poke kind of situation. I've not really seen much on this because of how enclosed it is. And I'm really interested to see what we pull out here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a interesting map because you see a lot of Pharah on here, especially from players like Bad White 2, who's very comfortable on that hero. I feel like that Rush have certainly the hit scan potential from Seepster and Guy Noob to really shut any of that down. Exotic, I know you haven't really gotten to watch a lot of the games coming up to the season, but just to break you down some of the players here, we've got Seepster, who is a fantastic rookie hit scan. Guy Noob and Carnage have commented really well with the May walls and just the pressure available to them. Expo and Funtime Cold, they've got some of the highest killing sets in the game. And on the other side with Ember, of course, we just saw them play an amazing game of Overwatch against Rift. So no real need to break them down, but we're getting into this. Carnage shuts down Bad IT immediately, popping around that corner on that Orisa.
A lot of damage coming through on the side of Rush right there. Lazy Time looking for these picks again, you know, pulling people towards him. Maybe looking for a little pull off the map too. Just starting off with a little bit of a poke comp here.
Yep, first capture going the way of Rush with quite a nice first pick on a Bad YT to open things up. And we're going to be seeing a little bit of a composition swap here. TP onto the point.
This could be dangerous though.
The turrets now. Oh, what a wall. What a wall from the side of Guy Noob shutting that down. Bad he does pick up Expo. Medusa picks up Seepster, so that's 2 picks going the way of oh, nice eat on the nade. Carnage can be shutting down Medusa as well. Rush now 40% and climbing here.
I loved the idea from Ember. Execution went great, but you know, that wall and the Orisa are just a mean combo.
Oh, that's brutal. Okay, the wall doesn't shut it down though. Everybody's able to get inside. The cleanse used. Shutting down the TP, so there's no escape route now. Ember though, they're able to capture the point as they lock it down with those nice sim turrets. Sleep Dart comes through. Carnage has the Terror Surge. No bubbles available. That's going to absolutely blow through Ember's defenses.
Now, I love the rotation here from the side of Ember, or Rift, sorry. Kind of backing off when they all got to point, and then as soon as Carnage saw their opportunity, just went in.
Yeah, 65% and counting here for the side of Rush as we're going to be getting into the last, possibly the last couple of fights here. Ultimates online for both teams. We're going to have to see how they're able to take advantage of those.
Little rotation here. Now Ember just wants to get to point and contest point. They want to kind of brawl.
Yeah, you're going to want to be a little bit careful against that Bastion, though, and I think that's really... Bastion and the Orisa combination is just so deadly, right? And it's so hard to coordinate a team attack. You're going to be cutting off Medusa with that May wall, but it is going to be splitting off one-time code just enough to trade that out. Carnage will pick up Bad YT. The Immortality comes out first for the side of Rush. So we're facing a little bit more pressure, but the freeze comes through, and that's going to basically shut it down. Lazy Titan, the only one remaining here with no bubbles on point. The grab comes through. Overtime is taking down. That will be Rush taking the first point.
Taking these sim TPs are a little dangerous, especially with that Orisa Bastion, because you never know what's waiting on the other side. You know, Guy Noob able to, you know, wall off the TP too if he needs to.
Yeah, and I think that's really... I like the TP strap because it's kind of like an ambush, right? You're really trying to get in the back line. You're trying to basically slip through that Orisa, who is this indomitable wall, right? Effectively, on top of Guy Noob's walls, just to begin with. The only problem I see with that is that playing the Kiriko Lucio Bastion, you have a lot of damage from Bad YT on that Bastion. You've got the cleanse and the speed from your favorite Arcade and Penguin. That getting in that backline doesn't really matter. They're able to escape and then blow you up on the Bastion. IMO, it's just my personal take on it. But we'll have to wait and see if it actually comes through.
This map being a little bit more inside, more brawly-like. So probably looking to see some more fights, close up instead of those long-range fights.
We're seeing the wall come through. Not quite split off Bad YT in the way I think Rush was hoping. Putting a lot of damage on Carnage now, who's on that Orisa. I think it's a smart swap over. Seeps there to pick up Medusa as well. Rush is fighting the first couple of picks as Bad YT does get split off with a very nice rush towards them. And despite Lazy Titan's indomitable charge here, the Mei walls are just so imperative from Gainoob that Lazy Titan just cannot, really peel for the rest of his team. That's going to be, once again, Rush taking the first fight win here.
Yeah, we're looking at like a kind of a mirror comp other than, one side from each. Lazy Titan opting to play the Zarya. But the BAP from the side of Rush is actually helping them survive longer in fights.
Yeah,
a little bit more sustained.
Yeah, the Immortality Field really helps out Seepster and Carnage from any pressure that Ember tries to push forward here, right? The wall, not quite able to split up anybody, but Medusa is a little bit alone. They have the mobiles there from the side of Lazy Titan to keep them alive, and they will do so, but the damage coming through already now is massive. Seepster has the artillery strike, and look at that. They're all caught in the corner. They are able to escape. Nobody gets caught up, but it is going to force out some cooldowns.
That's a big ult gone, especially for the combo.
Nice wall off to basically keep Seepster out of the fight, but the Terror Surge is there. It's going to find Lazy Titan as well. Your favorite Arcade and Bad YT do get down so low, and Gainoob picks up 3 with just the left click on the Mei. Make that a 4th. 55% cutting here as Rush look very strong to open things up.
Yeah, that BAP really helping in those pokey fights, giving the opportunity towards Rush to go in since Ember doesn't have as much healing as Rush does. Allowing them to find better fights, maybe a little bit healthier fights.
Both teams playing back very patiently, trying to force the other one to make a mistake.
I see a little ult combo.
There's the Matrix Seas. The Sound Barrier comes through for the side of Ember to try to keep them alive for the rest of this. The freeze is there though, and it's going to be absolutely massive. Splitting apart Ember and basically forcing them to not fight as a unit is going to be splitting them apart. Most support ultimates now used for the side of Ember, and your favorite Arcade just trying to stay alive long enough to touch. They are going to be able to touch. Lazy Titan has the grab, but it's just not going to be enough. They have the... Oh, what a combo. Just not in time. And Rush will be taking the first map.
Yeah, really strong fight from both teams there, but it's just who presses Q first, right? I mean, we saw the BAP field or the BAP wall come out first, and then the wall blocking it off, but then the freeze on top of everything else. Both supports use ult like immediately as soon as they saw the wall, so now they have a free freeze, and then it just kind of snowballs down to a lower fight. Chance win for the side of Rush.
Right.
Or Ember, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. That was very difficult for Ember to fight through. I mean, it's just a lot of pressure coming up from the side of Rush, and you're right about the fact that they're playing first, and that's really Rush. Rush is true to their name. I know you haven't gotten to see them play very much, but Rush is very true to their name. They love getting into their enemies' faces, and they love playing first. It is their go-to strategy, and so they often catch their opponents off guard because typically you'd wait to force out a cooldown, or you'd try to get a pick to open things up. Rush doesn't do that. They stack as 5. Then they use their support cooldowns to get in, and then they use the pressure from Gainoob and Carnage and Seepster to clean things up. And that's kind of their general fighting style, is that sort of that want to get into their enemies' faces. So if Ember would have to either play super safe and just dance around Rush, or they have to take them in there and beat them in their own game.
Yeah, play a little bit faster. Like that last fight could have gone either way. We had the grab, we had the Bastion all together. If they would have pressed Q first, that's an easy, either amp field gone or, tons of damage towards the side of Rush,
right.
And then the fight goes towards Ember more. But because Rush is just so fast thinking and just want to run it down, they get that Q first and force out a lot of ults from the side of Ember.
And it is a little bit different, right? Because we've seen most teams, what they do is they play very patiently. Like I mentioned, they play very patiently. They wait for the pick. They wait for the cooldown to be forced out. If you're Ember, sometimes you like to play a little bit of displacement. We saw them play the Hog earlier, right? But Rush has only ever known we go first. That's all they've ever known. So they've gotten really good at doing this, where they play before their enemy is ready to start the fight. And if you're the first one to throw the punch, I think you get the first pick. Your chance of winning the fight is 80%. I think is what the stat is. And so if Rush just continues playing that aggressive, it's going to be very difficult for their opponents. I think across the entire day to bounce back.
And shutting down that Hog. We talked about this earlier. You got to have good util usage. But in the case of Rush, like if you hook one of us in, we're already in your face.
Yeah.
I mean, we're already there. You're just helping us out more, actually. Getting us more in.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. And the simple fact of the matter is that you mentioned the Baptiste from Expo. You pull me in. I've already used the Immortality Field to keep my team in the fight.
Yeah.
Like your Hug's not doing anything.
No. Like even if Bap has to use the lamp there, I mean it's
right.
It's still his team's still fighting in the lamp.
Yeah.
It's not a waste of a lamp.
Yeah. That is certainly going to be a bit of a question mark here. So do you just play faster? Is there a way for Ember, without needing to necessarily be first, to outrun Rush's aggression?
Yes. I mean, if they just wait, because it's a waiting game, right? We're humans. We make mistakes, right? There's always going to be a human error. You got to find that human error. No matter what it is. Like, it could be just like a slow rotation from the side of the Lucio. Maybe he doesn't use his speed, well enough. Maybe he doesn't get all of his team going.
Yeah. But you'd have to be really good at spotting those.
Yes.
Because they're only a moment, right? Overwatch is such a fast-paced game. People think, oh, it's only 2 seconds. It's 2 seconds. That's a lot of time for things to go wrong or go right. But you have to think at that lightning pace speed, and so I think Ember has always been a really strong team in the finals. I'm going to knock on, this isn't wood, but I'm going to knock on it anyways because I don't want to cast or curse. But Ember's always been really strong at the communication aspect of things in the LAN event, and so I feel like they probably have a pretty good chance at just communicating to the point where Rush's aggression won't necessarily catch them off as much.
Yeah, because Rush is also looking for those human errors. They might be able to find them a little bit more because they're going so fast. They're just able to think at a little higher pace than Ember is thinking. Finding those niche little picks that they can get. Maybe getting a support out of line, or maybe like they didn't fully rotate when they rushed in. Maybe Ember wasn't fully rotated around, or like those sim walls. There would be Zarya and Sim would go in, the Mei wall come out, and now you have a Zarya Sim by themselves.
Yeah, and that's I think really as well when we talk about forcing out the human error in rushes of want to go aggressive, that Mei wall is key because you're not needing to wait for the human error necessarily. You force it. You just make it so it's true. Like you turn the 0 into a 1 and you're like, it's now a thing. You've made a mistake. I forced you to make a mistake by putting a wall between you and your teammate. And so I think Gainoob on that Mei has just been key. I've talked about it throughout the season. Carnage and Gainoob are like bread and butter. You don't get any value from the Mei wall unless the Orisa's there blasting them in the face for it, right? But you also don't allow Carnage to get so much DPS value if you're not splitting up the enemy team.
Yeah, and then you also just throw Seepster in there.
Yeah.
It's like jam, throwing jam onto that butter and toast, right?
Yeah, with the Bastion.
Yeah.
So you've got what I kind of want to call the blender.
Yeah.
Because you put them in the container with the wall, and then you press shift on the Bastion, you walk forward as the Orisa, and whoever is stuck in that unfortunate position somehow has to survive, which is a big task.
Which is where Orisa comes into play a lot. Orisa really good at just getting out of those kind of weird situations, right? Like most tanks would probably just get blown up, but Orisa, armor is a big thing, taking less damage from a lot of stuff, and then also just having those abilities that just shut down like Bastion, right? Like
Yeah.
being able to spin away from the Bastion or pushing the Bastion away.
I was gonna say the javelin throw does a really good job at least stuttering the Bastion. Excuse me. The javelin spin obviously negates a majority of that damage. All of it, really, for a short period of time. And then you got the fortify on top of that. As you mentioned, does a really, really good job at negating that damage. So the goal for Ember at that point is to get rid of the Mei wall.
Yeah.
Because the Mei wall will last through all of those cooldowns.
Yeah.
And so you don't want Lazy Titan on the other side, forced to use those cooldowns, and still have the Mei wall behind them, because then it's not going to be a good time.
No. Going to Blizzard World.
Yeah.
Not seeing the King's Row this time. But this map is a lot more dive poke orientated. A lot of high grounds, a lot of those open spaces. You don't really see that on King's Row. You don't see a lot of like long sight lines.
And I find this very interesting because this is one of the maps where Rush, I feel like, does shine. Now, they did have a little bit of a hard time, I believe, against Cosmic on this map last week when they went on their 3-map venture. But look at, I assume Ember knows what they're running because they run the same thing on Blizzard World every time. Look at what Rush is running, right? They really like getting in the face of their enemies. And let me just mention, like, Carnage is very good at it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna, yeah, he's.
Okay. I'm looking at it, and I'm also looking at their team comp.
Yeah.
Versus the side of Rush. It's also like very contrasting picks here.
I do like the Lazy Titan Orisa against the Carnage Doom. I think that's going to be, if Lazy Titan's able to shut down Carnage, it's going to be significantly harder for Rush to do what they want to do.
Again, just to spam out from the side of Rush here, just trying to find any picks that they can get. And
nice split now, Carnage forcing the supports now, getting down incredibly low here. Your favorite racket, someone going to be able to survive. Medusa's able to pick up Seepster. The wall there to force Carnage away, and now they're up a pick. It's going to be very hard for Rush to really get into this fight. Carnage, once again, getting shut down here with that Javelin throw. Lazy Titan doing a great job at doing exactly what he needs to be doing. Nice dive from Carnage on the high ground, but the peel is going to be there.
And that's the human arrow we were just talking about. That Mei getting caught out in that room. Kiriko jumping to save them, but almost getting picked off themselves.
Medusa finds Carnage with a very nice headshot on that Sojourn. And that's another one for Gainoob. Medusa picks up 2. And that was a very clean defense there. I really like how Lazy Titan was able to just nail down Carnage at every moment. We're going to be seeing, actually, a bit of a composition change.
Yeah. I mean, Orisa really good at just denying that Doom all of his abilities, right? He tries to punch, you get a Javelin. He tries to jump, you get the spin. And then also, the punch again into Fortify.
So now I think we're going to be seeing this Zarya Reaper composition combo trying to shut down Lazy Titan as much as they can. Bad Light does get down low. Look at the laser coming through. Carnage is at full charge, so it's going to be very scary. But there's a freeze. It's going to pick up 4, I think. Maybe just 1. Nobody got caught out.
No one got caught out.
They continue to Rush there to return, and despite what looked like a very strong freeze there from inside the Bad Light T, Rush does a great job of getting rid of it. There's a Terror Surge Nano. It's going to be brought down. Carnage just falls, and is able to pick up your favorite racket. The Pulse Bomb comes through as well. Gets Lazy Titan down incredibly low, but they have their supports online to keep them alive. It's a trade now on point. The next one is going to pick up Ping with a very nice place headshot. The remaining members of Ember are getting down incredibly low, will eventually fall, and that will be the point now in contention for Rush.
Now Ember playing this Rush playing this more split up comp, right? Like kind of like that freeze, right? They just all got away from it because they have so much peel ability, they have so much like out ability. And then also the Kiriko, I think, helped out a lot there.
Oh, wait. We got the Lazy Titan ball. Sorry. Not to interrupt. But here's the rework ball we were talking about. I don't know if we ever talked about it on Sheen,
but let's see just how much fun Lazy Titan has on the new ball. Really good at just tanking for his team now too.
110%. Now, We're going to be seeing a little bit of 1v1 here as Guynoob's going to get caught out. Going to have some peel available to them, so not going to quite find all too much there.
Again, just trying to force out any kind of like formation or any kind of just pick they can get.
Oh, so much damage coming out. Oh, that Blossom as well to follow that one up. That's huge from Gynoob, who's been very good on that Reaper combo as well. It's going to clean up the defense there, which was pretty well done from the side of Ember, just to sort of displace the enemy team, but
Lazy Titan just trying to stall the point, but very big grab from the side of Carnage, collecting I think all 5, and then Guynoob's patience with the Blossom, waiting until he saw the U2 go out and then going in.
And here's where we see the infamous Lazy Titan ball come out, because he is very good at stalling at this point. Oh, this time gets Ajax. Medusa's able to shut it down from a distance. That's huge, because that means that Ember is now going to have such a big advantage when it comes to taking out the remaining members. Gynoob does fall to Battle IT, and now it's just Seamster basically hiding out, trying not to get picked off.
Now, they were waiting for Rush to get split up a little bit there. That was amazing play, getting the pick off onto the Funtime Cold. And then it just kind of snowballs down, you know, getting one pick after another.
Nice rotation to the high ground here from Rush to sort of try to get rid of the support superiority from the high ground. Carnage gets down so low though, and he's split up from the rest of his team. Is going to get his Kiriko and Lucio back on him though, and is actually going to pick up Battle IT regardless. Look at the damage coming through as well with that full charge Zarya. Going to be pressuring the backline so much. The Kiriko gets down so low. If that bracket gets picked out. Medusa though has the overclock, going to pick out Nova. No Kiriko cleanse available. Support line in the back is struggling though to stay alive. Seamster just barely managing to escape. Not able to pick up the Ana though, thanks to the peel from Bad YT. And look at the stall from Lazy Titan. Despite all the space that the backline bought, they haven't made a single bit of progress because of that ball stall.
Yeah, a really interesting comp for Ember here. You know, they're playing for like those backline picks, trying to play for the ball stall, just trying to find any sort of leeway they can get, and also having Medusa on the Sojourn to poke out anyone who rotates.
Lazy Titan picks up Seamster, but there's the grab in the backline. Going to be doing so much damage. Going to be able to find one. The Katrina Rush comes through as well to allow the backline to poke out for a little bit more, but there's just too much. Lazy Titan's still going to be alive to stall it out for as long as they can, but that's a minute down left for Rush as they're going to be cleaning this one up.
And we're going to get a little bit of a stall here.
The mines come through. The cleanse forced.
It's higher. On this. See if we can get any picks. We don't get anything, but they all turned off a point, allowing Lazy Titan to stall this for a little bit longer.
And he got a lot of health from that too. 4 minutes on the clock. It's not going to be enough. No. 2 minutes there now, as they are not able to touch back.
That is the main thing that Lazy Titan is wanting to do. He's not really looking to get picks or anything. He's just trying to stall for as much time, maybe so they can get one good fight in, and you know, Rush won't have enough time to go back or you know get any more pushing.
And it works. I think that one fight was like 2.5 minutes long.
Yeah.
Like, because Lazy Titan was just on the point constantly. Carnage going to be able to pick up Penguin here as a little bit of a late pick.
But we can't deny how much Zarya actually does with bubbles and also the amount of damage that she puts out.
The grab is here. Soundmare comes through from the side of Rush. What a freaking grab! Picks up 2 in the top and the high ground. Your favorite can Medusa both fall. Bad IT falls as well. It's just Lazy Titan now going to be able to stall. Penguin is going to get dove upon in the back line. And like we said before, Lazy Titan's only job is to stall it for as long as possible. He's going to have a bit of a hard time doing it because of the closed space. A minute on the clock.
The only downside to Ember playing this kind of, split off comp is that they're so split off. If Carnage can just deny one of the people, like the Sojourn Kiriko getting caught out there on top with the grab.
Continuing rush now for Ember. Your favorite racket gets picked off. Gynoob putting out so much pressure. Going to pick up the second one. Overclock is there, but the damage is just too much. There's the Death Blossom to clean up the back line. It's not available for Bad YT just yet, and now it's just Lazy Titan on the point trying to stall out. 20 seconds remaining, but there's the minefield. There's the pile drive. It's going to pick up one on Funtime Cold. Bubbles forced out now for Carnage, but he's got full charge. He's got all the damage available to him. 15 seconds remaining, though. What a stall. Like, despite the fact that they were able to capture, look at how much time.
11 seconds.
Yeah.
crazy amount of stall from the side of Lazy Titan. It's a ball.
Yeah, it is a ball. So I just want to make it clear for everybody, right? Because it looks like Rush has always had the advantage. They're always getting it first. They're always finding the first pick. But they finished with 11 seconds on the clock. That is a perfectly fine defense.
This is a game about time. The more time you have, the better chances you have. Because the lower chances, like the lower time, you're kind of getting anxious, right? You're like, oh, we have to get to point. We have no time. We need to get there as fast as possible. And as long as you just play calm, you can shut down that kind of, fast-paced play.
Yeah, and that's 110% true. It also forces the enemy, who's burning through the time, to, because they're playing in that panic state, they have to make choices that could end up being mistakes. They have to use ultimates in slightly riskier situations. They have to burn cooldowns because they can't risk one of their teammates dying at all. It becomes a game all about mental, and that's where Ember kind of stands really strong with Chicken Joe at the helm, just historically. So perfectly fine defense, I think, there from Ember, despite the fact that Rush did capture third point.
I just want to talk about Rush's target priority. They focus the supports first, or anyone caught off guard. That just shows how much they're looking for, all that fast-paced movement. A little bit of a comp switch here.
Yeah, I like the Cassidy to try to slow down Lazy Titan, because that hinder could be absolutely brutal. They're aware that Guiding is in the backline and causing havoc, and they're not letting him get away with it. Medusa finds a nice headshot with that pile drive follow through. That was very nice. It does pick off your favorite racket, but they'll be back as quickly as they disappear.
I really like the 3 on high ground with the Seepser, Kiriko, and Lucio for the peel for the cast. And then also just having Carnage and Guy and Noob just play aggressively.
That hinder did not. I'm sorry, that hinder was wild. Bad Luck needs to pick up Seepser in the backline, though, shut down that Cassidy. And as long as that Cassidy is not able to be played, Lazy Titan has full reign to do whatever he wants. You're going to need that Cassidy online to keep Lazy Titan in check.
Yeah. I also like the swamp to the Reaper to force, if Lazy Titan does try to dive, Reaper's damage is crazy.
Nice. Carnage just lasers down Bad IT with that half charge. Still, though, the damage coming through here for the side of Ember as they're continuing to apply pressure. Guiding does fall.
Oh.
Carnage? What the heck? I've never seen that before in my life. Minefield in the backline. Oh, what a grab.
Big grab, right?
For no immortality field available to save them. Pigman falls. The damage is just too much. It was so close from Ember, but Rush able to shut it down.
That timing on that grab could not have been perfect. The millisecond that Kiriko used Suzu, the grab came out. And they had no way of getting out of the grab.
Oh, Medusa's gonna get staggered. Not quite, no.
Now, I really want to talk about Carnage's power, level. How much they've been keeping charge up. They have been at a constant 50%, I think, this entire time.
Yeah, I kind of want to see the stat on that. I don't think we're going to be able to get it because it's not the kind of stat we track, but Medusa getting in a 1v1, getting down so low. Gaidub is forced in the backline, though. They might be able to pick him up, even with those bubbles available to him, because he's forced to run into the enemy team. Gaidub does run away.
And that peel ability from the side of Rush, able to get the Reaper out.
Blossom comes through, it's able to pick up on top of Guidub shuts it down. The high noon, not quite able to find anything. What a beautiful Blossom there for side of Guidub shut down Battle IT and Medusa. Even the overclock does eventually fall. The Kitsune Rush with Carnage is scary, but it's just not enough as Carnage has already built up 100% charge and will be able to shut down his counterpart with 4 picks on the board.
Now, we talked about how Rush is able to press Q first, but Ember is now playing this kind of comp that doesn't matter if you press Q first. We can press Q afterwards and still get value with it. But not enough value. Carnage with 100% charge is going to be a little scary.
I really think if you're Ember, you just have to shut down Carnage. You cannot let that Zarya get to that full bubble, especially because of the ability that they have of enabling their Reaper to play that aggressively. Look at that. There's the grab. There's the bubbles available to them. It picks up all 5, I think, and Siege able to pick up your favorite racket. Medusa falls as well. I mean, that's crazy.
That play from Carnage. Did you see the tech again?
Yeah,
Jumped up onto the wall to jump up onto the high ground just to ult.
and was completely unafraid, by the way.
Yeah, like no. I mean, they have 2 bubbles. They don't have much to be afraid of.
I've got all of that tech.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before in my life. His side in the back line does get shut down by the Hinder, though. They can see the Rush now available for the side of Rush to shut things down. Gundam's able to pick up Bad YT. They're trying to stall it now, but your favorite Rekka does fall as well. Guy on that Reaper just being enabled so much by that Zarya. As overtime ticks down, that is going to be the fight win now for the side of Rush as they're going to take the first round.
Yeah, I mean, second round. Good plays by both teams, but like we said, I think Rush just has that playability a little bit more. They're able to find those picks that they need, able to find the momentum. Especially with Carnage. Like, these plays from Carnage have been probably the reason that they've been winning these fights.
Yeah, several of those grabs, right? We're just able to shut down key moments in the defense. Play even, as we just mentioned. And it becomes a really hard game, right? I like the fact that Ember's playing Lizzie Titan, I think, on the defense for the ball. It becomes a little bit harder to get value out of that ball whenever you're on the attack, though, trying to take over that point.
Especially if you're not playing like a hard dive comp.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, we did see the swap over to the Moira and the Tracer at the end, but it just wasn't quite in time.
If they were playing it from the beginning, it might have been a little bit more, eventful, might have been a little bit more fruitful for them. But just Carnage being able to survive. I don't think they died once on that defense, did they?
No.
They were at 100% charge for majority of the time. I wish we could see the stats, but sadly they got rid of the stats. But
and the thing is too is like Rush has just FYI, XFL and Fun Time Culture, take a look at the stats. They're number 1 and number 2 on the healing board. So they're keeping Carnage full.
Yeah.
24/7. I don't know how they do it constantly, because we see that these teams are no slouches, but it's a really hard nut to crack, basically, on the side of Rush. Ember is really good, as we saw in their fight with Riff, but Rush is just another beast, and that's why they come in at number 1 seed from the regular season. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to continue that momentum in going further into the series.
Anything can happen at LAN.
110%. That is so true. That is actually so fact.
Like, maybe Riff will pull one out, maybe we'll see an upset.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. We saw them already play better.
They were playing amazing on that first map. They couldn't squeeze it out past Ember, but they were playing better than we've seen.
Yeah, that's 110% fact. And that's the power of LAN, right? We talked about it before. We talk about the energy in the room. We talk about the ability for people to get excited and get themselves hyped, and the energy in the air does something, I think. I feel like, not to be like super zen, but like people have shared energy, and it's much harder to harness that online whenever you're over a Discord call, right? Whenever you're in a room full of people that are all sharing the same environment, all have that excitement, something in the, I guess, instinctual part of the brain where we're all like herd animals just goes, we're about to play like twice as good as we ever played before.
I also think the crowd has a big stand in that, right? Getting your team's name called out from, a bunch of people kind of lights a fire inside of you to kind of, play a little bit better, maybe play a little bit more, I don't know how to explain it, but like, it's like a fire inside of you getting lit.
And that's, I talk about it all the time. It's the fire inside of especially these kids, because they're young. They've got all the energy in the world. They're still fired up and still have all that abundance of youth. And so sometimes you feel it, right? And this is why I do genuinely enjoy casting Oath more than I do any other scene, like 99% of the time. Because you just see stuff in Oath that you're never going to see anywhere else. And it's like, like, who saw that coming, right? The 5K Death Blossoms, the freezes that go 4, the 1v4s that somehow pan over to the 1, right?
It's
bonkers. And so I really, I find that a lot of those events happen especially inside the LAN.
Most definitely.
So we're going to be getting into Glitch versus Rush, or no, we're going through
Glitch versus
Cosmic.
Yeah.
Um, this has also been a very solid matchup. As solid as fun and exciting as the Rush versus Cosmic matchup is, there's like a weird middle ground here where Cosmic and Glitch kind of go head to head too. I mean, if you take a look at the side by side for these teams, to me, they're pretty even across the board. I mean, you've got two star DPS players on both these teams, right? You've got Powerkill, who is the MVP from last season, who is just an incredible Cassidy and hit scan player in general. And then on Glitch's side, you've got Zane, who has proven himself to be the best tracer in the league so far.
Most definitely.
Yeah. Well, like without question.
Yeah.
Guy goes in and gets 3 every fight. So it's this dichotomy between the DPS, especially against these two teams, that I personally am most excited for.
We'll see you guys again, right?
Oh, are we going to the break? Are we going to the break? Oh, okay, we're going to the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Oath Esports Finals for the Spring 2024 season. My name is Murph. I'm joined by ex-player and Genji / tank aficionado, Exotic, and we're bringing you some epic games today. Another one getting ready to be in the books: Glitch versus Cosmic coming up. It's it's fun.
Can you tell us a little bit about these teams?
Oh
we're about to play?
yeah. I forget you didn't get to watch this season. Okay, so I won't ambush you with all the details, but Jimmy Gord, for those who don't know, is going to be Odd Nugget, just to kind of keep things in the circle, and Dire Raven is Flame Fox. So these two teams have been also incredibly impressive. Cosmic being the only team, I believe, to take a map off of Rush, our number 1 seed that we saw last match. And Glitch going toe-to-toe with Ember, who we've also seen play very, very, very well in today's games. Effectively, what you're going to be looking for between these two teams is you're going to be looking at personally, my favorite matchup between these two. Power kill, DPS one-on-one. Zanjamin, known for a very, very, very strong tracer. Power kill, known for a very, very strong hit scan, and was the MVP of last season. Jubles plays everything on tank. And I believe Biohazard is also pretty good on basically everything as well. So these two teams, I really like them because they're basically mirror images of each other, I think. They have very, very, very solid players across the board, and they all sort of match each other on an even level. So you're going to be seeing the Galactic Rose versus Odd Nugget on the Reaper / Soldier matchup. You're going to be seeing Power Kill versus Angelman on the hit scan matchup. You're going to be seeing LL Reaper and Izzard versus Flame Fox Sleepy Tiger as the off and on main supports, respectively. And so, really, it's just going to come down to literally who gets more value in other things. Because I feel like when you take a look at these two teams, they are so evenly matched across the board, from my perspective, that it's going to be good. Regardless of what happens, it's going to be good. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. Yep.
Knock on
Always
wood.
knock on wood.
Always knock on wood. But as we go to Antarctic Peninsula, from what you know of the players on this board, what are we expecting to see?
Hoping to see maybe a little bit more of a brawl comp from Cosmic. You know, maybe play Orisa with that Cass. Cass is really good at shutting down any dive opportunities and also really good at poking. Try to get some damage in before you go in.
Yeah.
And then from Glitch, I mean, obviously, if Zane play that backline, right? Like, just try to force out as many rotations or force out as many bad rotations from the side of the supports. Maybe even, like, get the supports to look at you alone, and then you have, that's a 3v5.
Yeah.
Because your supports are, dealing with a bug in the back.
And I was going to say, that's the power of the Tracer, right? If you're able to force out cooldowns from the supports, if you're able to force them to look at you so that they have to deal with you, right? Mm-hmm. It's gonna allow Glitch, who is very good at capitalizing on those moments of weakness, to take advantage of that, right? So Zanjamin is kind of the opening wound, I would say, for a lot of the teams that Glitch ends up fighting against. He goes in the back line, he sprays down the support, he might get a pick, or he might force out an important cooldown, and Glitch says, W. We're just going to go forward, we're going to pressure out whoever we can get as much as you can. And really what you're looking for on Cosmic side, I feel like, in this matchup, is Biohazard's ability to peel for their supports against that.
Or even Power Kill's ability to, Cass turning around, throwing one hinder on that Tracer headshot, and you don't even have to look at him anymore.
True. This is very true. And so, again, it comes down to these tiny little matchups, the micro things, I think, between these two teams, that's really going to decide where exactly they end up in this series.
No.
As we're going to be taking a look here, getting into Antarctic Peninsula hopefully soon. I think we might be having some slight technical difficulties, but it's fine. That's welcome to LAN. Yeah. Welcome to live events and forecasting. I mean, granted, we've been not at a LAN and we've had technical issues, so it is what it is. It's part of the culture. I think the getting to chill out and have a good time and talk with your friends about what you think is going to happen, like we are.
Yeah.
You know, we're basically just a mirror of the audience. I feel like.
Yeah.
Um, so really, when it comes down to these two, I think. I mean, I really couldn't tell you that there's a major advantage, which I know doesn't help you very much out in like really getting to dissect these.
But I think that's been a common theme, right? Like
Yeah,
it's always just comes down to who has the playmaking ability, right?
yeah,
Like we saw in the Ember versus Rush game, it just came down to Rush being able to play a little bit faster than Ember.
yeah, and that's absolutely true. And again, as I mentioned before, that's kind of Rush's mental.
Yeah.
Is just to play first. Glitch does have the advantage, I feel like, slightly against Cosmic in that because of Zane. However, Galactic Rose is known for picking up that Mei. They like doing the same thing that we saw Ember do in the first match, where they set up that Mei wall and then they get Power Kill and Biohazard to just come in and end things as quickly as possible.
Because if you can wall off any DPS or tank from their support, that's damage or util the support has to use, which is very crucial in fights that you have to kind of go in, especially if you play more of a brawly comp with either Malga or Orisa.
Yeah.
Sadly, no Reinhardt.
No. Now, granted, if anybody were to pick up Reinhardt, it would be Jubles.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
I've also seen a little bit of the Reinhardt too.
Yeah, it's hard to make work. I don't think that's Jubal's fault. I just think he's not the greatest character, unfortunately. I cry a small tear.
Yeah, I think Malga, what Reinhardt wants to do, Malga does it a little bit better because of Malga's tankiness and also his heal, and then also the burn. So it also kind of cuts healing a little bit because you heal them and then health gone already.
I think Cage Fight and Shatter are also kind of even in terms of like the value they get, right? As we saw in the first King's Row match, you can use Cage Fight to buy so much space that you just walk in a point and capture. So
Exactly.
Which is not something that Shatter does.
No.
Really well at all. So
Shatter's just really good at stopping fights. Really.
yeah, and hopefully capitalizing on them to the point where you'll be able to actually win.
Yeah.
So.
The crowd getting ready.
Yeah, they are excited. They're ready to rumble as we look into Antarctic Peninsula for our opening map once again. So,
kind of seeing a little bit of what we talked about a little bit here.
Yeah, I think this is pretty on brand for both of these teams. We can't spill the beans too much.
Yeah.
No, we gotta sort of tiptoe around it until those doors open.
Or until they first
can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't want to give any advantage to any team, right?
I've done that once.
Yeah.
So if you do it, it's not the greatest thing, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I felt bad afterwards because it was an ambush on a map, and I was like, oh, look, they're doing an ambush, and then the ambush didn't work. Anyways, so we're going to get into this to open things up. Zane, once again, peppering the backline, but Power Kill doing a very good job at keeping an eye on him.
And we're kind of seeing this like poke, right? Like we're seeing the cosmic poke like I was talking about. And then we also have Zane trying to, force out, going in.
Miles is taking so much damage. Oh, glad you was able to shut down Zangerman in the backline, though. I think they're just going to check that Tracer the entire game. And that's really what you need to do. Because Zangerman, like I mentioned, is going to be that opening wound, right? If he's able to live for just a little bit too long, be it Reaper or be it Tracer, he does a lot of damage. So just shut down Zane, and you're going to have a little bit of an easier time. Power Kill also with a very nice set of mechanics and be able to shut down Elo Reaper.
Yeah, and they're playing kind of like a similar comp, right? Like they both have that Lucio, they both have a Rissa. They're just kind of playing it in different ways, right? Like Cosmic wants to play a little bit farther back, try to find picks, try to force the Tracer to go in and shut down the Tracer, and then you can go in, right? You have a cast Orisa.
Yep. Zane continuing to struggle a little bit here, trying to find the pressure because the amount of focus fire coming in from the other side. There's the high noon, no cooldown, shut it down. Sleepy Tiger does fall to it. Glad you was able to pick up Jubals, and that's 3 now for Power Kill. As they're going to be cleaning this one up again. So Cosmic doing a great job opening up this initial matchup.
Now, we talked a lot about Power Kill's, ability on the DPS, but we didn't talk much about Galactic Rose.
Nice, Ender. Yep. Sorry, I'm just making sure that nothing crazy happens. There's a Terror Surge just traded out from both Arisas. Elo Reaper does fall again. Bio's there to pick up Sleepy Tiger, despite the fact that the Casino Rush comes through for the side of Glitch. And again, Cosmic, they're going to find the fight win.
Now, these fights can go either way. It just depends on how smooth Cosmic's rotations are, right? Like trying to get their BAP out of the Tracer's way, or even like speeding their cast and soldiering back. But Galactic Rose is really good at getting these first initial picks. We saw it first on Zane when he got picked in their backline, and then we saw it again with the cleanup.
Pulse Bomb. Oh, the Terror Surge comes in. The Pulse Bomb comes through as well. The Sound Barrier there as response.
Ooh. Really good timed Sound Barrier there to block not only the Orisa but also the Pulse Bomb.
Jubilos does find Dire Raven with the Attack Visor now available for the side of Odd Nugget. Going to be lasering down Izzard. Sleepy Tiger does eventually pick up Galactic Rose as well. And Glitch will be finding a nice fight win as they're able to force out Biohazard now. 32% counting here, but look at this. Cosmic already up to 92%.
Yeah, I mean, they were just stalling for the point, right? Especially in this kind of map, stalling for point is just really good. And that's what Orisa is best at, is stalling points or just kind of sitting in a spot and not moving. Also, really good ult usage from the side of Cosmic. Jubles and Zane trying to combo their ults, but one beat and it shut down both ults at the same time.
High noon now. Going to be forcing everybody back with that speed in now from Biohazard. Separating the supports, doing a great job at it. Going to be forcing Elo Reaper just away. Nothing they could really do to stop that. Terror Surge going to be able to pick up 2. Power Kill picks up 3 in that fight. 95% in counting here. And despite a very stalwart defense from the side of Glitch, that is going to be the point.
Zane trying to
contested.
Didn't get it.
And that's going to be it. Yeah.
I talked about earlier about ult usage. Any ult usage is a good ult usage, right? And we saw that from Power Kill right there, using the high noon on that choke to force all of Glitch back, right? Forcing them into a little smaller of an area, allowing the Orisa to run them down, and then getting 2 picks on the supports, right? And then, Biohazard able to just clean up the rest of the team. And then the Zane touch didn't get enough time.
Yeah, he was able to touch a little bit, able to stall a little bit, but you're forced to use all 3 of your blinks. You're a Tracer with 150 HP.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a lot you're gonna be doing at that point, so it's kind of hard for Zane to pull out the miracle there, especially considering how good mechanically Cosmic is.
Yeah. But these fights are going either way, right? Like, we're seeing just fundamentals from Cosmic right now. Like, all of these rotations and all of the picks that they are getting to start the fights have just been flawless so far.
I really like that Glitch. They play very smart in their space, right? I mean, Cosmic is forcing them out of that space, but they're not staying in it. They're disengaging when they need to. They're buying themselves the time required. Galactic Rose able to pick up Jubiles, and that's exactly it, right? So that's going to be a nice pick for the side of Cosmic to open things up as they just press forward into Doom. Odd Nugget does eventually fall. It's going to be a first fight win there for the side of Cosmic.
Yeah. Cosmic just not allowing Zane enough time to get those picks, right? Like, they're just getting those picks. Like, from the DPS line from Cosmic have been getting the first pick to every fight, which is crucial in this team fight. And it's exactly what Zane wants to do, but since they're playing so grouped up, he can't find the right time. Right,
it's extremely hard for that Tracer because they're not really isolating anybody like they want to be. Power Kill actually finds a headshot on the Zane and finds a second one on the Elo Reaper. This Cassidy just does not stop. He finds a third. Going to be cleaning the backline up a little bit. Finds a fourth. Might get the finishing blow. There it is, the 5K from Power Kill to pick up Jubiles.
I just want to talk about the communication right there, right? The Orisa running down the Kiriko. Kiriko having the TP, probably Suzu out too. And then Power Kill cleaning it up, right? Like, listening to his tank probably calm that Kitty is low, no abilities, right? Getting that clean up. And that's both supports down. And Power Kill getting that first pick on Zane. Just these initial picks and also these comms. Exactly what Cosmic
is. Jubile's taking so much damage. Oh my goodness. And I think that's just headshots coming in from the Cassidy, right? a understandably not quite like expecting character to do so much damage, but in the right hands, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we can't deny how much Galactic Rose is also doing.
Yeah, that's true
Right,
as well.
like all of that Sojourn damage, those Sojourn right clicks to the heads, they don't do minimal damage. They do a lot of damage.
80% climbing here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's shutting down the support line very, very well on the Lower Reaper and Silky Tiger's side. I mean, they're trying to play with their team, but with that Sojourn, it's so hard to do so. Samir, in response to the Kitsune Rush, which I think is a great response there, so they're allowed to play aggressive. Power Kill is able to find Odd Nugget on the Cassidy side pick, shoving them all in a corner. Glitch trying to find the value they can. They do get a very nice Terror Surge. Jules is able to play cleanup, but Biohazard is still alive. Then Arisa at half HP forces out the Sound Bear, gets Galactic Rose extremely low. Elo Reaper is trying to pick it up. It's a 2v1 on point, and somehow Elo Reaper just clutches that alongside Zajamin on that Sojourn.
Yeah. And now Glitch opting to swap comps, right? I think they kind of realized that the Tracer wasn't getting as much value as they wanted it to, so they decided to switch to kind of a mirror comp. But instead of having the BAP, they have the Kitty, right? For that, instant burst of just sustainability. Seeing a little bit of a swap here.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to get a pick off with it.
Yeah.
As the Hog does get picked out. Oh my good gravy. Zajamin just melts him down. I think that's going to be a no for that first fight at least. And look at the W press they don't allow any time pass. Tarka does get to pick up the Sleepy, but with that Blinken, I think they should be able to arrive back to the point just in time.
Arisa is a lot tankier than Hog. Hog might have the most health, but he doesn't have any sort of shields. He doesn't have any sort of, armor to help, protect himself from that, damage. But he does have heal, but you can't use it if you're getting focused, right?
Well, Jubil's swapping over to the Zarya, I think, is a very nice counter to both the Orisa and the Hog. It just does to both, and so I think Jubal swapping over to the Zarya was a very, very smart decision.
Exactly. Switching over to the Ramatra here, looking to probably poke out a little bit more, let his DPS.
And Matrix now. Oh my gravy. Biohazard picks up 2. The High Noon not able to find anything, but what Reflex is able to pick up Elo Reaper, who tries to disrupt that Ant Matrix usage. Biohazard picks up Sleepy Tiger, 99% counting here. Will anybody be able to touch? I think it's just Dangerman who's going to be able to stall for just a little bit.
Too low health. The ball coming into touch.
But you're going to be watching out for that Hinder. Power Kill already looking for it. Jubiles does fall, not able to stay alive like some balls we've seen in the past, but it's just not enough. So much damage coming through for this side of Cosmic that they are going to be able to win the second fight and take over Antarctic.
That coordination, focusing those targets that they needed to focus, is phenomenal, right? Getting those first picks onto that Sojourn. Sojourn didn't have enough time, didn't have enough health to kind of contest as long as they wanted to. But that last fight right there, right? Power Kill getting, what, 4? With the BAP wall, right? And
I think you're going to see it here, too. I think this is another set of 4. Right? This is the 5K that we saw, actually, earlier. Where he's, like you mentioned, he communicates with his tank. He notices the and cleans up the rest of the team. Now, we didn't get to see it all in that play, but that is a very, very scary combo here. And I noticed a little bit of improvement from the amount of value that Zane was getting whenever they swapped over to that Sojourn. And I think that's just because Cosmic is aware enough to where they're grouped up together. And when you're grouped up, you cannot play nearly as aggressively as a Tracer. You're just going to get focus fired, as we saw in the majority of that map. So I think going over to the Sojourn is a smart decision, and I'm curious to see if they continue to hold on with that. And Cosmic are doing a great job at shutting down Glitch's main strategy.
For sure. And I mean, those DPS line, I mean, we talk about Power Kill a lot.
Yeah.
We can't give up Galactic Rose or even Odd Nugget. I mean, they both did pull their weight too, right?
Yeah.
Like they did get what they needed to do. And I mean, the damage from Cass and Sojourn headshotting you even blew up the tanks, right? Like they didn't have enough tank ability to just walk in. But I did like the switch over to the Sojourn, maybe giving it a little bit more of a less aggressive push, right? Because with that Tracer, you're forcing your team to be a little bit more aggressive, even in a situation where it might not be best.
Right.
And, Power Kill and Galactic Rose able to shut it down.
I think it also helps fight the hit scan pressure from Galactic Rose and Power Kill on the Cassidy Sojourn, right? If you've got a Sojourn of your own, you can sort of contest them from that distance that they want to play at, right? And so we saw that too, where Zane on that Sojourn was able to shut down several of Power Kill and Galactic Roses wants to play that more aggressive style. So, all things considered, I think the changes that Glitch were making were smart. I think they were the right ones, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to pull it around whenever they choose their next map, which is going to be Kings. And here's why it's Kings. Because I've started calling this map Zane Row. His Reaper goes crazy. He may not be picking Reaper. He may be going something else. But it's very likely he's been playing Reaper, and he tends to get some very nice Death Blossom on this map.
Yeah, and I really like that pick, especially for Tracer on this map too. Even if he does play the Tracer, Tracer has so many little pockets that they can go to, right? They have so much backline, so much pressure that they can apply. You'll never know where the Tracer is actually coming from, right? Because there's so many exits in the backline, you just can't tell.
Right, I'm thinking on point 2, you've got 2 separate lanes that go behind the enemy lines, and you've got hotel you can go through, and then you've got main.
Yeah.
And then you've got the high ground
Yep.
that you can jump from. That's 5 different locations right there.
Yeah. I'm even thinking about the first point where you can go through hotel, right? Go all the way around, wrap around. You have 2 high ground spots you can drop out to, 2 low ground spots. You have main. You have their main. You even have I don't know what do you call it? It's the first room right to the left.
Out of spawn?
Yeah, or not out of spawn, but out of like that first choke.
Oh, I don't even know, but it's mini, right?
Yeah,
it's a little mini one.
The one with like the 2 exits.
Yeah, you got the little mini health pack. Yeah, so could be seeing some sneaky plays coming out as well from Kings. But I'm pretty confident we're going to be seeing some brawl coming out from the side of Glitch for this one. And you know this. I just showed you a clip from my first finals.
Yeah.
Kings Row goes crazy.
Yeah, it's a very hype map. Like, no matter where you go look, Kings Row will always be probably the hypest map because of just how, like, how the map is made, right? It's so, like, intricate, right? There's so many different ways to look at the map. So many ways to play the map. I once pulled out a weird comp. We played Ball Bastion. We sat everyone in the top part on the first point. I came around as Ball. We let them have point, right? So they think, oh, where are they coming from, right? Ball jumps on them. We have Bastion onto point. Everyone gone.
Yeah, because you pile drive them into space and then just melt them.
They all turned, looked at me, and there was just a Bastion there. There's just all of a sudden a Bastion there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's the thing, right, is you can attack, as we just talked about. With that Tracer, you've got the 5 different ways of attacking. There is never a place where the attackers can't make a stand.
Yeah.
With a lot of points, you've got these certain lanes, these certain corners, nobody ever stands in. Because it's just a death trap.
Yeah.
You're sitting down main, you're going to get poked out by a Hanzo or a Widow or a Sigma and Orisa. In Kings Row, that's not really a thing.
I also like to think of Antarctica, right? There's such a big map, right? 75% of it's not being used.
Yeah.
It's like the whole part is getting used, but there's so much over there that no one ever uses.
Yeah.
But Kings Row, just the attacking side and defending side, like you can never predict how someone's going to play this map, even if you've played them multiple times.
Yeah. As we saw a very interesting rotation, which you don't see very often, where Riff went through Hotel to go around the backside, which is not something you see very often, I feel like, on Kings Row. But it was nearly incredibly effective, only shut down by a Hog on the side of Embers, who were able to shut down the rotation. But point is there's a lot of different opportunities here for both teams to do whatever the heck they like to do.
Now, seemed kind of just like a normal hold. Playing the same comp they were just playing. Zane starting out on the Soul.
Galactic Rose picks up, gets picked up by Sleepy Tigers. Anti-Nade forces out the Immortality Field as well to keep the rest of the supports alive as they are forced to eat that Anti-Nade. Zangerman also picks up Dire Raven as well, doing a very nice job on the Sojourn to open things up on the attack. Reaper.
I like the choice to go with the Sojourn first, right? Because you get to play a little bit safer, you get to play a little bit more passively, try to find those picks, and we do find them immediately, right? We find the anti-nade onto Galactic Rose, and then we find the pick onto the BAP, right? And then it's two people gone.
Right. Yeah, and that's the Zangerman is good enough to play on the Sojourn to get the value out of that. I think they didn't go for the Reaper that we know there's so much for on this map because Power Kill is on the other side, and you're just going to shut them down with the Cassidy.
Especially how close Cosmic is playing. You really can't play those divey kind of DPS right now, right? Like, you have to play a little bit pokey.
And Matrix comes through for one team. That's a lot of damage, 8, however, as Cosmic are going to be holding down the corner.
Now, this bottleneck, I like to call it, is notoriously hard to take
for the attacker
because of how many sides you can play as the defender, right? You can either back up, or you can just play close on that left side and then back out all the way. And then also cart blocks 50% of your
anti-nade Sunbear to survive the terrorist. The Hydrant comes through as well. The Nano overclock from the side of Zangerman going to be able to pick up one, so it's trade left, right, front, and center. Despite the damage going through, the anti-nade's absolutely massive from the side of Sleepy Tiger gets. Biohazard down to 2 HP. The Immortality Field down, forced out. Is going to be able to save them as well and allow them to get the sustain required to stop that push entirely, despite LO Reaper's use of the Valkyrie. Jubal's now trying not to waste it. Ultimate is going to be pushing in aggressively. He's going to try to take over Biohazard, who now gets the anti-nade once again. Sleepy Tiger doing a great job of shutting down. Zangerman doing a great job of following through with that damage along with the rest of their team. And now, despite what looked like a very nice hold there for the side of Glitch, it is going to be for the side of Cosmic. Glitch is going to be pushing through.
Yeah, fundamentally great util usage, right? I mean, even Biohazard being able to survive that much longer. Took 2 nanoed right clicks from Sojourn in the head and survived perfectly fine. And then the BAP coming in to save him. But it wasn't enough, right? I mean, Jubal's and Zane just able to push them back.
And Sojourn in the backline catches Flamesbox off guard. Izzard falls as well. No support online now for the side of Cosmic, as they're going to be trying to basically fight this out for their lives. Now, granted, Jubal's is all alone. Power Kill's going to be able to pick them up. They have the overclock available to them, but Biohazard just doesn't have the support available either. That's going to be a nice wraparound from the back line of Glitch to clean this one up, and they're coming up very strong on this attack here.
Yeah, we talked about different ways to do the attack, right? They left point there, and they walked all the way into their back line, getting the sleep onto Galactic Rose, getting the kill, and then also picking off the BAP, which forces them to kind of play a little bit safer.
Zangerman takes down Power Kill, who had something required to really flip around that fight. Zangerman finds a second one. That Sojourn is just so brutal, but you've got a Nano Reese in your face. What are you to do? You can't pick one to look at. The other one's going to kill you. And so Glitch are just going crazy on this attack because of the amount of pressure they've just able to snowball. Zangerman gets a very nice late pick on the Galactic Rose, and that's going to allow them to capture second point and possibly get around the first corner.
I talked about this once before, that second point being hard to contest, right? Because of how far the attacker spawn is, right? We nearly saw that with, almost all of Cosmic coming back into that fight, but it was just one Nano Orisa, and you can't really do much against it, right?
That is absolutely true. Biohazard being able to pick up Sleepy Tiger in the backline. Very nice Terror Surge, gets aggressive, finds Elbow Reaper due to some nice follow-up from the backline. Very nice javelin throw, also to pressure out the remaining DPS, shove them in the corner, bully them for their high school lunch money.
Really good team fight from Biohazard, getting that pick onto the Ana, and then realizing that the Mercy is going to try to res it, going in and ulting the Mercy away from the res, also getting the pick on it, and then just running down the rest of the team, going for the DPS first because you know that Orisa's not going to die. So you want to get, the kills that you can. And that is great target priority from the side of Biohazard.
It was very, very nice. Getting rid of that res, killing that Mercy. You get rid of the support as well. Power Kill now on this Ashe, holding the high ground down. Gets a very nice couple of headshots on the Odd Nugget, and Zangerman absolutely shutting down the DPS on that side. Finds a third.
I like this swap to the Ashe, right? Playing these high grounds, farther high grounds away from the Soldier and Soldier, right? Because Soldier and Soldier don't have that much. They have such a high range damage fall off that Ash can just kind of stay in that kind of sweet spot of I'm going to do more damage than you from the far away. And Soldier's bullets aren't 100% accurate from range either.
Yep, that's true. She does have a little bit of spread, and that does make Galactic Rose's job a little bit harder trying to contest Power Kill from that range. There's the Terror Surge. No escape abilities available, but the Sound Barrier in return, and Galactic Rose able to pick up jewels before that Terror Surge finds all of its value. Power Kill going to follow that through with the Bob as well. Ultimates were used there for the side of Glitch to hold it, but they are able to do so with 2 minutes on the clock.
And I just want to talk about Glitch was so prominent in this first half of this point, right? They were so good at pushing. They were denying all of Cosmic stuff, but one switch flips it over, right? Like, it just the momentum change, right? This map is all about momentum and how much you can push it.
Look, they're not even aware that Galactic Rose is in the backline, but look at the pressure coming through from the side of Zangerman and Odd Nugget. The Tactical Visor finds 2 and basically bursts open the defense here. Jubilees is able to pick up Galactic Rose, and that's going to be a reset here, as both support ultimates were used for that defense, by the way.
Yeah, and both DPS ults gone from the side of Glitch now. But I like this Mercy switch, right? You have 2 very hard DPS carries, and if you can pocket one of them or even give them a little bit more damage, it just gives you a little bit more leeway.
And Mortality Field forced out early could provide a little bit of leeway for the side of Glitch as they continue to press forward, but Galactic Rose with that overclock going to be forcing them all back around that corner and getting rid of all that space. The anti-nades, though, absolutely gnarly from the side of Sleep. You're going to be shutting down Izzard. No Lucio speed boost to get you out of there. You're going to be at the mercy of Dangerman, who's up on the high ground, finds another one. Pocketed by that Mercy, just doing so much damage, finds a third, looking for the fourth even, as they're forced to hide behind the boxes.
And that's
a fourth.
That's the fourth. Can we get the... It doesn't get the 5th, but, I mean, just the amount of damage Zane was putting out there at the end.
Oh my gravy. Sojourn Mercy.
Yeah. One right click, and I'm pretty sure one right click kills any squishy.
Yeah. Squishy meaning anyone that's not a tank.
Yeah.
Granted, 19 seconds remaining. Again, not a terrible defense, despite the fact that Cosmic was able to, Cosmic did not hold all the way, and Glitch was able to find the 3rd point. 19 seconds, totally beatable. If you're able to get to point 3, you still have a plenty fine fighting chance. So, Glitch is still looking pretty good here. And I think, Cosmic's still looking pretty good here. It's just going to be one heck of a task to shut down, I think, that Mercy Sojourn.
Yeah, I think you have to focus the Mercy first, but Mercy has so much movability. I mean, they buffed her fly a few patches ago, and I've seen Mercy's fly to the stratosphere and back.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
You couldn't see my finger away, but she feels like a ping pong ball sometimes with just how much she's able to move around, and it is incredibly difficult to take care of her. That is going to have to be a team-coordinated effort. One of the best characters for taking out that Mercy is Anarisa. With that Javelin throw, you stun the Mercy for a short period of time. If your DPS are able to follow up on that, then you might be able to do it, but it is such a task.
Yeah. It's also, if you can land your shots. That is a big thing in the DPS for a DPS, is if you can land your shots.
Okay. Granted, I think this team has proven that they can clearly land their shots. As Powerkill gets on the Widow looking for some picks, but we'll be swapping off pretty quickly.
Seeing a little bit of a comp change, a little bit of deciding to choose a little bit of a different character.
Anti-Nage finds 3, and Mortality Field forced out to make sure that the pressure wouldn't crack them open.
Now, I really like how Cosmic decided to switch this, but
yeah, Zangerman with that anti-nade from the side of Sleepy Tiger just cleans up any fall through. Powerkill's going to find Odd Nugget eventually, and the backline is a little bit open to that Reaper as Powerkill looking for a second one, but will be forced to retreat here, will be forced to reset.
Now Reaper is one of those characters that even if your team's dead, you can't count out yet.
True.
Reaper has so much team kill ability with his damage and then also his self-healing. He gets healing per damage he deals. And then he also has that Wraith and Teleport to get him out. But I like the switch from Cosmic trying to play a little bit more aggressively. But Zane just, with that Mercy Pocket, just shutting down any push.
Yep, there's a jabbing throw going to be pushing Jubals back with the anti-nades again from Sleepy have been so fundamental in that damage though. Dangerman activating the overclock, going to be beating out Galactic Rose. Power kill finds Odd Nugget as well. So it's a trade-off of the DPS. But look at the space bought now by Cosmic because they're going to be pushing into the point here. They find a tick. They get up to 2 now.
Can they get the 3rd? They just need all 3 on point to take it as fast as they can.
Will there be a touch? Power kill in the backline, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Nice boop away by the side of Biohazard. Going to be forcing out that no contest as Electric Rose able to pick up Elo Reaper. That was very well played from Cosmic.
Yeah. Glitch forcing out 2 ultimates there, right? They used the Nano and they used the Sojourn ult. Sojourn had Nano Boost and a Pocket Mercy, but still just could not land the headshots that they needed to get those picks. But I just want to look at the ults, right?
Yes.
We look at Cosmic versus Glitch's ults, and if Cosmic can kind of play their cards right, they can push this all the way to the end.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult though because Cosmic has a sustain, right? Dangerman's actually going to be able to pick up Izzard, which is going to get rid of some of that sustain. The Terror Surge come through as well. Immortality Field forced out. The Blossom, though, able to pick up 2. We talked about that team kill ability. It's going to win this one back. The Attack Visor, though, from Odd Nugget. Finds Power Kill and Galactic Rose. No DPS now online from the side of Cosmic. It's so close. It's a 2v3 on point right now. Make that a 3v3. The Powers, the Soundbearer, along with the Terror Surge, finds the Tiger.
Both supports down now.
Biohazard on the Narisa finds 2. Oh my goodness, Jubal's forced back, going to be retreating to the rest of their supports. Somehow Cosmic's able to find the fight victory there.
That is the power of Orisa, right? I talk about it all the time. Orisa is so good at just being in these sticky situations that no one expects you to survive in. But it's Orisa, right? She has so many abilities to just help her team, help herself, really.
Oh goodness, oh that's so dangerous, but you have to run away from that Nano Boost Sojourn. Roger was able to be able to pick up Elo Reaper, so it's just going to be Zanjamin alone. Has the overclock though, has the Nano Boost, finds 2, makes that a 3rd. Holy cow, this man cannot be stopped. It's a 2v2 on point right now. Zanjamin getting down solo with the anti-nade on to Biohazard, going to keep them very low. Power Kill gets down to 1 HP as well. He's going to have the sustainability to fight for a little bit longer, but he will eventually fall, and that will be Glitch holding on just barely.
I want to say Zane did get the picks, but I think the real carry in that fight was the Ana.
Yeah.
Keeping him up as long as they could.
Yeah.
Even though both the DPS and the Orisa were focused at him, still Zane, under that pressure, can still get the picks, right?
Right. And we've talked about it before. Sleepy has had these massive anti-nades that Zanjamin and Odd Nugget are just so good at following through on that the anti-nade is basically signing you for death. And
time dwindling here. Cosmic needs to find something to get in here. They still have plenty of time, but that time can go away really fast.
Rotation on the left-hand side. Ant Matrix there to try to shut this down with the Terror Surge in response. Going to be melting through Jubal's HP though. Attack Visor as well from the high ground. Oh wait, never mind. Sorry, apologies. Dangerman's going to pick Electric Rose. Terror Surge in response, but the Valkyrie is there. It's going to be keeping everybody alive. Power Kill uses the Blossom, going to be trading out Jubal's, but Zanjamin gets found. The res comes through, not going to be able to shut it down. There goes the pick from the Death Blossom. So much used here, but somehow Glitch just able to constantly maintain the pressure. Immortality Field now going to be trying to stabilize things for Cosmic as the Galactic Rose activates the overclock, but they're going to be all alone, and nobody's going to be there to help them. Jules finds 3.
I talk about how, getting 1 pick with your ult is always a good ult, right? But that is not when Mercy is being used, right? That 1 pick that he got with the Blossom just got counteracted by the Mercy res, right?
Yep.
That is such a crucial ability. Being able to just res one of your teammates from a 30-second or a 20-second, respawn timer.
That's a great pick, though. Yeah, no, but I agree. That res is so important. They're going to shut it down, though. Power Kill knew it was coming and was not about to let that happen. They continue to rush now. Going to be pressuring out everybody else. Power Kill just making sure that they're not going to contest around that corner. And they'll be able to get the second point capture.
A beautiful pick from Power Kill. And then also was watching it, waiting for the Mercy to go up there, because Zane is the playmaker for Glitch right now. They need Zane in the fights. But Power Kill knew. Power Kill was aware that the Mercy was going to go up for it and shut down the Mercy as well, forcing Glitch to back off the fight. And
Bastion, raining hell from above. That's a far line, but it works in this instance. Immortality are going to be saving the entirety of Cosmic the entirety of Cosmic from that Terror Surge. Biohazard going to be able to finding one in the name of Sleepy Tiger, which is huge. No anti-nades now available, and they're going to be able to maintain full HP. Nice artillery strike going to be shooting down Jubals. Oh, they cancel out the res. They cancel out the Valkyrie. That was huge from Biohazard as well. Sageman's all alone on point. Will get caught out here, and the snowball is coming through. The Tac Visor gets damaged out as well.
They don't get the touch. I want to talk about the ult advantage that Glitch had right there, right? They had 4 ults available in that fight. I think Cosmic had 1. They had Orisa, and then they just built the others. That just shows you that if you press Q, as you can win fights, but I think Glitch was just a little too slow on the Qs to actually pull it out.
Well, yeah. And granted, Cosmic did shut down like 2 ultimates basically.
Yeah.
They shut down the Valkyrie. They had the cooldowns for the Terror Surge, and then when the Tac Visor came through, Biohazard did such a good job at not letting Odd Nugget find any space with that. Literally trapped him in spawn with a very nice jabby throw. So it was very intense. Both teams had a lot of ultimates, a lot of links going for them, but Cosmic, they knew. They were aware of what Glitch was going to try to pull out, and so they just shut it down to begin with.
Cosmic coming out with a 48-second lead on this one. I mean, they stalled Glitch for so long on that first push. But this is King's Row.
This is King's Row.
Anything can happen.
This is absolutely true. First final, 4.5 minutes. Bottom seed versus top seed. The bottom seed was able to hold 1 tick. So I don't know what the heck's going to happen here. Looks like we've got Zane on the Widow looking for the pick on the Squishy. Trying to get close on the Izzard. Will find it. That's absolutely devastating. 45 seconds. You hear the screaming for the go as they're going to want to be taking absolute capitalization on that Kiriko pick.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, it's still just 1 pick, right? Like they can still come back from that fight.
Yeah, but they do. They absolutely do. They shut down Zane so all the backline can focus on keeping Biohazard alive, and Power Kill along with Biohazard just shut down the push.
Yeah, and we heard the yells of the go, 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 go.
Yeah.
It was so loud, but I just don't think Glitch capitalized on it fast enough, right? They kind of just let the Bastion poke them out. And
look at this, capturing the Sleepy Tiger in the backline. The Reaper now trying to burn through Biohazard, but it's just not enough for that Fortify. Izzard's able to pick up Jubals. The remaining members are going to be super low. Elo Reaper's able to pick up Sleepy. Actually, they pick up... no. Okay. Gladiator's able to pick up Sleepy Tiger as well. Overtime is ticking down. It's just going to be Odd Nugget on the point, trying to stall out for as long as he can. He will be able to touch. Now the ball to stall from Jubals. The Ant Matrix, though, oh my goodness, that damage is just brutal. And that will be a full hold.
I want to talk about Power Kill or Biohazard's priority, right? He goes in, watches the team go in, and he pushes Ana into the room by themselves, gets the pick on the Ana, which is a crucial pick, because now you don't have any sustaining heals, right? You have the Mercy heals, but Mercy can't heal through the Bastion Sojourn, right? And then just the cleanup fights.
We've also seen for Sleepy Tiger's nades be incredible playmakers for Glitch, which you also get rid of whenever you pick up that Ana. So I think Biohazard shoving Sleepy into that tiny room and just being like, "You didn't give me my lunch money."
Yeah.
I literally, I'm gonna wreck your day.
Yeah, and then I mean, like obviously Sleepy's nades have been impeccable, right? They have been playmakers for the side of Glitch, and getting that shutdown, it ends the fight pretty much, because now you're down your playmakeability and your main heal.
Yep. Not to mention, Glitch, very much similar to... Glitch has done a great job at shutting down Zane on the Tracer, which is an anomaly a little bit. So they're doing a great job at keeping that circle closed. So they're going to be... it's going to be Cosmic on the attack now. And they're going to have 1:48 on the clock.
Now, we haven't seen any switches off of Orisa.
Yeah. The Orisa's been pretty consistent the entire map. Look at the aggression coming out here.
Yeah.
As Glitch is playing super far back, they're just going to let Cosmic run in a little bit. Separate Biohazard.
But this is exactly what Cosmic wants. They want them to force them off point, right? Like, they want to take point. They only need one tick to take this map win.
Yep, but look at the high ground pressure coming out from the side of Odd Nugget. The anti-nade once again from Biohazard gets them down incredibly low. They're going to be forced away. They're going to be getting back up to full HP. A minute on the clock here. 48 seconds already gone. Anti-nade once again slowing things down so much, but Dire Raven, Flamin' Fox does fall.
And that's what we've been talking about. Sleepy's ability to get those plays, right? To get those nades, to force the team to. You don't get healing when you get anti-nade, so that is a lot of damage that you take right there.
Without that Baptiste, you've got the Kiriko, which does quite have a little bit of sustain, but it's just so much damage, right? 30 seconds remaining. Once again, just checking Biohazard around every corner. If Biohazard has the anti-nade on them, they're not going to push in. There's the Bastion spamming into Jubles, but they are getting spammed out a little bit. Parko isn't able to pick up Sleepy. There goes your playmaker. The Blossom from Jane. They're going to pick up one. May find a second. It's Trace left, right, front, and center.
It's going left and right.
Zane, that was so close. Zane Rowe is going to be able to hold. 10 seconds remaining. This is the last fight.
It's the last fight. Can anyone touch? Do we have anyone that can get on the point to touch in time?
It's going to be very close.
Nope.
Magic Rose tries. 1 second remaining, and nobody touches.
It's a draw. Very good fights from both sides. Very good holds from both sides. Picks were going left and right on that last fight, right? I mean, I'm speechless.
That was, I mean, so impressive from Glitch. And they knew that they wanted to play King Joe, right? It's one of their comfort maps. As much as we talk about all of them, Elo Reaper Odd Nugget doing a great job at keeping the pressure on the Bastion from a distance. Zanjamin doing a great job at constantly applying that Reaper pressure and spamming out Biohazard alongside Sleepy on the anti-nade. Personally, I'm going to give that one just to Sleepy. I think the anti-nades were absolutely key, and we saw that whenever Cosmic was able to take her down, it forced Glitch's hand.
Yeah.
So when she's able to just constantly keep Biohazard in check, there's not a lot Cosmic could do.
Yeah. Ana has some of as a support, probably the best utils, right? She is a sleep, shut down anything, right?
Yep.
Or majority things, right? Like a Reaper Blossom, right? Sleep it.
Yeah.
High noon, sleep it. You get dove by Tracer, sleep it, right?
Yeah.
And then also the anti-nade.
Yeah.
Not only can it be used aggressively, but it can be passively, right? If your team needs it, right, for any fights that they're about to go into and you need more healing, you throw it at your team and deal double healing, right? Or you can throw it at the enemy and it gives them no healing.
Yeah. For, is it like 3.5 seconds?
Yeah.
That is nuts. We mentioned it before. When people hear 2 seconds in Overwatch, they're like, oh, it's just 2 seconds. No, that's 2 seconds. That's nuts.
Yeah.
And the fact that it gives you 0 healing for 3.5, I mean, literally any time Biohazard tried to buy space, he was getting anti-naded. And there's just nothing you can do as a tank if you get anti-naded.
Yeah.
You have no healing. There's not really a whole lot of cooldowns in the game. There's not a lot of characters that can, take care of that.
I think there's one.
Kiriko.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say it, then I was like, I'm jumping ahead of myself there a little bit. So maybe we see a Kiriko come out.
Possibly. I do like that Kiriko BAP combo, right? I mean, it gives you a lot of like team sustain, right? With the Kiriko Suzu, right? Cleansing any debuffs your team gets, and also making you invincible for what, 1 second?
Yeah.
Which is 1 second, right? Like,
yeah,
anytime it's crazy. And then also BAP, right? BAP has been played, I think, in every map we've seen, right? I think BAP has been...
yeah, not by every team.
Not by every team.
We've seen Lucio Moira, but BAP has been in every match.
Yeah, which is a crazy support.
Yeah.
We talk about how crazy Ana is. BAP is almost just as crazy with that immortality field, able to just give your team pretty much infinite health, right? But I mean, as soon as it goes down, you're down to 20. But that's where his other util comes in, right? An instant burst of what, 100?
Yeah.
Some crazy number of healing,
number,
right? And it's just an instant number.
Yeah, it's boom, done. Like it's not slow growing. It's burst healing. So we talk about burst damage. We talk about burst healing. Burst damage is really good because it negates your support's abilities to heal you. The quicker you die, which is why headshots are so crucial. You get a headshot on somebody, the supports don't have time. With the physical, they don't have the physical time to go, okay, I'm going to hit you with I'm going to hit you with a heal dart or a healing nade or some immortality field or whatever to save you. Support healing is the same way, wherein I'm playing Soldier, who doesn't do as much burst damage as someone like Sojourn or Widow.
Yeah.
If you're constantly pumping in burst healing from a Baptiste, it's going to be much harder for me to do my job.
Wow. Your main goal when you're doing that, like you're playing Soldier into a BAP, or Soldier into a BAP, your main goal is just to get ult charge, right? Because you're not going to get picks unless you have an Ana to stop that. That's what we've been seeing, right? I mean, we've seen Odd Nugget on that Soldier getting the value off of Sleepy's nades, right? And especially with his Helix rocket, right? That's an instant damage too. So like, nade brings you down to like a quarter or a half HP or something like that.
Yeah.
And then Helix rocket brings you down even lower.
And
then you
can't
heal it.
So it just compounds on itself.
Yeah.
And that's whenever you take a look at these compositions, that's really what you're looking for is the team synergy. And I think Glitch has this down almost to a science. It's just Cosmic's ability to try to negate those, and we've seen them do very well at separating Sleepy, or shutting down Odd Nugget early into the fight. If they're not able to do that, despite the fact that we don't say their name very often, it becomes much harder for them to do the thing they need to.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see the team comms on this map, right? Because this map is a more open map, right? So your Sig and your Ram and your Hog are very viable on this map.
Right. Yeah.
And I want to point one thing out there too. Ball. It's very viable on this map as well.
Yeah, on Esperanza push maps, it's basically a game and tug of war, right? So you're trying to get the possibly can, and you're trying to get the bot as far as you can in the most amount of space over the course of the 10 minutes the map is active. One of the greatest things that Ember's really good at, because they have said that ball, is selling out. That's where Lazy Titan got his infamous ball name, was on push. So you're not going to be seeing that here necessarily, but hear the noises.
And I don't want to say anything yet about the team comps until that first initial look, but kind of a switch here, right? They went off of the Ana, which has been such a crucial character for them.
I think it's because the distance makes it so much harder to actually pull up on those anti-nades. King's Row, you can run into somebody, right? But Esperanza is so long, you can't really pick somebody and press W on them.
Which is why we're seeing this, like...
I say that.
And as they jump on them...
as they get jumped on, yeah.
But I mean, like, that's what you can do, right? Like, it depends on how you want to play the map. You can wait for them to take the bot and then jump on them on the bot.
The damage going through from Biohazard. They will eventually get picked up by Jubals. Dangerman's able to pick up Flame Fox as well. Glitch Rose does fall. Power Kill's the only one remaining and will probably get picked off. Yeah. There's no way.
We kind of see the swap here, though. Power Kill on the Sojourn and Galactic Rose on the hit scan.
Yeah, I think they're pretty comparable either or. I don't think it's really going to be a noticeable difference between the two in terms of performance. But it is certainly a difference, and we'll have to wait and see if that actually comes out with anything noticeable.
And, looking at Glitch, they're kind of playing a little separated, right? They're playing very split, not trying to, like, be a dive target, right?
Yeah, they force out the Kiriko cooldowns. Sleepy is going to get split off, but will be able to get back with their tank. And, yeah, as you mentioned, Glitch playing very well in terms of just being able to focus fire and split apart Cosmic's attention. We saw Biohazard go in there to try to contest because you don't want Glitch getting that advanced respawn if you can help it. But in the meantime, Glitch is so much high ground pressure from Odd Nugget and Zane that Cosmic can't push in with Biohazard because they'll just get picked off. So it becomes this very interesting thing where you're forced to play split as Cosmic.
Yeah, I really like this like split.
Sound Barrier to negate the damage coming out from the Ant Matrix as they try to press forward here. It's a very dangerous game. Parka's going to be able to shut down LR Reaper. That's going to force Biohazard Jubal's back immediately. Has the Terror Surge available to them. Cooldowns do get through, but do force out a lot of damage. Galactic Rose does go down. Jubal's Terror Surge is finding so much value now as Cosmic is forced to play back.
Yeah, and it's just these individual things that come down, right? That beat saving the team from a Sojourn window, right? I mean, that is crazy amount of damage.
You hear the crowd absolutely going nuts right now in this matchup. Zangerman's able to pick up Izzer to open things up. And we're talking field forced out early from the side of Cosmic. That could be incredibly important here. They have a laser down from the side of Biohazard, but they're going to get split off. They have the turn. Oh, goodness gracious. Zangerman's getting a nice right click onto them. And it's a snowball for Glitch.
And that is, snowballing is such a big thing, especially on a push map. If you can just keep winning these fights over and over again, the enemy team doesn't get time to touch the cart, and you just keep pushing the cart for free, and they're already in their spawn.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes on the clock here, and ultimates are down low for both teams. Zangerman activates the overclock to try to poke anybody coming out of the spawn, and we're talking about his force. Terra starts to clear out the space and gets the L-Reaper down so low that they do get picked up. Julius also gets separated enough to where they're able to pick that up with the Ant Matrix, and Power kills the ability on Sojourn right there with the right clicks coming through. Power kill gets down low though, will manage to stay alive as Oddnug is the only one standing left.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hard push map. Isn't made to cap it. It is made to push it as far as you can and then hold that lead.
100%.
Because of how close that defender's spawn is to the point, right? I mean, it is literally like 10 feet away from it.
Yeah.
And I mean, as you saw there, able to like stop that, snowballing effect.
There's rotation from the back. Glitch just gets in the back line, and they take down the very first person they take down is Power Kill, who, without being able to provide that DPS bonus, is just going to, they're going to just get sped down with that Lucio Kiriko combo. And now they're sort of split.
Cosmic wasn't ready for the rotation to behind, right? They were so focused on pushing that cart to mid, or to that middle point, they just didn't even think about behind them, and Zane just gets free picks, and Jubal's is. They kind of just flipped sides there for a second.
Yeah.
And now we're right back into Glitch's kind of territory.
Overclock from Power Kill, pressuring out the supports down from the back from the high ground. Not quite able to get a pick on the Zane. Gets so close though. So close to finding that value that he's desperately searching for. Soundbarrier comes through as well, going to be allowing Glitch to play as aggressive as they want to. The overclock now for the side of Zane in turn. Going to be fighting a 1v1 between the two in Power Kill, but it's already too late. The support's now down for the side of Glitch as Power Kill's left all alone. Biohazard struggling to stay alive, will eventually fall. And Glitch, they've done such a good job of constantly finding that pressure. They're in the last stretch here.
And Glitch just building ult up for that last fight. Did so well, and
nobody's ever
capped it.
So now we're 1-1-1 on the series.
We're going to a map 4?
Yeah, we're going to map 4.
Wow.
Isn't that nuts?
That's crazy. I thought we were already like on map 5. This has been such a crazy bout that I just forgot about other maps.
I was gonna point out something that I like seeing Glitch do, which they just, I don't know how or why. Oh, that's right. Zangerman and Odd Nugget were doing such a good job at catching Cosmic in the retreat.
Yeah.
And that was part of that snowball, right? Mm-hmm. Is that Glitch, every time Cosmic tried to retreat and regroup to fight the next fight, Glitch said, no, we know you're down 3. So we're just going to press it. We're going to chase you down. and we're going to find you right before you're able to regroup with your team.
Because if you can stagger,
So much stagger.
and then that bot gets pushed so much farther, right?
Yeah.
Like, the more you stagger, the farther you get.
Yeah.
But I also just want to talk about how well Glitch was holding the robot, right? They had Arissa sit on the robot because the robot doesn't move no matter how many people you have. It moves the same speed if you have 1 or if you have all 5, right? So you have the Arissa just sit on point and walk the cart. And then you have the Lucio able to speed to either DPS, right, to get them to different high grounds or different locations, right? And then you just have your DPS play separately, so no matter where Cosmic wanted to look at, they had a DPS pressure. And then Kiriko really able to dive either the DPS if need be, or dive the Orisa, help support them a little bit, Like, just tremendous push from Glitch right there. And then...
Yeah, and the funny thing is, too, is, like, it felt like Cosmic was trying to play onto that backline. They were trying to push out the backline so that they could take care of Jubiles eventually. But Glitch was doing such a good job at staying alive so consistently. And PowerKill got so close to finding so many picks. Immediate retreat.
Yeah.
Every single time, they just retreated. They said, oh, PowerKill's got overclock. We're not even going to peek.
Yeah.
Which I think is exactly what you need to do.
Exactly.
So very smart from them. As we're going to be going into Rialto for our payload map.
One of my personal favorite maps. I really like playing Pharah on this map specifically.
Oh, 100%.
100%. Pharah is such a fun character. I remember that it was me versus Voltage, right? The 2 Pharah players for the whole season, right? Like head to head, it was such an even match. Such one of the funnest matches I think I've ever played.
Yeah.
And then my iconic clip of touching my toes in the water, getting a little dip. But Rialto's such a good map for poke specifically.
Yeah. As you know, special guest appearance from the man, myth, the legend himself. The tape is coming out. I'm scared. All right, no, he's going to do something else. I was like, what's that for? What's happening? Did I do something wrong? No, I'm kidding. Refresh is awesome. What was I gonna say? Yeah, Rialto is, I think, a lot of fun. Also, where a lot of iconic hit scans have made their name.
As Genji's.
And
we
Genji's.
saw some pretty good Genji plays too from Hurricane and Voltage.
Yeah.
Surprisingly.
So
not surprisingly.
I was referencing Wildo Maker.
Yeah.
I was referencing Wildo Maker. But it's a map with a lot of good memories.
Yeah. A lot of good plays made too, right? A lot of strange comps out too, right? Like
this point A is a very interesting one for the defense because they can contest the cart from that high ground, but it's a bit risky, right? You have to get so far out that you risk being picked off. But the simple fact that it's like within arm's reach of the attackers, like they could high five you from the low ground if you wanted to.
Yeah,
makes it, I think, one of the more difficult places to defend.
I think also another crucial way to defend this map is holding that high ground. As soon as you let go of that high ground, you've lost your advantage because there's so much of it, right? Almost every part in the first and second part point advantage, right? I mean, especially this first point right here with that high ground looking over at the very first lane. But you don't really see much high ground like looking directly into the enemy spawn.
Yeah, especially on a high ground that the entire team can access, right?
And such a long range too, right? So like there's only a few characters who can contest that unless you have a shield or some sort of really tanky front line.
I'm trying to think. Really the only one where you can see the spawn doors from the high ground is like Circuit Royale.
Circuit Royale and King's Row has it a little bit, but it's kind of blocked off by the statue.
Right.
So it's not full high ground access, but this is like long range high ground control of the spawn.
Right. Glitch is going to be defending on the low ground. Zangerman going to be taking a little bit of a perch, but Not going to be staying there for too long. He doesn't want to get pressured out, I guess.
And
as they're already pushing around the first corner.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to play up against that corner, but Cosmic already finding the picks that they need.
Yeah, they're putting out pressure already. They're getting in deep. They're without even the speed, just finding the pressure. I don't even know really where it came from. I think it came from Odd Nugget on that soldier.
And that's what I was talking about. Holding that high ground is so crucial because, like, high ground gives you more obscure angles to peek, right? Like, low ground can't see you as much if you're on the high ground, but if you're on the low ground, it's just the same peakage.
2.77 meters away. Biohazard trying to push everybody back, but won't be able to do it against the entire team. Sleep Dart to try to see if they can't negate his pressure, but not going to quite be able to find anything. Zane trying to lay down the law, and they will be able to hold back a little bit as the pressure finally comes through to them. Nice little right-hand pusher, though. I like this. Constantly applying pressure to Jubal's. Elo Reaper gets down low. Will get found by Power Kill on that Cassidy swap. We see him find two. Nano, Terra Surge finds one. Make that two, possibly three. Make that, yeah, three. Holy cow.
But he
not
takes
enough.
It. Power Kill takes it, and that's point. Power Kill Galactic Rose finally getting to finish off Jubal's, who took out 4 in that fight, or 3.
Yeah, it was 3, but Jubal, that was so close to turning around from the side of Jubal's. I just think, Sleepy was able to get the Nano out right before she died. And with no supports online, even a Nanoed Orisa, which is like one of the highest health tanks in the game at that point, can't survive a furious onslaught. So
yeah, I'm really hoping to see that Glitch holds this high ground a little bit more, especially on this point where you can see the whole card. This whole lane is covered by high ground.
And you see that Jubal's able to pick up Power Kill and Galactic Rose falls as well. Now they're just going to fall on the head of their enemies as they force out cooldowns. It's just going to be Flame Fox who falls. Next is Izzard, and last but not least, it's going to be Biohazard who will try to run for the retreat. Still have 4 minutes on the clock here, but anti-nade. Oh, so close.
Barely getting out.
Like 100 HP left.
Yeah, but I talked about that high ground, and this high ground is so crucial because if you get enough damage or picks done, you can just drop on their heads, right? Yeah. They have to walk towards you, or they have to walk under you. Either they take the fight high ground, or they walk under you. And seeing a little bit of a... Just both teams trying to find, spam, trying to find the picks that they can get.
Kitsune Rush going to be allowing Power Kill a lot of additional damage as well, the entire team. Samir in response there from the side of Cosmic to try to stay alive, or Glitch to try to stay alive. Power Kill's going to take Elo Reaper, but Dangerman trades out for 1, make that 2. No supports now online for the side of Cosmic, but they will eventually get picked off. It's trades left and front center with the anti-nade, and then finding Biohazard eventually, and Power Kill's the last one standing. Is going to try to build up as much ultra charge as they can before they do fall.
What I love about this game specifically is every fight just feels like a brawl, right? Every fight, or majority of the fights, either goes one way or the other way, or it's just pick after pick, right? You can never decide who's going to win the fight right at the start of it, because both teams are playing the best of their abilities right now.
No, I think that's absolutely true. We see a high ground rotation now from Cosmic. They're going to be diving into the backline here. They know that they know that Jubal's on that low ground, so they're trying to separate the tank from their support. High Noon with the Ant Matrix. Not going to be able to find anything, but they will eventually pick up Elo Reaper. The Ant Matrix still on the high ground is going to be brutal because it oversees everything. As you mentioned, the high ground incredibly important for both attacker and defender. Biohazard eventually picks up Zane, and now down 2 members. Glitch is going to have to play back a little bit.
Yeah, and a big pick on Sleepy, and that might just be able to be enough to take the point.
Terra Surge comes through, but so does the attack visor from the high ground. Spraying down a lot of pressure there. Power Kill trying to shut it down, but Izzard does eventually fall. The Immortality Field also forced down. Jubileus does collapse as well. It's 0.02 meters on the clock, so if anybody doesn't touch, that is going to be a point cap there. Biohazard eventually captures Zane, and that is going to be the point. So close of a defense there. Ultimate's used as well, but eventually Cosmic will find the victory.
Glitch opting to use 3 ults in that fight to try to contest the point as long as they can, but all in vain. And now it seems that Cosmic might have the ult advantage in these next fights, right? I mean, don't want to say too much, but
No.
ults are really important, especially the charge, depending on what your team has, right?
I think that's absolutely fair to say. And the Terror Surge chasing down, I mean, just really chasing down Zane, not letting him live for very long. But the trades do come through, actually. It ends up going better for the side of Glitch as they're able to pick up Biohazard and Izzard. Power Kill left all alone. Somehow manages to win that 1v1. Had his Baptiste, I believe, with him.
I'm not counting Power Kill out yet. He's still able to find the picks even after this fight looks lost.
Anti-nades, though. Going to be forcing out the Immortality Fields and forcing out a retreat eventually. They're just regrouping with Biohazard, though, so they are back at full strength and ready to continue moving forward.
I think both teams are just looking to find one pick, right? If they can find one pick, that shifts the momentum of the fight towards them.
Biohazard trying to shut down Zane, but he has the support available to them. Power Kill nearly gets Elo Reaper down, but now Ultimate's online for both teams. The Ant Matrix comes through. It's going to be hiding around the corner, so the Consumer Rush comes through as well. Zane was actually able to pick up Biohazard, and the Side Barrier comes through so that they can push through the Ant Matrix. That's absolutely massive. They're actually going to play behind it, wait for it to get rid of it, and Jubal's going to be able to clean up. That's absolutely beautifully well played, as Galactic Rose is going to get stalled out a little bit.
And this comp switch from Zanjamin, knowing that this part of the map is not as open, right? It is more enclosed. It's inside the building. Doesn't have any high ground advantage. Doesn't have any long range advantage. So Reaper will kind of be more dominant on this part of the map. And we've seen it already, right? Like they were just hiding in that corner, waiting for them to walk in and getting that kill on Biohazard immediately.
Nano. They have the Nano, they have the Blossom. They know they have the Blossom though. It's going to be incredibly dangerous, but it doesn't matter. The Ant Matrix does get popped. It's going to find 3, make that a 4th. They do eventually fall to Power Kill, but that's going to be a nice clean sweep.
I love that positioning from Zanjamin, positioning in the back line.
That
trying
was
to
so
force
risky.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, Power Kill turned to look at him, but he teleported out, and then the Nano coming out just in time. He didn't quite teleport, I think, far enough as much as he wanted. He kind of teleported in the middle of the team, but it worked out because he had the Nano.
Yeah.
And then the Blossom coming out afterwards, just giving him a free fight.
Overclock though, gonna catch one member off guard. Elo Reaper does get found. He's gonna be pressuring on Sleepy as well, getting down to the 2 HP, but the Terror Surge to cancel it down. Izzard does eventually fall. Zanjamin is able to pick up Diary, and Biohazard to pick up Zanjamin. It's a trade left, right, front, and center as Jubal's barely sitting alive on the team. Is gonna pick off Galactic Rose eventually, and that's round 1 complete.
Such a close fight. Both Soldier and Orisa very low there at the end. These fights can go either way.
No, I 110% agree. And this is what I told you. Cosmic and Glitch, they go head to head as much as Cosmic and Rush do. You know, we see this. They're so evenly matched. I mean, you look at across this board and you tell me one what you think stands out more than any one other.
I can't.
You can't. It's just that close. We saw so many times where I'm thinking, Cosmic's got this, right? They've got this. They have to get this. They picked off Elo Reaper first. They were able to bait out Sleepy Tiger's nade. They were able to pick off Zane. No.
And then Jubal's just pulls something out. And then even Odd Nugget, even in that last fight, they're pulling his weight there to help secure the fight.
Yes, sir.
And both teams playing amazing, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, I think they feel the tenacity, as we also hear the crowd cheering for their respective sides.
And even when Cosmic had the ultimate advantage, right? They had 3 ults and with 2 more coming up, and Glitch had none, right? But Glitch still somehow pulls out the fight. Seeing a little
This very far back defense.
Yeah. Ooh.
For Cosmic. Zane looking down long on that Widow. Gets the bashing down very low.
And
Power Kill finds the pick though.
Yeah. Power Kill eventually getting the kill. That might be enough to win the fight, but they still have to get through this Orisa. Getting through the Orisa is definitely the hardest part of this of these fights.
PowerKill has a Bastion turret, so he's probably going to get stunned out of it every single time. Jubel's actually able to pick up Izzard, who tries to play aggressive with PowerKill there, and that could turn the fight here. Jubel's has their full support. They're able to get back up to full HP. They're able to sustain, especially with Sleepy Tiger's healing nades. Immortality Field forced out now will basically just force Cosmic back. Flaming Fox does get picked off as well. 3 minutes on the clock as PowerKill tries to find anything they can. They do eventually pick up Odd Nugget. They're down to 23 HP. Will get picked off from Rapier. And they're finding their way onto point 1 with pretty quick speed.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a glitch capture, unless
Terror Surge, absolutely massive, gets Rapier and Sleepy Tiger both down low. They could both fall right here. They could both die, and that would get rid of both support lines here. Not gonna quite happen just yet, and it is Biohazard fighting for their life, but the Amp is countered by the sound barrier as Dangerman activates the overclock to respond to that massive play. Finds 3. The Amp artillery barrage is not quite in time.
these, like I've said, these fights are just coming down to pick after pick, right? I mean, it was looking so good for Cosmic. Biohazard able to get the Sleepy Tiger, almost killing Law Reaper, and then sustaining in the fight a little bit longer. But then Zanjamin just comes in with the overclock, killing 3, securing the point for Glitch. I don't know if anyone could play that any better.
No, I think Zane with that overclock was absolutely amazing. Now the Biohazard is going to be split off. The anti-nade as well. Sibby once again using that to start off the play, but they aren't able to get rid of the Immortality Field in time. Terror Surge forced there to try to find that follow-up. It does with the help of Elo Reaper playing that bit of aggressive Lucio, but PowerKill is alive. Zanjamin is able to shut it down eventually thanks to the overclock coming up from the side of Galactic Warriors to try to clean this up. Zanjamin does not care. He's able to find both DPS with the help of Odd Nugget. It's a 1v2 on point. 3 meters left. Can anybody touch? No. 5 minutes on the clock here for Glitch.
This is looking really good for Glitch here. You'd be happy if you're Glitch right now, because 5 minutes to get this last push. I mean, it's not going to be an easy feat by no means. It will be a hard push, but they have cushion, right? They have enough time to kind of play around with kind of switching comps maybe, trying to work around Cosmic.
PowerKill gets picked up by the Tracer though. Caught in a little awkward position. The Sleep Dart on the Izzard. A massive from Sleepy once again. The Nano to clean up as well. Even though the Tracer just come through, it's not going to find anything. The Immortality Field forced out to keep Flaming Fox alive. Again, Glitch playing so incredibly well together, just falling through.
And this is the snowball effect that we've been talking about, right? If you're able to just kind of pile on fights, win fights after winning fights, you know, it just becomes so much. You get so much ult charge.
Anti-nade finds Izzard, the attack buzzer to follow through as well. 2 meters, PowerKill forced to basically jump on the main with their tank to try to stall it out as long as they can. They have that self-sustain with the Reaper. They're going to be able to TP, but they get booped away.
Which wins the fight. Booping away the Orisa and the Reaper from the fight, getting the kill onto the BAP that was contesting point, and no one else could touch. PowerKill was just too late in time to get to it. And we get to see Zane's play here.
Yeah, that, yeah, I mean, Zane is such a good job in the Sojourn, but yeah, and Glitch played that incredibly well. I think, really, we mentioned it in the previous map, it's just the follow-through. I mean, I watched it happen. You've got Jubles, who's looking to peel for the backline, but Sleepy gets 3 on an anti-nade, and Jubles goes, oh, you can take care of yourself. I'm going to fall down on anti-nade, and picks off too. And that's enough to allow Glitch to get to that second point. They were just on top of it. Every single time a play was made, Elo Reaper was playing an incredibly aggressive Lucio that found value, and just so much follow through. That was a great game from them.
Yeah, and I don't even know what to say about Glitch. I mean, they both played phenomenally.
Yeah.
Cosmic holding that high ground a little bit more on the attack side, right? Yeah. Giving them a little bit more advantage, but Glitch just said, we're just going to win 3 fights in a row, and
yeah.
There's nothing we can, there's no stopping, right? Like, they just kept pushing the point more and more forward, and the time just never went down.
Yeah, that basically concludes that match. It was incredible. We're going to be going into, I believe, a little bit of an intermission as we are going to be swapping out teams here. Don't go away. We've got much more Overwatch coming, and you don't want to miss it because it's been nuts today. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the second half of the Oath Finals. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Exotic.
Hello.
And it's been a crazy set of games today.
It has been.
We're looking at Riff versus Riff versus Cosmic. We got teams were wrong on that. I was like,
Yeah.
we just did that. We just did Clutch versus Cosmic. There's no way that's right. There we go. Riff versus Cosmic to open things up. Now we did see Riff play an excellent game against Ember to start off the day, as it was quite interesting. Certainly. They had a lot of really solid rotations. They had a lot of really solid ideas. They may not have beaten Ember, but Ember did just defeat the number 2 seed, right? Cosmic, yeah. So who knows where the heck this is going to end up as we head into Antarctic Peninsula for our first map.
Both very close matches, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all it's been today, is incredibly close matches.
Yeah.
So I believe this is the loser's bracket, this is the loser's bracket, and it's going to be going into. So whoever loses this one is going to be out, but whoever wins is going to go back into the winners,
Yep.
or move forward into the losers. Okay, yep. So, so this really comes down to whether or not either one of these teams are going to remain in the bracket.
Yep.
So
Get another chance at maybe taking it to finals.
yeah, who knows? Considering both of these teams and what they've done today or in the past, right? Riff was a team that struggled throughout the regular season, but they came back pretty strong against an Ember that is historically always played really well on LAN. And Cosmic was our number 2 seed, and the only team to take a game away from Rush. They did lose their match against Ember, but we're now in the losers bracket, so either one of these teams could really take this one out, and it would be it's going to be a bit of a shocker, I think, either way.
Yeah, for sure. Starting off on the comps, see a little inconsistency on one of them. I haven't seen any Life Weaver.
No, Life Weaver is very interesting choice. Nice boop from Dylan, getting Biohazard on the low ground all by themselves. Powercup's going to pick up Nyx, and the Life Weaver pool is going to be able to get their tank back. And despite that very nice boop and that very solid attempt at splitting the tank off, the DPS from the side of Cosmic just capitalized on the backline's openness.
Yeah, Cosmic actually just holding the high ground perfectly there.
Yeah.
That was such a nice play. Having just power kill and Galactic Rose be able to shoot down from, above them. Perfect synergy. And then even though Biohazard got knocked down, Life Grip. I mean that's probably why they wanted to play the Life Weaver so they can just, get their team out. And
nice dive there onto Izzard. Biohazard is going to get Quest as he does get walled off, I believe. Gets down to half HP, but Nyx trying to force him away. Powerkill gets picks off Agent of Chaos, I apologize, and Biohazard's going to pick up next. So, again, a very strong high ground defense here from Cosmic to open things up.
Did you see what I saw at the beginning of that fight?
I did not see.
Biohazard was in Rift's backline.
He got back there somehow.
He was all the way in the back stairs and walked all the way through the team.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if the horse is able to be sneaky as we continue on this match. Biohazard staggers out Quest. And it looks like we're swapping into a little bit of different game plan here.
You're probably going to go for a little bit more of a pokey kind of situation because they're playing very aggressively with that Lucio and the May Reaper, right? And, Orisa is really good with that, but Orisa is also good with, the poke side, right? Which is exactly what Cosmic is doing right now. They're playing a hard poke comp.
I think it's a very smart decision from Cosmic to play that Life Weaver against this aggressive style that Rift is wanting to run. Quest gets down so low that Fortify just negating the cardiac abilities to heal. The Immortality Field comes out. It's providing a lot of value, allowing Biohazard to stay alive. Power Kill uses the Hydrogen to find Agent of Chaos. Catitude falls as well. 84% in counting here as Cosmic maintain a strong foothold.
Yeah, maybe a little too aggressive on the side of Riff, playing really fast, just trying to go straight to point. But you can't deny the high ground, right? Like you have to try to contest the high ground in some way. But
Dylan does touch, able to initiate overtime, so there is still a chance for Rift to come back in this one. Ultimate's getting dropped down as Galactic Rose activates the overclock. Play with Foxes if they would take down Quest. The Samir not in time to save their tank. Immortality Field forced out. Catitude's able to pick up Izzard, and the freeze comes through as well. It's not able to pick up anybody, but it is able to split apart Cosmic. Galactic Rose finds into Chaos. Nyx is able to pick up Biohazard. Without that Orisa on there, a lot of the sustain does go down, but it's just Dylan on the point, having to stall, having to wait for the rest of his team to come back. Tagging in and out over time, but nobody's going to be able to touch. And that'll be Cosmic, showing up very strong in that first map.
yeah, very strong DPS pressure right there.
Yep.
Power Kill just holding the high ground for as long as he can. He did have Nyx come up and take him to knock him off the high ground.
Yep.
So, I mean, a really good play by the side of Riff. Try to take control of that while also taking control of point. Just wasn't enough.
Yep. And I think really you have to get rid of Izzard here. I think they got the closest they got to winning a fight in that particular map was whenever they were able to jump on Izzard. And then the trade just kept coming through. Because with as fast as they're wanting to play, Izzard being on that Lifeweaver just makes it kind of impossible to put pressure out anybody who might be out of position.
Yeah, because the Dylan push off, right? Like at the start when he pushed off Biohazard and then he just gets life grip back up to high ground.
Yep.
And even if like they dive the power kill, right, that's just another life grip.
Yep.
But switching over to Alari now.
Yeah, and I find that very interesting. I'm curious if they're going to be able to apply a little more pressure with this wall, especially considering that they don't have a life grip available to them. You're going to be seeing Izzard get a little bit out of position, but Biohazard just laying down the law on Cassidy. Finds to that range DPS damage, just doing so much as Agent of Chaos will eventually get picked off. Nyx, the last one remaining, will eventually fall as Power Kill finds 4 in that fight.
Yeah, we saw the same thing with Glitch versus Cosmic on this map, right? Power Kill just able to hold it so well. Hold all of that sightline so well. And there's just not a lot that that Rift can really do unless they force Power Kill off, right? Unless they either dive or force Power Kill away. And it's going to be a struggle to take this.
It is, but I believe in them. Quest gets down incredibly low. He does have his Alari there to try to keep him alive, but the damage is too much. The wall doesn't come quite in time to split off Biohazard from the rest of the team to keep Quest alive. The high noon is there. It's not going to find too much value as the Immortality Field does get put down to keep Biohazard up. The Power Kill is able to pick up Agent of Chaos, and Nyx does fall as well. Catitude now to crumble.
Quest playing a little too aggressive there. Running straight into the middle of the team and getting picked off super early. And, you know, most of the time Malga can do that, but not when you have the damage output that, you know, Power Kill and Galactic Rose has.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Alari too on that. She's able to hit a headshot. She just does so much damage.
And even the Orisa.
Yeah, I think the whole team, I think all of Cosmic is really just DPS focused. If they're able to burn down Quest, there's not a whole lot they can do. You see Catitude try to go in there in the backline to find the support, but it doesn't quite pan out. Nyx falls, the Terror Surge is there as well. Biohazard picks up 3, make that a 4th. 72% in counting here, and Riff looking for some opportunity.
That was a beautiful fight by Cosmic. Noticing that Riff was playing a little too split up, right? Like they weren't fully grouped up. They weren't fully walking as 5. And they just immediately get the picks off onto the Catitude, right? That's the main support on.
Holy cow, Galactic Rose, overclock. Picks up 2. Oh, there's a Blossom. There's the freeze. It picks up 2. Overtime is ticking.
Power Kill still alive.
Yeah, I was going to say Power Kill on that high noon with the Alari and his Orisa. Nobody's going to be able to touch. That'll be map 1 going towards Cosmic. I believe we had to hydrate the casters. So, I was going to want to wait for the camera, so I don't know if they just want to wait for the thing to show up. But Power Kill going to be getting the play. I mean, mechanics.
Yeah.
Have we talked about it enough?
Don't think so.
I think Power Kill and Power Kill. There you go. So we have a hydrate the casters. Thank you very much for the drink, because it's been a long day. But all more exciting.
You got this, Rick. Y'all just gotta talk to each other. One unit, one team. Play together.
Amazing start from Cosmic there.
Yeah, it was. It was very, very well done. They were able to find, honestly, the long hit scan pressure coming up from Power Collectors, I think, as you mentioned, is kind of making it very difficult for Riff to find the space they need in order to play the aggressive style that they've been wanting to play. So you've got to figure out a way to shut down that ranged opposition, right? Big ask considering who's on the opposing side, but I think it's very doable.
Yeah. It's really hard, especially with Biohazard on that Orisa, right? Just every time they try to focus down Power Killer Galactic Rose, you just have an Orisa in your face.
Yeah.
And then even if you try to swap to like the dive, right? Like if you try to swap to like a Tracer or that Reaper, right? They're just playing so grouped up that it doesn't matter if you look at one, you're gonna have all five looking at you, right?
All five of a very high damage composition.
Yeah.
Very high damage. I feel like Cosmic's playing obviously, you want to play the kill them before they kill us, but like Cosmic is leaning into that as just a pure out strategy.
Yeah, also they're just walking away too, right? Like their ability to just walk away from the fights and just continue to win the fights.
Yep. Because of that long range advantage that they've got, I feel like with Power Collector Rose on their signature heroes, they can play back. They don't have to be aggressive. Riv, in the attempt to close the distance, which I don't think is a terrible idea, is just taking so much damage.
Yeah.
And I think that's really what's separating them. We're now going to Midtown for, excuse me, for Rift's pick, as we might be looking into some poke opportunity.
Now, I haven't really got to watch a lot of both matches, but how often is Midtown picked?
Not super. Not a whole lot at all, actually. I think it's actually one of the least picked maps.
One time.
It's been picked one time in this regular season.
Now Midtown is it's kind of on there with Kings Row. Kind of like it's a strange way to play the map, right? It just depends on the way you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has that like Rialto high ground kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
On that second point, high ground is everything on that second point. And even the third point, high ground is a lot, right? So you're seeing these kind of like mixes between like the Kings Row, like kind of like close but like long range fights, and then like, the Rialto like high ground long range fights, right?
Yeah.
Like
I think Brawl works point only. I think if you're playing defense especially, Brawl is great for the first point because there's not really a whole lot of space that the enemy can push through. You either have to go through main or you have to go through the death train, that is the subway that overarcs the main push area. But after that, it's all Poke City. It is like Sigma, Hanzo, May, or Cassidy, or Sojourn. And we see, oh, we can't get into that yet. Nice little pan onto the flag. So you overlook New York.
I think this map is a very good Sigma map, right?
Yes.
Extremely good Sigma map. Even on this first point, right, it has so many spots Sigma can play in. And also, playing these tight corners, Sigma's range isn't that big, but it's his damage, like, where it's at.
Yeah, he can, he doesn't even have to, the cool thing about Sigma, he doesn't even have to stand in main in order to get damage value. If you know the angles, you can play safe behind the wall. You're the only character, aside from Junkrat, with bouncing bullets.
Yeah. And, I mean, we're seeing the Sigma out first, right? And
Because you're taking so much damage though from a distance, again, we see that Power Kill and Galactic Rose, they actually rotated up to the high ground here. Biohazard and Power Kill were able to get behind the enemy team and find the picks needed by just going to the train station.
now we're seeing kind of like an unorthodox Sig comp, right? We're seeing this Sigma Junkrat. You don't really see that too often with the Sojourn on a Lucio. So it's kind of like a weird poke brawl kind of comp, right?
Yeah.
You kind of want to poke out.
Look at the damage though.
Yeah.
Anti-nade. falling onto Biohazard. Quest getting down so low, though. Even with the eat, he gets found. Galactic Rose using that nade to full advantage. Power Kill finds 2.
But that's the problem with playing this kind of SIG comp is Cosmic is just playing this long range comp, and they have a Zen now, so it's doubling their damage output even more than when they had the Ilari, right? Like,
Yep.
because Zen is so good at setting up his DPS for kills, right? We talk about how Onanade is like a
Terra Surge in a small building could be massive. Does a great deal of damage and basically just crushes the HP of Riff, who I don't hate the right hand spawn rotation, especially on this composition, because they want to play that brawl. But Biohazard in a small room with Terra Surge,
it's kind of deadly.
it's pretty deadly.
I think just going into this small room with Orisa in general is really deadly.
Yeah, you see the try to follow through. Dylan not getting pressured out just yet. Galactic Rose throws in the nade, trying to apply a little bit more pressure on the back line as Quest rotating out through main. The shield available to cover the backline as they continue to push forward here. High Noon not able to find anything from Power Kill. And Dylan's actually able to pick up Izzard, so that Zenyatta not being there and the anti-nade onto Biohazard might be able to find something, but the overclock the right click from Galactic Rose gets shut down by Power Kill, who has the Ant Matrix just doing so much damage. Ooh, that is nasty.
Even though he didn't have a Zen for the Discord Orb, he did have the map wall, which does about the same, not the same thing as Zen Orb does, but gives it more damage, right? Like,
Yeah.
Power Kill is just doing crazy amount of damage, and I've seen at least 4 headshots in that.
Yeah, and Cassidy is already super underestimated whenever it comes to headshot damage, I feel like. But now the tire doesn't come through from Nyx either. It tries to get to the subway station, but Power Kill is able to sense that and shut it down. The Transcendence was there as well to basically make sure that the backline is able to maintain their presence on the point.
Now, I really like the Zen pick here, right? Because not only are you giving more damage, but you know that Nyx really likes to play that Junkrat, right? And what better ult than Transcendence to take out the tire?
Yeah, Power Kill is able to pick up one, Biohazard is able to pick up Quest. Agent of Chaos Catitude, they both get their own picks. Terra Surge are going to be running out the sound barrier, finding Catitude as Nyx gets down incredibly low on that Junkrat. So much focus fire coming in from Biohazard, who's doing a great job with using their power as the Orisa to just outlay so much damage. Now that supports are back, Biohazard's going to be basically indestructible. Overtime is ticking. They did get 1 tick, but that is going to probably be it. Quest might be able to touch, he just does.
Not for long.
Not for long. Not with the Discord Orb. Catitude gets found by Power Kill. That'll be a 1 tick hold for the side of Cosmic.
The reason why Orisa is so prominent is because of her tank ability and damage output. If you just lay all the headshots possible, like even the Sigma was getting melted right there, right? Like the Sigma was on point. I couldn't do anything against the Orisa.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they won a 2v3, right? With just Orisa and...
Yeah. I think it actually was just Orisa, until the supports came back.
Yeah. Orisa's just so good at being in those weird situations.
Especially when you're Biohazard and you have the ability to track. Like we saw just so much damage come out onto Nyx, right? Nyx was full HP. With that Biohazard that was half HP, and you're thinking, great. They're a Junkrat. They're going to be able to apply a lot of burst damage, especially up close. They might be able to close this one out and win that point. But Biohazard just followed them through the air and was like, no, I'm going to laser you down. So, Nyx playing Junkrat. Oh, does that make Nyx the New York Rat? Or
no,
is that just... I know. That's the POV, right?
Yeah.
We are a New York Rat. We are experiencing Overwatch from a New York Rat's perspective. It's kind of poetic if you think about it. I have no idea what I'm saying anymore. All right. We're getting back into things. Quest. On the defense. Playing Le Sigma.
Yeah. Opting to stay the same comp. Other than Dylan's on BAP now.
I think that's going to be a big improvement.
Because now they have a little bit more peel ability, right? Like they had the Lucio speed to get out and then the heal from the BAP.
Look at that. Immortality Field forced out. They're spamming very nicely into this small room. Teleport on the point, though, as they only need to capture 1 tick. You can't really let them stand on there for too long. They're already halfway there. Can anybody touch? That's going to be it.
That's it. And that's that match.
Yeah. Cosmic's going to take it.
Cosmic takes it. I like that play, right? They decide to go into Subway, right? So they don't have to take as much poke. And then they just TP onto point and knock everyone else off, right? Mm-hmm. And then we have an amazing play from Power Kill here.
With the Ant Matrix picking up 2. We see him eventually finding Quest as well. Oh, man. Fighting for.
And what was almost lost their Zen, and they nearly lost. And then just Power Kill just able to bring it back, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
it is what it is, right? What are you going to do against such like oppressive ranged damage? So that will be Cosmic continuing to move forward. We're going to be seeing them fight Ember, which I believe is going to be the first time we see that matchup tonight. And will certainly be interesting considering Ember started a little bit on fire today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat Riff, right? And then they had a really close game against Rush, which Rush is our #1 seed.
Yep.
And Ember coming in at a 3rd-ish, tied for 3rd.
Yes. Ember was actually 5th.
5th.
Right. Or 4th, I apologize. Sorry.
Yeah.
So it started off as Rush, then Cosmic, then Glitch, then Ember, then Riff.
Yeah.
To get our seeding down. So the fact that Ember had a very close game up against Rush was very entertaining. So, and they beat out Riff, who played very well.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be going into another intermission to get right back to get all the players settled. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be seeing, I believe we'll be seeing Ember versus Riff.
Cosmic.
Cosmic versus Riff.
Cosmic versus Ember.
Oh my goodness gracious. It's been a long day. It's fine. We're going to be doing some exciting Overwatch. I know how to read a bracket. And we'll see.
There we
go.
go.
Woo!
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back to the Oath Esports. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Exotic once again. I'm going to bring you an exciting match of Cosmic versus Ember.
Should be a very good match.
Yeah, I think so. I think considering the close nature of Glitch versus Ember's game, and the
Cosmic.
wait, is this
Glitch,
rematch?
Glitch
Is this a
versus
rematch?
Cosmic, and then Ember versus Rush.
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely correct. And yeah, I think this is going to be very close. I think it's going to be very interesting. We're going to be going into Ilios for our opening here. And it's going to be a fantastic time. So, what was I going to say? Cosmic versus Ember. Now, again, I think we could see a bit of an upset here. I think Ember has definitely the potential, especially considering their track history with Lance and their opening matches that lead us to upset Cosmic a little bit, especially considering, like I said, their history.
Yeah. Especially the games we just saw between Cosmic and Glitch, and then after we saw the Ember versus Glitch, right? Before we saw the Ember versus Glitch match, which Ember nearly took. I mean, they did get 2-0'd, but it was very, very close.
Yeah.
Could have gone either way.
Definitely not one-sided for sure.
No.
So we're going to be getting into this really quickly. Looks like pretty close in terms of, I say that, not really in terms of competition, but the Kiriko in place of the Baptiste. So.
Playing very similar comps, other than the Lucio. Lucio and Bap instead of the Ana Kiriko, which...
Immortality Field forged out early for Flamin' Fox. And it's going to be immediately your favorite bracket picking up Izzard as Ember find the first picks. And they're going to be finding the first fight win.
I really like the Symmetra, able to hold down the site and then also like make free space, right? Like we talked about how Arisa's really good at just running into your face.
Yep.
Right? Well, now Arisa can do it with a team.
Yep.
Right? And especially with that Symmetra, who counters kind of Arisa, because all of her abilities just don't eat the beam, right?
Right, yeah. Arisa, whose entire shtick is eating up that physical damage. The Sim doesn't care. Now, granted, if Biohazard hits a nice javelin throw, they'll be able to pick up that YT, which means that Arisa's going to have way more room to play that aggressive style, and Lee San's going to have to play a little bit more safe. So Ember trying to lock it down right now, still maintaining a lot of pressure here with that Arisa, but the High Noon is available. It does get Jaffe thrown out, which is good, forcing out the cooldown from Lazy Titan, but will eventually go the way of Cosmic to finish things off.
We had like 3 different fights going on in that one time.
Yeah.
We had the Soldern on the high ground. The Soldern's fighting 1v1 up there to claim the high ground. And then both Arisas, instead of just attacking each other, decided to walk away from each other and fight the enemy team.
Yeah. Which I think you really want to do as Arisa, right? Because she does so much damage. If she's able to hit that javelin throw like we saw from Biohazard and laser down one of the DPS, you end up winning the fight against the other Arisa anyways.
Yeah. And I think Cosmic has just a little bit more damage output.
Medusa trying to peek through that amplification matrix will eventually get chased down by Bios, and Power Kill gets a nice headshot on the Bad YT as Ember continue trying to push through here. Sound Barrier, though, to be able to negate any damage that they could do, even with the Kitsune rush down on the ground. And it will be Cosmic continuing to hold on here.
A very good fight there. Ember did get the initial pick, but Cosmic just turned it right around and got 2 more, right? And then the beat came out, and the Arisa and Lucio just said, we're going to run it down.
Speed out of the Terra Surge, but the damage is already there. The Flame Fox does get picked off. The Immortality Field Force as well, but Hazard does straight up Battle IT, but Ember did a great job at targeting the supports first, especially Flame Fox. And Penguin picks up 2 on the Ana, which gives Ember the point back.
Yeah, Ember just TPing straight into the high ground, right? And then taking all of that free space, right? Getting behind Cosmic, forcing out the support util, right? And then also focusing down the supports, even after the util has been used.
Medusa, nice right click on the Galactic Rose in the Sojourn 1-on-1. Medusa, we've seen be a very star player on that Sojourn the entire season, so they're continuing to show us that here. Biohazard once again facing the wrath of the anti-nades. They've already had to deal with it once in their matchup against Glitch. Now they're going to be doing it here. The Terra Surge comes through first. Goes out of Biohazard. The Nano to keep the Symmetra alive. Going to be outputting so much damage, especially with that full charge. Going to be finding weapon. Power Kill on the high noon is going to be able to pick up this time Bad YT. And despite what looked like an Ember victory, possibly, the high noon coming through is going to basically flip that fight around.
Very good high ground control from Power Kill there. Ember actually being forced to use Nano on the Symmetra to keep her alive, just to keep the fight going. And Power Kill being able to get the high noon free on high ground, killing the Nano Symmetra, which shuts down her ult, kind of shifted the focus a little bit.
Power Kill with an Ant Matrix. We've seen it time and time again, but Medusa and Lazy Titan, they're going to fight right back. They're going to actually find the picks and trade that went out. Penguin is still alive and keeping the rest of their team up and running. Lazy Titan is able to find Galactic Rose, and despite 2 very early picks for the side of Cosmic, Ember continues to finding all the pressure. They're going to be able to pick off the Kiriko as well. Going to be able to get Biohazard down to half HP, who's trying to chase down Penguin with all of their might. Eventually, Penguin will fall. Power Kill is back on the point. The headshots from the Cassidy could do a lot of damage here, especially the Lazy Titan, who doesn't have supports available to them. The Symmetra trying to find all the damage again, but Power Kill is still alive and running. It's 99% and counting here as Galactic was able to take up Lazy Titan. Overtime takes down, and somehow, Cosmic take that back.
It was the Orisa. The Orisa from the side of Cosmic, Biohazard just able to survive on point for so long. Even in the 3v1, like we've seen him do many times, still comes out on top. Even if he doesn't get any kills, he's still just surviving and buying time for Power Kill to come back and get those picks.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference, too, as well, was the fact that Ember, by the time that Power Kill was able to come back, they didn't have their supports available to them.
Yeah.
So all the damage was permanent, and whenever Power Kill's damage is permanent, you get a headshot. This game over.
Yeah, and I think that's like the biggest thing about this fight is if Power Kill can just hit these shots, right? Like they have so much long range, damage. Again, even though Ember is opting to play that Symmetra and try to close that distance to keep them from playing such a long range, Power Kill's still able to find the picks that he needs.
You also don't always have the TP available to you. Bad YT is able to force out the Immortality field. Lazy Titan gets 2 with a boop on the E. Biohazard returns the favor, though. It's a battle of the erases, but Lazy Titan is getting the first one to find all the picks. Biohazard has more HP comparatively, and there's no supports online now for the side of Ember. As, oh goodness, Bad YT does get closed out. Will get picked off here. Biohazard still at a healthy margin, and it's Orisa versus Orisa now, and Ember will be taking the back seat.
So one thing you do have to remember, though, is you now have a passive healing. So as long as you don't get into a fight for super long, you can just win.
This is very true. Lazy Titan pushing through, taking out lots of damage, but will be lasering down Galactic Rose eventually. So no Sojourn online, and Biohazard is the anti-nade, so they won't be playing aggressively. Ember wrapping around. Will be taking the high ground onto the enemy Baptiste. They're going to be collapsing onto him. Look at this. Very nice rotation from Biohazard, knocking the supports off the high ground, including Lazy Titan, but the anti-nade too strong from Super Tiger. Will be taking them out with your favorite kid to follow up through. And that will be Ember taking the fight.
Really good play there from Biohazard. Maybe went a little too hard. Maybe didn't have to drop off the high ground. Could have just taken high ground control, survived a little bit so then his team can come back and get that high ground. But kind of fell off a little bit and then got Anside, and the rest of Ember was able to capitalize on top of that. These fights are just coming down to the Orisas, right? Like the Orisas are doing so well in these fights.
Well, in that you're seeing Sleepy's anti-nades shutting down Biohazard's or Lazy Titan's ability to press forward. Lazy Titan's able to pick up 2 with the Terra Surge. Power Kill's able to pick up Lazy Titan in trade, though. The Overclock is available now for the side of Medusa, who's able to pick up 1, make that 2, Bad YT as well, and somehow Ember continue maintaining control.
Yeah, these antis from Penguin shutting down Biohazard, and then also the Sim turrets and Sim just being able to laser down Biohazard is not allowing him to push in more than he wants to. He has to rely more on his DPS duo to, buy more space and get the picks and deal damage that he needs.
59% and counting here, as it is going to be. Oh, what a beautiful terror surge. Nice cleanse. Can be saving the backline, but your favorite record will eventually fall. Glad you wasn't taking bad right off the high ground. The sim wall does fall. It is going to negate some of that high ground angle that that Cosmic is wanting to abuse with that terror surge. But Lazy Titan's able to take them down. That's the second one. That Kitsune Rush X Tactical Visor will be the deciding factor here, as it will be Cosmic taking back the point.
Now, Cosmic did use 4 ults in that fight, but they didn't all go to waste, right? We had the Galactic Rose get those first initial damage and those picks. We had Biohazard with the Terror Surge, collecting 4 of them, forcing out utils. But we also had a few ults from the side of Ember come out, right? We had the Kitsune Rush, we had the Nano, and we also had the Wall, right, to block off the sight lines. But Powerkill was able to clean it up with the Tac Visor, with the Kiwi Rush. And it just came down to like the cleanup, right? I mean, it could have either gone either way, especially since Medusa was still alive.
Look at this rotation here from the side of Ember. They're going to be taking that high ground once again. It's just going to be Lazy Titan who will be collapsing with the rest of their team. They're going to have the Kiriko to back them up. The anti-nade once again on the Biohazard. Can they collapse on that? Can they capitalize on it? It's a battle between support and Orisas. Again, Flaming Fox able to pick up Medusa on that Baptiste, doing incredible amounts of damage and healing. They've been absolutely instrumental in keeping the remaining members of Cosmic alive. 85% counting here as Biohazard is going to be able to pick up your favorite racket. They have the Ant Matrix as well. Penguin falls. No supports online now as we get down to the last 10%. And if you're Lazy Titan, you've got to go and try to touch, and you just end up getting melted by the Ant Matrix.
I just want to talk about how far Biohazard was actually in that fight. He took them all the way back to their choke point, right?
Trickling in. Medusa is able to touch. The ball is coming in to stall, but will get booked away.
Now, Biohazard on this Orisa has been so menacing on this point, especially this map specifically, where it is a lot more like brawl heavy. Right? It's a brawl poke heavy map, right? So especially with that Orisa, you can really get the most out of it, right? And him using her to like get them off high ground, forcing them into bad positions, is exactly what they needed to do, right? And then also just forcing them all the way back to their choke. Focus heals on it. And also, Penguin was using anti-nade to anti-nade the Orisa, right?
Right.
But Orisa doesn't really need healing.
Right.
She has a lot of armor by herself and so much sustainability. I think that Nano or the anti-nade would have been useful somewhere else, right? With the DPS fights that were going on constantly.
I would agree, or I would also say that Ember, I think Ember, when they do hit those anti-nades on the Biohazard, because we've seen it work for Glitch, right? We've seen the anti-nades shut down Biohazard's ability to push forward. I think Ember, if they do hit that anti-nade, it just needs to be laser fire.
Yeah.
Like full on, the team just looks at him and melts him. Because that's what the real power of the anti-nade comes from. Yes, it can slow down a tank's push, but as you mentioned, Orisa doesn't really need it. Yeah. So the only advantage you get from hitting those anti-nades on the Orisa is to laser her down before she's able to get healed back up and sustained by her supports.
Mm-hmm. But great fights, right? Both points going pretty close, right? I think 90 and then 99 to 80, right? Yeah. Both very close points. Came down to just some of the fundamental stuff, right? The Orisas. Every battle was just which Orisa got more value.
And it was close, right? As you mentioned, the points were incredibly close. I think that because Biohazard is able to stay alive for so long, as you mentioned, and Lazy Titan is really good at it too, right? It's like Lazy Titan, his entire way of playing tank is I have to live as long as possible. But I feel like sometimes he does get aggressive, and he does really want to chase on the supports, which I don't think is a bad idea. But if you end up overcommitting, or you end up finding yourself at an off angle against power kill, it can become a bit of a trap. It can become a bit of a I don't necessarily want to call it an error, but power kill can force that to be an error. You push in too aggressively, you open up your supports, they get picked off, right? So we're going to King's Row for Ember's pick.
Yeah, King's Row. I mean, we love King's Row. probably not going to see much of a comp change. Maybe slight iterations.
Yeah, I would kind of agree to that. I feel like both these compositions, the teams are very comfortable on, and I think they're close enough to where it's not really a concern.
Yeah.
Necessarily. I mean, sure, maybe Ember did lose the previous map 2-0, but again, it was 99 to 84 and 99 to 99. Like slight differences, and I'm pretty sure Chicken Joe is ironing those out as we speak. Is going to really be what the difference is.
Yeah, and then also just the DPS, right? Like the DPS pressure from Medusa, right? Those Sojourn battles on those high grounds have been so crucial. And it was always like whoever won the Sojourn battles most likely won the fights because of how much damage she has and how much she can do to the Orisa.
Right. Which you've already discussed is one of the most pivotal pieces, right?
Yeah.
I mean, tanks don't really have a whole lot of impact unless you're in Orisa. So, really, being able to shut down that Orisa first, being able to capitalize on the anti-nades that you are landing, and being able to just laser them down, especially with that Sojourn, I think is going to be key for Ember here as they move into the next round.
Yeah. Hoping to see maybe a little bit more map control from Ember. Like they played that sim, right? They did a few good rotations and then just didn't do any more, which was exactly what they needed, right? Because they do not want Power Kill to be at that long range to get those amount of damage and then let Biohazard push into them. They want to just jump them, right? Jump the supports maybe, or even just jump Power Kill, right? Like if you have 5 people coming out of a teleporter looking at one person, there's no amount of healing that can save them.
Right. I mean,
Suzu and Lamb, but
yeah. You get the point. At the very least, that'll force out 2 of the most important cooldowns in the game. So,
and are seeing kind of the same comp, right? Actually, Ember opting to change to Mei.
Yeah, Medusa on that Mei. Going to be looking to wall off. I think Biohazard really allow the capitalization of that tank being separated.
Yeah, or even
Power Kill is lasering them down though. Finds a nice headshot on the bad right to clean them up.
I really like that positioning from Galactic Bros and Power Kill. Power Kill playing on the very back high ground, and then Galactic Bros playing in that room, right? Like playing backside, just holding off that angle. So it's like an X crossfire, right? So as soon as one person sees it, you know, the other person has an angle on it.
And the damage coming from Power Kill has been immense. I mean, Battle IT, right? Battle IT is somebody that wants to get in your face. That laser is their most diabolical weapon, and it literally requires them to do it from like 3 meters away. So, Terror Surge, Biohazard does get cut off. The damage is not quite there. There's Aimless Terror Surge comes down. It does get forced out, but so much damage going towards Biohazard. Eventually they will fall, but not before Galactic Bros is able to find their own picks. The freeze comes through. It finds 3. That's absolutely massive. But Power Kill is still alive and still laying down the damage. Medusa's able to pick up 2. Penguin does eventually fall, but Medusa's on the left and Bomb on the floor. Power Kill picks up 4.
They had a beautiful fight there, right? But no one contested Power Kill in the back line.
Yeah, I think Lazy Titans had it with the Power Kill. That ball could be an absolute menace. Biohazard is able to pick up your favorite racket. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so Power Kill is down, but Battle My Team, your favorite racket, are down too.
But you also, this is like a double-edged sword, right? You now have that ball, but you don't have any frontline pressure from that Orisa anymore. So now Biohazard can just walk in for free.
I don't think it really matters. I mean, Lazy Titan's got another pick onto Flamin' Fox. Granted, Biohazard does eventually pick up Lazy Titan, but if they're able to group up quick enough, I really like the swap from the ball. I really do.
It works out in the long run. I mean, if the Mei can wall off the Orisa from like walking into your team, and then everyone else just jump in.
Battle IT also swapping over to the Ashe to try to contest. Biohazard takes a Battle IT though. The Nano on the Lazy Titan down swap back over to they're incredibly low though. The anti-nade comes in, but the immortality code is so massive from the side of Flamin' Fox. It's absolutely crucial, and it actually lasts through Lazy Titan's Nano. They need to get rid of those supports. Medusa able to pick up Power Kill eventually. The wall comes off. Biohazard is full HP. They still have the number advantage, so they don't need to panic here. 50 seconds remaining. Flamencong's going to pick up Medusa. Bad Light's going to pick up Izzard. That's no sound barrier available for them now. As the immortality field is dropped once again. It's a really good fight from Ember. As the remaining members from Biohazard and Galactic Rose continue to rain fire in return. Biohazard will eventually fall. Power Kill does find Penguin though. That's no Ana available as he's going to be wrapping around to the backline and finding Bad Light T. Power Kill gets down so low. Will be getting lasered down by the enemy bay. And finally Ember with some beautiful focus fire will be doing capturing at least a tick.
Yeah, it's still easy for Cosmic to come back and touch this. I don't think they're gonna get it though. Yeah, the Orisa just denying it.
Oh yeah, that was a beautiful. That was a really smart play from this guy.
Yeah.
Like it may be like, oh, but the fight was over. Like they were gonna win.
No,
you don't want to risk the recontention, right?
Yeah, I mean especially when you have Biohazard and then the rest of Cosmic just standing there right behind it.
Yeah.
A little bit of switch off to Bastion, but I did like the Bad White T swap to Ashe to contest the power kill sightlines, right? I mean, if you can't dive him, just out-poke them, right?
Yep. Or at the very least contest the poke.
Yeah.
Because that was what they were really struggling with on that Symmetra. Medusa picks off Galactic Rose, and that's a huge pickoff. Red Fox does get Bad White T though, so it's evened up now. The freeze. Orisa doesn't care about the freeze.
Yeah.
The Coalesce is there to apply a little bit of pressure onto the backline though. And Biohazard now missing one of their supports is forced back a little bit. The Immortality for the force down. That's a nano now onto Ace Titan, who's going to continue to support here, as well as the anti on the Biohazard, who is holding on so strong. Yurtei Racket picks up 2 in the backline. No support line online, no Baptiste, and that will be a retreat now for the side of Cosmic.
It is crazy to think that Biohazard gets out of that though, right? I mean, he had a nano to Orisa looking at him. He had so many ultis facing down right there.
Down there comes out to keep Biohazard alive, but he's still trapped in the corner. They have to recontest this yard. The back artillery barrage comes through, looking to set anybody up. It will not find the value it was required, but Bad White T does get down low. It's forced to retreat. Biohazard does get anti-nated once again though. I'm so sure he's sick and tired of auto dates. He gets pulled in by Lazy Titan, who gets 2 with the Terror Surge. Power Kill's able to pick him off, but it's just not enough. It's too much damage, and that will be point 2 captured.
The anti-nades onto the Orisa and then the wall on top of that to even ensure that the supports cannot heal him even over the wall, right? Forcing him to just die. They know that if they take care of the Orisa, the rest of the team really doesn't have any pressure from the front line, right? They're playing more of a spam comp, right?
And Matrix gets spelled down along with the overclock. That's a beautiful shot on the Bad White T. That was gorgeous. You really don't want to be pushing into that if they got that overclock. Freeze comes through just to displace it. There are a couple of freezes. There is one pick as Izzard does fall, but they do not get the pick on the Flamer Fox. So I think it's just a little bit more important in that sustainability factor. They do eventually fall as Lazy Titan continues holding that corner. The Power Kill is now back in a power position where they're going to be able to laser down the enemy team. They are responding to that quite well with the Coalescence, and Bad White T versus Power Kill is happening from the high ground. Power Kill does take the victory though. A minute and a half on the clock as Penguin pops the Immortality Field from the enemy team.
There's no one now to contest this Ashe on the high ground.
But look at the space that Lazy Titan is buying with that nano and lasering down the enemy team. Penguin does eventually fall. That means they're going to have no nano online now for this defense, but it doesn't really matter. Galactic Rose and Power Kill find the damage finally, and we'll be holding with a minute on the clock.
Both of these Orisas have just now learned. They've learned throughout this fight that it doesn't matter if they shoot each other, so they just stop shooting each other and they go straight for the team, right? Like, no matter how much damage they do to each other, it's not killing. So they've just opted to go straight for the team. And then the Power Kill getting that 1v1 on Bad White T was perfect because that was the only person that could counter him on the high ground there.
Ooh, Power Kill getting so close to taking out the support team. Gotta watch out from Biohazard takes out Lazy Titan, who took a little bit too much damage from the enemy Bob from Power Kill.
Flaming Fox decided to lamp the Bob to keep the Bob in the fight for just a little bit longer.
And it paid off.
It did pay off. I mean, they got a pick off of it.
For the last 15 seconds. One Bob coming on the corner of the Terror Surge. Absolutely nasty. It's going to pick up 2. The sound barrier there is going to clean up Lazy Titan, only able to finding a Immortality Field with 3 seconds remaining. That is going to be a 2-point hold for Cosmic around the corner.
Nothing to take care of the Terra Surge in the middle of all 5 of them. And then plus like the Ash Dynamite, right? That does tons of damage in that little area.
0-2. Switching sides.
These tank battles are crazy. We are seeing two very good tanks playing right now. I know we've talked about the DPS 1v1s, right? I think this game is the Orisa's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I 110% agree. I think, and it's funny because the amount of value that both teams are getting from their Orisas is insanely high. I mean, Lazy Titan, anytime it gets nanoed, is just blazing through the supports. Same thing can be said for Biohazard too, but I really think the introduction of the Maywall, especially for the longest time, was really aiding in Lazy Titan's ability to just laser them down.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even with like the BAP field, right? Like having that extra sustain just to stay in a little bit longer compared to the Ana nade, where like most of the time it's not really doing 100% unless they're all looking at it, but the DPS are trying to pick on the DPS because power kill, they're trying to shut down power kill, right? Power kill being such a devastating factor that they just sometimes forget about Biohazard.
Yeah, and that's true. I mean, we see the picks on the power kill, and then Biohazard follows it up with immediately another one.
Yeah.
But it's like, as you mentioned before, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Which threat, because they're both massive, are you really going to go after? You can't do half and half.
Yeah.
I think going for power kill is a better option because you can kill them faster,
For sure.
and then alleviate some pressure off of your reset. But I digress.
Maywall's trying to shut down power kill from any angle that he gets.
Damage going different Lazy Titan though, and they just kind of walk into that. The
Yeah.
walls.
Lazy Titan getting a little caught out there in that room without having his supports rotated over there.
Biohazard finds Bad YT. Medusa finds Fox. No back to use online.
Yeah. And without the Orisa there to stop Biohazard, Biohazard just gets to walk in, and when Biohazard gets to walk in, Power Killer just has to click, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a deadly combo there, you know, because you don't know who to focus. Like you said, you can't focus both. You have to focus one or the other, and it's really hard in those kind of situations.
Now we're going to be going through the pathway of doom. We're going to see if Ember can't stop Cosmic here. Bad YT does pick up Izzard. That means that they're not going to be able to speed through this archway. They're going to have to wait. And it's going to give them a lot of time to be able to set up against this. Also, Immortality Field used, arguably a little prematurely.
Not a lot of like long-range damage coming out from Ember, but they're just planning on poking them out, right? Dealing as much damage as they can. Before they get in.
There's the Terra Surge again. They have nothing to really sustain that. Look at the damage coming through. Lazy Titan does try to build it back up, but the damage is already done. Medusa falls. The Sunbear comes through from the side of Biohazard. He's just going to have to play more aggressively. 4 minutes on the clock. And even though the anti-nades are there, just not enough.
Biohazard being a prominent factor in this game, in this map particularly right now. And that's what Team Rojo has always been about, right? It's always been that tank battle.
Bad YT getting an early pick on the Galactic Rose for this contestation as Lazy Titan gets onto the ball.
Bad YT very low in the backline though.
Freeze comes through. It's going to be able to pick up 3. That's absolutely massive. Will it be enough though? Biohazard is still alive. That Orisa is still living.
And Power Kill's on the high ground just shooting at the maid.
How low is Power Kill? Biohazard. Biohazard's 2 HP though. He's so killable. He's actually killable. Okay. Penguin tried. That was a high ask.
Yeah. And this duo, Power Kill, Biohazard, right? Like, as long as Biohazard survives and Power Kill can just click, there's not a lot that can stop them.
I think Lazy Zen just trying to buy as much time as possible for this point 3 defense. Electric Rose eventually picks him off.
4.5 minutes left to push it to the end. What a battle we've
Picks
seen.
up power kill. Sorry.
What a battle we've seen so far. I mean, these fights have been going either way.
But I feel like Cosmic's found a little bit of a lock. Now I love the Lazy Titan swap over to Zarya, especially against this problematic Orisa. The Matrix is there, but the wall has cut it off successfully. The Terror Surge in the backline and the Continued Rush not going to be there. However, they have the cooldown to just keep the damage, so it doesn't get as much value as I think they were hoping for. The entire team is down incredibly low, though. Power kill with that Dynamite's going to burn 3 away. Battle IT is going to bite the bullet as well. Lazy Titan's the last one remaining.
And that's it.
The last meters are ticking. And that will be Cosmic taking the series 2-0.
What a fight. When Biohazard can't find an opportunity, Power Kill does. And vice versa, right? It's
Play of the game.
these two are working so well together. The synergy is there right now.
Yeah. I think, is this just a nade? This is just a nade. That's the nade that he hit.
And then Bob.
Threw the Bob on there.
Did he even shoot?
No. I think he missed a shot.
And then threw Bob.
Yeah. But that was a really good game.
Yeah.
I think Ember showed up. I think they were so close to cracking the code, but it's just a pincer attack between the Biohazard and Power Kill system. And of course, Biohazard wouldn't have been able to get the value if he didn't have Flamin' Fox and Izzard available to him. And Galactic Rose also providing that additional support for their Orisa on that DPS front.
Yeah.
Just working so well in tandem together, Cosmic is. They're going to be one heck of a challenge moving forward.
For sure.
I think we're going to another mission.
I think our next match is
Is it
Rush versus Glitch.
I think you might be right in that.
Yeah, Rush versus Glitch.
Glitch. So to Rush versus Glitch, I think that's going to be another really fun one. They've all been great, and I can't wait to see as we begin to close down towards the end of the second half here, exactly who's going to come out on top. So don't go away. We'll be right back as we go ahead and get these teams set right up. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Esports. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Exotic, and we are bringing you another round of amazing games. It's been a day. It's been a very exciting day.
Very.
And we have had quite a spectacle. So the Rush versus Glitch open things up on Lijiang Tower, and yeah. Would you take a look at these teams? I mean, first of all, you have the Battle of the Honest, Sleepy versus Xbox Bubba. I mean, Xbox Bubba has been playing more the Baptiste, but still, those anti-nades we've seen come out be plenty useful. You've got the DPS battle between Seebser and Zane and Elo Reaper versus Gainoob, which in and of itself sounds bananas. And then Carnage versus Jubles is just fun because they can play literally anything. And I'm kind of hoping to see some Jubles Reinhardt and some Carnage Sigma coming out.
I mean, we saw that like first initial map, with the Orisa May Bastion, which, like you said, it was a blender, right?
Yeah.
They wall you off and they just blend you up, right? I wonder how Glitch is going to respond to that, since they've been playing a more pokey brawl, right? They've been playing that Orisa with a poke.
Yeah, they've been playing that Orisa. Walls Dangerman still trying to play that Tracer, still
Yeah.
trying to get in the back line. Not quite playing the sort of rush style, for sure.
Which, will we see? I mean, I'm thinking Rush is playing again a little bit more enclosed, right? So it's going to be hard for that Tracer to find value.
Yeah. And we saw that previously, too, as well. Where Zane, despite being a really good Tracer, I mean, known for his Tracer, had been popping up in the regular season, we've seen teams start to adapt, start to catch on to when Zane's trying to play that backline. We've seen it not get the most amount of value today. And I think this is because teams are finally starting to catch on to when he's coming in and when he's trying to do his stuff. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of Tracer.
No.
Speaking of which, we see the Reaper come out instead.
So this one is a very enclosed map, right? Out of the 3 Lijiang maps, this is the smallest one or enclosed one. So seeing these like Reaper May, and then the Reaper Soldier.
So much damage already coming out from Carnage on that Zarya. Just full charge constantly. You know, that's a thing about having a Reaper on the enemy team is they click once in your bubble. That's 40 charge, which works good and bad for fighting Zarya. If you're able to kill her quickly, it works great.
Yeah.
But if you're not, now Carnage is sitting at 100 charge, and there's not a whole lot you're dealing with to do.
It'd be very hard for them to kill the Zarya unless she gets, focused out because of the Lucio and the Bap. And then also the May wall.
You see the May wall coming into the here, doing a pretty good job at trying to split up in the team. Not quite getting it all the time, but Benjamin's getting a nice headshot on the Gainoob. And really, I think it's going to be a battle of the Reapers whenever we take a look at this matchup here. Which Reaper is going to be able to get the pick first, and then which one's going to get the bigger blossom. Xbox hanging on for dear life up to building up that alt charge as well. Funtime Cold eventually falls, and Carnage still on point.
Still able to find some value there too.
Yeah.
I mean, he even got a pick onto the Soldier right there at the end. And like you said, it is going to become just a battle of the Reapers. But I also think that Carnage's Zarya will be able to shut down Jubles' Orisa a little bit more, right? Like, we've seen Carnage do so much on Zarya already.
Zane already playing very aggressively with Jubles. Oh my goodness, what a awesome Terra Surge. He putting so much damage. Now, granted, that Immortality Field was almost so close to saving the enemy team. That Soundmare comes through, but it's just not enough against Dangerman, who hits 3 headshots all at once. Mega the 4th. Holy cow. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Beautiful execution there with the Jubles and Zanjamin, right? That Terra Surge Blossom coming out at the perfect time as soon as both bubbles were gone, and there was, I don't think Lamp was used, right? Lamp was already gone.
I think it was. I think that's the only reason why they lived for as long as they did, because that Lamp came through and saved the team for a little bit. But there's the Nano, by the way, for Zane. He's doing a lot of damage. A nice grab. Carter's going to be shutting that one down pretty quickly. Gainoob activates the Blossom to take out LO Reaper. And that will be it.
Just clean up in the fight. that first initial pick on the Ana, right? The Mei walled him off from the team, right? Forcing the team to make a longer rotation to the Ana, which did not make it in time. And then Zane's, Sleepy getting the nano off on Zane before she died.
Right.
But then Zane getting grabbed, right?
Right.
Forcing out the value. He already used Fade, so he didn't have his Wraith form anymore. And, forcing away the value from Nano Reaper.
What a wall, by the way. Sorry. That freeze coming through as well. It's going to get the whole team. Oh, okay. Actually, only gets one. But L Reaper being picked off is just fine.
Yeah, they're really able to just back away from the fight. Back away from freeze using Golden.
The Reapers once again scary each other down. Carnage with that high charge, just melting through the health pool of Jubal. The Dangerman in the backline picks up too. Guided and Seeps here both fall. Carnage able to pick it up, and unfortunately they're going to pick up some cold. And at this point, it's a little bit too late to make a comeback. Might pick up Jubal's though, and if they're able to retreat and regroup in quick enough time, they'll have an advantage.
Yeah, they'll have full charge pretty much, and there's like no one left on the side of Emperor here.
Yeah, not to absorb damage.
Yeah, the tank is dead right now.
Yeah, Glitch pushing in as Sound Barrier in response was perfectly placed with the Death Blossom in return. Not able to find anything thanks to that beautiful sound barrier from Fun and Cold. Unfortunately, she's coming up as the tactical vibes will come through. The grab only picks up 2, I believe, and not one of them was going to be able to pick off Jubals. So they just kind of walked past her, and despite a nice execution there from the side of Rush, they just weren't able to win it out.
See if anyone from the side of Glitch can touch. Looks like the bat might get a little bit of a touch. Ooh.
No, not quite, but there is contention on the
contestant.
Ultimates are available for Rush if they're able to make it on time, but the overtime is sticking down. The damage is just too much. Blossom finds one, finds two.
Getting shut down in the end by Sleepy.
Nobody's going to be there in time.
Very close map.
Yep, very close. And that Blossom nearly got 4.
I think just a little bit of an execution error there on the side of Rush. Maybe just perfect. I just want to talk about Glitch's execution of the Terra Surge Blossom. Both times have been pretty much perfectly timed.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot you can do whenever you're in the face of that. You get pulled in, you get blossomed, you're just going to get deleted. We haven't seen necessarily like a 4K out of it, but again, as you mentioned pretty early on into the morning, a ultimate that gets 1 kill is not an ultimate wasted.
And especially with that one, they forced out the lamp, and they also used beat for it too, which took a chunk of the beat damage away already.
Right. And despite the beat, that they weren't able to sustain through that. So
Zane opting to play the sim here on this map.
Trying to lock it down, trying to make it very difficult to get alive. I think it gets caught out of position. Seepster is able to take the pick. That's gonna basically give Rush permission to just run in. The damage coming through though, the damage coming through from the side of Glitch though is quite a bit, and they're able to pick up Gainu before he's able to walk through the arcway.
Not a lot happening in terms of team fighting right now. Just
20% counting here as teams are poking each other, trying to build a gold charge. Look at the laser fire from Carnage. He gets anti-nated. No cleanse as well available for him. Do some competition spots. The Simwall comes out just to keep the back and sports alive. And Rush again, they're not having the greatest time making it into this doorway. I mean, excuse me. Glitch is doing such a good job at keeping them shut down.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about earlier, Rush just wants to run it down a little bit, right? And then Glitch is just stomping that at every moment, playing that Orisa, kind of stopping it. Also having that sim to help, protect the supports a little bit. And Carnage maybe going in a little bit too hard on trying to get that pick on Zane. Rush is just not finding the picks that they need to force a fight here. While Glitch is
a little bit of a dangerous push.
Oh,
yeah, and that's exactly why.
Yeah.
Yep, that is exactly why. Carnage gets moved off by the Lucio, and now the rest. Oh my god, Cyber does come through though. They're gonna try to fight this. 90% counting here. I guess you have to.
Yeah. I mean, you haven't had any contention or haven't even had the point yet, and Glitch is just holding it this entire time.
Awesome. It's just yeah, Terror Surge shuts it down with the Nano.
I think with that, it's
No
one
one
can touch. And with that, Glitch takes our first map.
Yeah, and that actually very impressive hold there on that point.
Yeah.
They had that on lockdown.
For sure.
And I think what it really comes down to is it just comes down to the fact that that sim to lock down the point was essential. I mean, you take so much damage just trying to get through the point, right? And then obviously the very end of the fight there, we had Jubles on the arena. On the Lucio doing so much boop and CCing that they couldn't take that right hand route even if they wanted to.
Yeah. And then even like trying to take that that first part or the front, right? The main choke, you can't really do that because they have the sim, right? And then anytime you try to walk in, they don't have enough long range poke, and they have the Reaper May. May can't really get through there if they're playing safe, right?
Yeah.
So there's not enough damage being dealt for Carnage to go in and get any picks. Like he tried to force a pick onto Zane, but got caught out by the Orisa and then anti-naded.
Yeah.
That was just left alone.
Yeah, and you know, there's not. It becomes really hard. I mean, Glitch had that it was basically like playing tower defense, except for in Overwatch. I mean, they had the turret set up, they had the crowd control, they had the abilities to basically force Rush out from any try to push they tried to do. And I think that's one of the first times I feel like I've ever seen Rush like really not quite find a footing in a map.
And we kind of saw Ember try to do the same thing when they played against Rush, right? Like they tried to do that Orisa play. They didn't quite get it as well tuned as Glitch has shown that they did. I think what helps a lot with that was the Lucio, right? Like being able to just speed your support away, right? And also Sleepy's anti-nades landing every time there was not a bubble. Every time I saw a nade, it was like right as soon as Carnage had no bubble left.
Yeah. And for those that don't know, the bubble that Zarya can give will cleanse of effects like anti-nade. So it does provide a little bit of relief unless you wait until both bubbles are used, as you mentioned. And then even if Carnage were to get bubble, he's already been down healing for 3 seconds. Zarya is not going to live that, right? The bubbles are like key to their survivability.
And then also just Jubal's forcing in Carnage, right? You know, javeling him in or even just using the spin, right? To force him into the fight, force him into a position he doesn't want to be.
Yeah. And that is very true, too. Like, Carnage, I feel like he got chipped in the corner, right? He had the bubbles, he had the charge, he almost got the pick onto Zane on that sim. And then we just saw the Orisa spin him into a corner, and it was like, there's not a lot you can do at that point because you're stuck in a corner. Your supports can't see you. You're getting body blocked by a tank. So it's a really hard situation whenever they've got it locked down that hard. We're going to be going to a map that is opposite of Lijiang.
Yeah, for sure.
For just complete line of sight abuse.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Carnage on this map earlier, right, with that Zarya. Actually, he was able to shut down all of first point. And even like Seepser and on the Bastion.
Yep.
Forgot what they played other than Bastion. I know they played something else.
Some Bastion May.
Was it just Bastion May?
Yeah.
But I mean, even that comp right there is able to just if you
Well,
hold
playing
high ground
under.
well enough.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even Carnage just using the tech to get up onto that platform.
Yep.
Getting the 4-man graph.
Yep. Sebastian May or Sebastian Ash? Because they had to use the Ash to bury down the high ground.
Yeah.
Regardless, I think this map is in complete opposite to Lijiang, right? Lijiang is one of those maps where you get in super close. A lot of it's really brawl heavy. I think all the maps on Lijiang are really brawl heavy to an extent. Like, you lock down a point, you get into it, you get into the fight. On Blizzard World, it's all about long sight lanes. There's two places that defenders can hold high ground, where you basically see everything, and the attacker's only job is displace the defense.
And I mean, you can also play this, have people hide in sneaky spots, wait for the team to walk by, and as soon as you get the opportunity, just pounce on it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, holding this high ground is a very important. Holding Griffin is very important
Right.
for this map.
Because it overlooks everything. It overlooks almost in the main.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a Widow, I'm pretty sure you can grapple over Griffin and shoot from the spawn doors.
Yeah.
So, it's pretty brutal.
Defend objective A.
When we're going into this,
I think Law Reaper's having a little fun.
yeah.
Yeah, both teams just opting to play, or Glitch here is just opting to play a little bit farther back, right? Not letting them jump on them at all. Playing that Griffin, playing right side choke. Right?
Carnage trying to follow up on the same tech that we saw earlier. Not really needing to. Look at this. They get rid of their high ground advantage because they just know they're going to get displaced on this. Instead, choose to lock down the point. Genji gets a nice headshot on the deep that opens up. And the charge from Carnage is great, but that's because Guinan is taking in so much damage on a Reaper that he can't really get into it.
Yeah, seems to trying to go on the flank there, but you know, Zane able to shut it down immediately.
Benjamin said we pick up Xbox Summer, who gets a little bit disconnected from their tank.
Yeah, Carnage trying to take that high ground, trying to take Griffins, just so that, you know, Rush cannot take that high ground. So Glitch cannot take that high ground. And Cotton is key to go out a little bit. So now we're going to be stalled here waiting for the Kiriko to come back.
Yeah, but Charge is building really surely. Carnage actually drops down, wanting to push in now. You have to as the attackers. You can't stick there on that high ground forever. They do push in. Now they're at pretty high charge. Guidance to take out Hello Reaper. Means you're no longer going to be able to speed out your back line.
Yeah, Carnage and Gaino just focusing down the Ana, right?
So much damage coming through. Yeah, and they're able to take out Sleepy, which means Jubilees falls. 2.5 minutes on the clock here, but they're getting ready to capture the full point. They do get completely off the point. So not able to capture just yet. There will be a little bit of stall coming out from Hello Reaper, but that will be the final pick. That will be the capture at 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, Carnage and like Seepsters and Guy Noob's first priority should be trying to get that Ana, right? That Sleepy Tiger has been such a pivotal support on that Ana with the anti-nades and with the sleeps. So if you can take out Sleepy, right, you can kind of crumble the team a little bit more.
Ultimate's online for both teams. And have to look to see exactly who gets better value out of it. Rush gets a nice grab. Able to pick up 4, but no follow through because of the high ground line of sight.
Ends now.
And now Zane activating the overclock on the high ground. Going to be displacing the Lucio, getting down to 1 HP, forcing out that sound barrier. Oh, now it's Gainu looking for that kill, but just barely not being able to get it thanks to the shield from Sleepy. They've been able to make a fun time hold as well. Now the high ground playing immensely well. Carnage picks up 2 though. There's 3 members. It's a 3v2 on point.
Yeah, but Carnage still with the supports. Glitch doesn't have any supports here, so Rush can just kind of run them down right now.
Yeah, Glitch, they kind of staggered out. Finally, Jubilees able to come back, but Guidance able to pick up Dangerman on the high ground, eventually hunt him down. And now Jubilees is left all alone. Granted, Sound Barrier is in the middle of them, so is that Terror Surge. But they're able to mainly escape from the anti-net comes through though. Absolutely Desmond, one time Colby to blossom in the back line. Guidance able to pick up 2, make that a 3rd. And that's going to be what busts this defense wide open. Jubilees will eventually calls Guidance finds a 4th.
That pick onto Zane at the start of that really helps solidify the fight, right? Zane has been such a crucial, such like a a thorn in Rush's side, right? Being able to just pick them down. As soon as Guy Noob gets that pick, Carnage just gets to go in, right? Carnage just gets to go in, take space, and then, you know, Seifzer can follow up on that.
Look at the damage of Carnage. He's at full charge. He's dangerous. But then Anton had also coming in on the side of Super Tiger. We've already talked about how impactful they can be. Odd Nugget now on the Cassidy. To try to play a little bit further angle away from that Zarya, I feel like, and away from that from the Cassidy. Zane will get caught out with a nice grab, finds 2, and that will clean up this defense.
The aggression from Carnage right there. He saw that Zane was so low. He decided to run it down and even ulted him. I mean, like I said many times, 1 kill with an ult is, you know, value enough. As long as you can solidify that kill. And
People taking a lot of damage. There's the Nano Reaper in the front line though. Oh, the stick. Oh, the fade was available to them. Jubal spikes the fun time cold, and that will be the end of the attack. Finally, Glitch will be able to hold for a minute.
Reaper, a very good target for Nano, right?
Yeah.
So much damage dealt, and also he has so much out ability, right? He can just run it into the tank, run it into the team, and then just get out for free.
What a boss. I'm able to pick up extra from immediately. But Carnage trades it out. Somehow, the Zarya is able to just eat a blossom in the face.
Yeah, I think it was for the help with the supports there.
Extra remote will be back, and now it's actually going to be Rush at a 2-man advantage, despite what looks like a very early win.
And I wouldn't count Glitch out just yet. I mean, their spawn is very close.
Oh, the Cyber gets kicked out by the Terror Surge. Contact Hold's not able to use it. Jubal's able to pick up Carnage as well. Dangerman, another Blossom built by Guy Noob. Picks up 2, but that's not going to be enough.
I think Funtime Cold's beat came out just a little too late, right before the Terror Surge just, you know, killed him. And, you know, kind of just ended that push. The Blossom from Guy Noob getting 2, but it wasn't enough.
Zane again, so deadly in the backline. He picks up extra, and then it's going to immediately stop the push here. Carnage is able to laser him down right back, but once your Kiriko dies, there's not a whole lot of progression you're going to be doing.
Yeah. I mean, Zane just sitting in these corners. Like, you have to be careful of it, right? Zane hits 2 shots to the head and you're dead, right?
Teacher gets picked off by Odd Nugget.
Trying to find any pick that they can get.
Zane picks off Guy Noob. The grab comes through. Will there be enough damage to fall through? The sound barrier comes through. No, that will counter that one very nicely, saving Sleepy Tiger's life.
We're seeing a very different Glitch, right? I mean, Glitch on this map kind of struggled a little bit on the defense.
Until now,
yeah.
I guess, yeah. They're really locking it in. Rush is having a hard time finding the value. It's just Zane is finding the pick first every fight, and I think it's really helping them secure these battles when they're not having to worry about Seifzer or Guy doing damage in the backline.
Yeah, Seifzer's trying to find a pick in the back.
Generation traded. Seifzer looking for some damage behind him comes through. Looking for anything, is able to find one, and then one time cold. The character comes through, Zane doing activates that awesome. Showing how this coming out, and that will be the end though. What?
Yeah.
That was touching.
The rush, both rushes came out at the same time, right? But because Glitch has that Orisa, has that Reaper, has that cast, they just had more ability usage on the rush, right? They had more damage output than what Rush had, which kind of slowly divulged into Rush losing the fight because they couldn't find the damage or the picks that they needed. A beautiful hold by Glitch.
Yeah, that was a stalwart defense. I mean, like we don't see that very often. Like Glitch is good. Rush came in, I think, having only lost 1 game in the entire regular season, and Glitch looked very, 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 very strong, especially Zane on the Reaper, fighting the first victory fight, followed through with the fact that Super Tiger and LO Reaper were just constantly keeping him alive and constantly had the support ultimates available to eat anything that Rush tried to do.
Yeah. And, you know, we saw Carnage's defense on this map earlier, right? Beautiful defense. They ended up holding it all the way through, right? And I'm hoping, let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah.
5 to get real.
But with the way that, you know, Glitch has been playing,
They've been playing very well this map. Granted,
Objective A.
oh no, this was Rush's map choice, so never mind. It all comes down to this.
all 5 on the side of Rush playing up on Griffin. But
Here's rotation into the back line. He's gonna catch. I'll take it off guard. No, what? Get down, Mr. President, says Jubal. Let me keeping him alive for a little bit. Rush, talk about Rush, dude. What aggression going on. Seems to be able to pick up LO Reaper eventually. And Jubal is without any cooldowns on the point, down to half HP. Will eventually get picked up by Teacher once again. He's popping off, saying, we're not done, we're not out of this yet. Finds a third. And we'll be holding the defense.
that has to be the strangest defense that I have seen yet. I mean, Rush opting to try to run them down at main, right? But Glitch just said, we're just going to run at the point. They kind of flipped sides there for a second. It seemed like Glitch had the upper hand, and then Rush just started getting the picks that they needed.
Oh, Caesar is able to get a headshot onto Zane, who's now on that Widow trying to find the picks. And once again, we're seeing this rotation here. I actually forgot who was on what side. I thought that Rush was the one who was attacking because of this strange defense that they're doing, but it's working. Caesar's been picking up 2 more, and that's going to shut it down.
I think what's happening is Rush did so well on attack.
Yeah.
They wanted to attack again.
Yeah, they just want to be like, we're gonna take it again.
Yeah.
We're gonna let them walk in. We're gonna get behind them, and we're gonna do it again. It is working.
It is working strangely well.
Welcome to Oath.
Welcome to Oath. I think ults are going into the favor of
Again, they just let Glitch walk in. They have the oh, what a beautiful terrace jump. Picks up future. That could be exactly what they're looking for. They almost had to put force shot as well. Now it's just stragglers remaining as the sound barrier comes out for this side of Glitch. I'm sorry, of Rush. Trying to keep them alive. They continue to rush now online for the side of Glitch as they continue to try to clean this one up. Guy Noob with the death blossom mode. There's so much damage to them Zane. Sound barrier a little bit late for the LO Reaper, but it might just be enough. Guy Noob, the only one remaining on point aside from Exoslova as a 2 to hold on for so long. Sleepy Tiger gets a nice headshot on the Guy Noob though. Trickler is coming in. Glitch holding on strong as Rush continue trying to get it. They will eventually retreat. They're still fighting. They're still fighting.
they're contesting for as much time as they possibly can get. And Carnage is back on point.
Yep. That'll be a reset. They have a minute left on the clock here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Rush, you're not mad about that fight. I mean,
Yeah.
Glitch had to use
That was one heck of a hold.
like 3 or 4 ults, right? And Jubal's used ult at the beginning of that fight. And then just take a look at their ult charge now. What an actual crazy fight there.
Yeah, I mean, it lasted forever, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Rush was just holding on for dear life. Zangerman gets a nice headshot on the front time hold. Holy. If everything is right advantage, but that could be a very nice beginning to taking over this high ground for the second point push.
Yeah, just trying to play the high ground a little bit, trying to poke out Glitch, because Glitch has to go under them, right? So Rush just wants to hold this.
We're Johnny goes force. Fade force as well for Guy Noob. Excellent level does not have cooldowns available left to them. Zangerman's able to just laser him down.
Now, I think that was a little mess up on the Rush there. The Rush did get stuck. It didn't go down where they wanted it. And
What a terror surge though. Finds one. Forces out bubbles. Finds 2 more from Zane, who's been just absolutely dominant on this attack. Glitch pushing forward. with nary a fear.
I mean, if Rush wants to win this fight, they're probably gonna they have to shut down Zanjamin. If they can shut down Zanjamin, that is a majority of the DPS pressure gone.
Yeah, and like speaking of ult charges, I mean, yeah, guys been building up quick because he got he got like 7 picks in that one push on the point too. They're at 3 minutes and 10 seconds here, and they've only got to make it through 3/4 of the third point.
And they're already halfway there. But I don't think Rush is going to let them have it that easily. I mean, this is one of the hardest.
Oh, Jubal is able to javelin down Gainu's Blossom, which would have been massive. I think he flew a little bit too far out, but there is the overclock now. But the Zarya just shutting it down from Carnage. The Sunbear comes through for them as well as the Ant Matrix. All the ultimates being used to keep and stop that attack from Glitch and basically kill their momentum.
Amazing hold by Rush there. I mean, there wasn't much they could do on that second half, right? I mean, that second part is really hard to contest, especially if, when Glitch is just, snowballing the point like that. But this point should be easier. It's more indoors, right? It's not as long of range and, high ground oriented.
And they have cooldowns that are more... Oh, did they deflect? Okay, I thought they deflected it. Looks like it bounced back for a second. The character is going to save the rest of the backline, though, from allowing any follow through on that grab. Okay, Guided was giving his life, but it's just so much damage already. Carnage finding one, but the remaining members of Rush have fallen. Jubal's going to be able to pick up a pick, and Glitch might take this.
Sleepy actually able to use Rush right before she died to give her team that little bit extra, damage and speed.
Attack Visor to clear out the path. Can anybody touch?
I don't think anyone can touch.
It comes down to this. The Doomfist now. Sleepy Tiger's able to pick up Seedster with a nice headshot, but the Orisa is just going to bully them away. It's a last remaining touch, the desperate touch from Mexico, but the sustained Carnage. Nice punch, trying to buy as much time as they can. Buying themselves a lot of help, but Ellery is eventually going to find them. The remaining members of Rush fighting desperately on the point to stay in this, but Jules finds their pick 0.93 meters away as the time barrier comes through just to maintain help. And Glitch take the series 2-0.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another really close game, right? I mean, we saw this with Ember Rush where Ember just barely lost, right? They almost had it. The same thing here. Rush was 1 or 2 fights away. Literally, I think one more fight and it would have gone Rush's way, but Glitch just was so good at holding that down.
Glitch, I don't know what they discussed over the break, but they locked it in. They had their defenses on hold. And Zane, especially on that Blizzard World attack on point 2, went nuts. Yeah. Rush was not... I don't think they were ready to have the fight taken to them. We talked about this at the very beginning. Rush is always the ones to fight first. They're always the ones to push in first. They always play first. So I don't think they expected Zane to just go on a one-man killing spree where he was hunting down the squishies.
Yeah, and we talked about how to beat Rush, right? We talked about either playing slower or trying to play faster than Rush. And I think Glitch did amazing job right there, playing faster. We talked about how pressing Q first or using your abilities first can win the fights before they start. And we saw it right there. And Zane didn't even need ults, right? He was getting those picks first before Rush even knew he was there.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And so you've got this really nice snowball effect that's just constantly happening because, especially after the second point was so quick that it was very difficult for Rush to make their comeback. Glitch just had all the tools required to continue pressing forward. Even though I think they were stopped once, again, they still had the tools available to them. So, I think we have 2 matches remaining.
Yeah,
or
going
two or 3. Go ahead.
Cosmic Rush next.
Cosmic versus Rush, which we saw as, and they're our number 1 and number 2 seed for our next match. So you definitely don't want to miss this one because both these teams have been popping off. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the losers finals for the Oath Esports 2024 season. My name is Rev. I'm joined by Exotic, and we are at the last two matches for the night.
We are. Actually, surprisingly seeing the first and second seed of the season in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they're going to be heading face to face against each other. These have been some of the most intense matches we've seen all season is between these two teams. And we get to see it not even in the grand finals. So whoever wins this match has to fight Glitch for the finals, has to fight Glitch to take home the crown, has to fight Glitch to claim their place as champions of the 2024 season. And that's 1, 2, and 3 seed.
Yeah.
So it's all coming down to this. And we're opening up on Blizzard World.
Blizzard.
I think, no, maybe not.
No.
Are we? Okay, no.
No.
I was like, wait a minute, Blizzard World's the second map.
Yeah.
Will's got it. He's working on it. So, after having seen all of this, what do you think? What can we expect? What can we see? What can we figure from the history that has been today?
Now, don't even.
I believe in you. You've got this.
So, the difference between the Glitch and Cosmic, right? They played pretty much the same comp, right? Zane was just such a powerful tool, and then also having Sleepy's nades on top of Jubal's, Orisa, right?
Yeah.
But when I think it comes down to it, Biohazard and Power Kill just have that perfect synergy, right? Like, every time we saw those two alive, the fight was just going their way, right? And then plus having that Galactic Rose on top of that.
Yeah.
Just supporting those two, getting, if there's a DPS pressure on the offline, she was there. They were there, always at the ready. And then that doesn't take back what, Izzard and Flaming
Fox?
Yeah, Flaming Fox has been doing, right? I mean, those Suzus, right? The lamps.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep. They have been stellar.
Yeah.
The DPS as well coming out from Flaming Fox has just been stellar,
Yeah.
which is a benefit we haven't touched on much for Baptiste. Baptiste, as a support, can act as a third DPS better than any other support. Yes, Alari and Kiriko can do a lot of damage, but they require a specific set of circumstances to do that damage, right?
Yeah.
Alari's ultimate or a headshot, and then Kiriko's only really does damage if she lands the headshots. Baptiste is just consistently done.
The main difference is Bap is a main heal. His main thing is his healing, right?
Yeah.
While Kiri and, Alari have their kind of off stuff, right? Alari has the pylon and boop and stuff like that, and then Kiri has the Suzu and damage. I mean, they're more oriented towards the damage, while Bap is more oriented towards healing, but he still has some of the highest damage output as a support.
Yeah, especially if you get the mechanics to back it up. And I think we're about to see one heck of a matchup. Because again, I look at this team and the only thing I can say is Carnage has crazy ult charge, but everybody else is also a monster too.
Yeah.
Look at this rotation coming here to start from rush and start things off.
Yeah, and immediately getting the pick.
They're getting a pick on the Flaming Fox. With that rock and with that laser focus, Teacher also picks up Izzard. That's a very nice opening start for the side of Rush, as they're going to be taking the fight straight to Cosmic.
Yeah, getting those supports down immediately. But
I say that. Teacher picks up 3. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That's wild.
yeah, I mean, those two initial picks being on supports is crucial, right? I mean, I don't think you can ask for a better fight. Immediately getting a pick on the bat into the Lucio.
Yeah. And then once the damage becomes permanent, it becomes incredible. You have to have an ultimate basically to even that one out. 22% climbing here now for the side of Rush. As Cosmic take a lot of damage, Biohazard gets melted down immediately. The Immortality Field's 4-shot as well. And it looks like Rush, they've just turned themselves into killing machines right now. Galactic Rose, the last one to fall. 40% getting here, but it looks like Rush is standing very strong.
Yeah, and this is like a very similar comp as to what Glitch was just playing, right? And I mean, I think Rush has finally figured out what they were doing wrong, and they're kind of trying to like learn off of what they were doing wrong by playing this Glitch team. And I think Cosmic just needs to find a way to work around this.
Ultimate's already built up for Rush, because they've just won some fights. The Freeze comes through as well. It's not able to find anybody. It does have Freeze in the back piece though. And they will eventually get picked off. Look at this, 70% counting here, and it's just they're scary.
Yeah. Every team fight has been calculated, right? I mean, it's just been like immediate, right? Immediate first pick onto the Orisa. That is your tank down, so now you don't have any frontline pressure. And Biohazard is getting caught out so often now.
Especially with those walls. The team is busting it down, but there's a little bit of disconnect in communication there, and it is a point of power. Look at that again. The flux, the artillery strikes, they're just pushing into the spawn.
That's the last fight. That was a perfect fight almost every single fight. That is...
Score 0-1.
Now, I want to preface something. It's something I touch on basically every LAN. This is number 1 and number 2 seed, right? Cosmic is no slouch.
No.
They were the second most dominant team, and they've beaten Rush. They were the only team to beat Rush in the regular season. So this needs to not become something that becomes demoralizing, right? It needs to become something that's okay, it's time to smack ourselves in the face a little bit and wake up, because we know we're good enough. And you get the crowd rallying behind them.
I'll think see the same thing. Both teams opting to stay on the same comp they were just playing. I mean, it worked fine for Rush, but I think Cosmic is comfortable on this pick.
Trying to take too much damage. Luckily, that grasp was there to just keep him alive. He does pop the mortality field, but Super is able to pick up Biohazard. A little bit of a disconnect. Once again, Galactic Rose gets caught out just a little bit. So does Izzard on the point. They're going to be going for a reset. I think that's a smart play. Power Code get picked off.
Okay. I mean, I think Cosmic is comfortable on this comp. They just need to play. I don't think they're playing the same game they were earlier, right?
Yeah.
This definitely does not feel like the same Cosmic that we saw earlier. So against Glitch.
The wall separates Biohazard once again. He's gonna have to stay on the mortality field. Not quite there in time, thanks to the line of sight disadvantage. Carnage is getting down low. They're getting really close to bursting him down, but it's just not enough. Power's still gonna try that once again, and Rush have this point on lock.
I think Rush is finally deciding to rush it down, right? We saw against Glitch they were kind of playing a little bit more passively, like they were trying to find those picks. But now they said we didn't get it the first time. Let's just, with the same, if we're playing against the same comp, let's just run it. It happens.
They also know what distance they're playing at. Look at this. They never hold that small room because they know the race is going to walk through them. They're always playing a little bit of the distance, waiting for that distance to be closed. Looking for those mistakes. They have multiple ultimates online. There's the damage. There's a Terror Surge, which could be massive. The Immortality Field is going to be the only thing that saves this side of Rush from certain destruction. Another Sound Barrier comes through with Biohazard, putting out so much damage. We're finding one. Electric Rose falls up, finds two power kills there. The freeze comes through, but there's no follow through at this point. X-Wolf is trying to find anything they can, but it's a little too late. And now finally, Cosmic take the point.
The amount of healing that was just coming out from the side of Rush. They had Terra Surge in their face, no one died. Even after the lamp went down, no one died. And then just the pick Biohazard got on Carnage, stopping, the Sigma ult from ever coming out.
There it is, it finds 4-5 actually behind the image. Nice wall, actually going to be allowing them to buy themselves enough time to try to stall out for a little bit. Izzard does fall though, Carnage picks up 2. The artillery strike just to buy themselves a little bit more time. Will be getting dropped down, but it won't be enough to find any picks. Eventually, Gainu will fall, but it's just hard kill remaining, and he's gonna go for a quick reset if he can.
Yeah, you need to make these deaths fast.
5%. Yeah.
Ooh. You don't want to be, you don't want to be staggered out like that, right? These need to be fast fights so you can get back to point as fast as possible.
Yeah, 95% gunning here, and it looks like Cosmic's just gonna barely be able to touch. Biohazard already have to take half HP. Teacher is able to pick up Izzard already. The damage we do from Carnage is just immense.
Yeah.
Cosmic can't quite make it through. Overtime is ticking down, and that's gonna be it.
Yeah. I mean, Rush stayed in that room, forced Cosmic to come in, right? They had to get the point, right? And because they were so staggered, there was only 2 people on point for the start of the fight, which was very which Biohazard became half HP after, looking at 5 of them, and there wasn't enough healing for the Kiriko to help. And then the Soldier came in a little too late, and then, even the Bastion and Bat didn't make it in time.
Yeah. Yeah, that was very, very strong from Rush. Played the space they needed to. They knew that if they could coast it out, because they had Carnage on the Sigma and because they had Seepstar on the Bastion, that they could just sort of kite out Cosmic, right?
Yep.
I mean, we saw them play aggressive a few times, but I really think the difference there was that they weren't taking the fight to the Orisa. They were waiting for the cooldowns to be forced out, thanks to Seepstar and Carnage's damage output. And then as soon as they were, then that was when they were pressing W. They weren't trying to force their way through the cooldowns. They were baiting them out and then going.
Yeah, and even against Biohazard, who has been a prominent Orisa in this, like even against the Lazy Titan, against the Jubals, and even against Quest, right? I mean, I think Biohazard has been a pretty dominant showing of the Orisa so far.
Yeah.
And he's even getting shut down by Carnage right now.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, so Carnage is a crazy Sigma. Dude is nuts. I mean, I know we haven't gotten to see it very much today, but I believe there was one game in previous weeks where Carnage built up 5 ultimates in one attack. It wasn't in a round. It was in one attack. He built up 5 ultimates. It was nuts. And like everybody was at like maybe more than that, honestly, because everybody else had like half the ult charge build up. So Carnage being able to shut down people who he should be struggling with typically doesn't surprise me, especially whenever he's on at Sigma. But really, I think what Cosmic's going to need to do is they're going to have to reiterate their grinder strategy, and they're really going to have to just force Carnage to take all the damage, which is difficult whenever you have an E that gives you health for taking damage.
Yeah, and I mean, we just got to see how Cosmic reacts to this new kind of Sigma Rush comp. Because, I mean, Carnage is playing it perfectly, right? Playing farther back, spamming out, letting Gainoob and Seeper go in, and then afterwards, occupying the space that he's made, right? Like, after Biohazard uses all of his abilities, he walks in and kills the supports.
Yep. Yeah, and Sigma's really good at that because of his high damage output. So, as we're going to be going into Blizzard World, I find this an interesting pick from Cosmic. Because this map seems pretty Rush-centered.
Yeah.
If you get what I mean. Especially on that Sigma.
Yeah.
Like, Seepstar on the Carnage on the Sigma. I think. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Here. I think that would be probably pretty good for them.
For sure. I mean, Sigma always been a really good character on this map, right? I mean, Sigma's so well at holding that high ground because of how much range he has and the shields. And then also he's able to just walk away. If someone jumps on him, he's able to rocket, or if he's getting poked out, he can just eat it and then walk away.
Yeah. Is there ever been a time, I heard somebody say one time that there was never been a time where Sigma's been bad.
There definitely has been, but
like bad?
Not bad,
like unplayable by, like Ryan put that.
No. Sigma will never be in that position because of just how he works and how his util is and how he's played is just phenomenal.
Yeah, it's very versatile
Yeah.
for sure. Self-efficient too. Well, looks like I was completely wrong about what Rush was at.
But they are opting to play a very fast comp. They have a Junker Queen and a Lucio.
Did I tell you Rush likes to rush?
I think you mentioned it.
I think, yeah, and that's,
Yeah.
they're
that's-
playing a very fast composition.
The only downside is the healing output, right? I mean,
Yeah, Kirito Lucio is not the greatest in numbers,
but I mean, it doesn't matter if you can just kill them, right?
but can they? What was the why Biohazard is able to take up Gainoob? Teacher is on a high ground, but Biohazard takes out the second one. That Ramattra has so much survivability against this composition and completely negates some of their abilities like Gainoob's deflect. It doesn't really matter.
No. The Genji in this comp is interesting.
Yeah.
I thought you would go for more of like maybe a Reaper, right? A Reaper, maybe a Cass or a
Something we've seen from him.
yeah, like. But the Genji is interesting because of how the comp wants to play, right? You want to run it down. Genji doesn't really want to run it down. He wants to dive and use resources.
I think he's trying to get rid of Power Kill and Flame of Fox. Force out cooldown so that when they do run down, it's not going to be running into a wall of immovable statues. He's able to pick up Izzard, which is absolutely massive, and definitely the symbol, the time that this team needs in order to press W. The Matrix, though, comes through with so much damage. That Sigma, though, now from Carnage instead of the Jungle Queen, providing him so much sustain that it's letting them survive this. Gainoob is going to pick up another before finding Flame and Fox. They will be retreating just because of the defensive advantage. Cargo gets down low though. Carnage misses the flank barely, but Teamster is able to pick it up. Now the Annihilation ultimate comes through. Biohazard putting out so much damage. Gets down incredibly low though. Loses the fight to Carnage thanks to some backline pressure. But no, Rush will be playing it back.
Now Ramattra's not very used tank very much.
Yeah, Galactic Rose does get ran down. Carnage looked like he was pulling back, but then ended up pressing W anyways whenever he realized that they didn't have any tank available to them to really hold. And that's going to be a point capture there.
My ultimate is charging.
Ramattra not a used tank very often, right? I mean, Orisa does what he wants to do, but kind of better. Or then you can have the Zarya, but I kind of like the Ramattra pick into the Sigma, right? Because his E,
You can match the poke.
yeah, you can match the poke, and then also if he tries to get out, you have so much util to like, just stop him from either Eing or rocking, right?
Yeah. You also have enough survivability, I think, in that pin form. Immortality Field already forced out here from Flame of Fox. Now they have to play super safe because that splash damage from Carnage and the damage from Seedster is going to be so strong. Continue rush there to provide extra damage from the high ground. Some blind fire there from Power Kill. The sound barrier online now to keep him alive for it. And Rush looking very good here.
Yeah.
Much better, I would say, in this particular map. Carnage picks up 3.
Carnage on that Sigma is just deadly right now.
Yeah.
I mean, Biohazard opting to drop down, trying to stop the cart push, but didn't really get much value off of it.
They are able to capture the point. They're still taking this fight here. Power Kill is going to pick up Gainoob. Carnage just picked up Electric Rose. So there are trades happening, but they are going the way of Cosmic.
You see right there why Ramattra is a good counter for Sigma, right? I mean, Sigma really couldn't do anything with the Ramattra form in his face. Couldn't take the damage, couldn't, shield it at all.
Right.
Kind of just has to let him pummel it.
Ant Matrix traded. Who's going to get the better value out of it? And Sigma is much scarier, I think, with the Ant Matrix than their Mantra is. And Power Kill is going to fall. Seedster finds the damage available to him. Takes out his second one. The Annihilation ultimate, though, doing tons of damage. Getting supports down incredibly low, but just not enough. So much damage coming in through, especially from that rock, displacing Biohazard and making that ultimate not quite as effective due to the amount of damage he was able to take in a short period of time. Now Carnage just get down low. Will be having to sustain though, and that's what makes Sigma so powerful. He's just constantly able to survive.
Yeah. Like, anytime you think he's gonna die, he just survives, walks away, shields himself away. And again, Rush not playing super aggressively right now.
The freeze comes through. It's going to catch the Baptiste out of guard. There is the clutch as well. That's not going to get canceled. Seamster finds 2. Make that 2 more from Carnage. It's only Biohazard remaining on the point with no ultimate inside. He still has his fighting form, but it's not going to be enough. Sound Barrier to fall as well. 2 minutes on the clock, and that's going to be a very nice attack there from Rush.
Yeah, Rush playing, again, very slow but fast-paced, right? They're always looking for some sort of opening, and they force those openings, right? And then when they have ults, they just press Q. They just always press Q.
Yeah. They play first. They find the victory, right? And that's what, if we go back to their game against Glitch, that's what Glitch realized, is that they had to play first. They could not wait for a pick. They could not wait for something to happen. If they weren't going to be the ones to play first, they weren't going to be able to beat Rush, and that's why they were able to do so. That's why they're in the finals. But Cosmic, who's used to playing it like every other team plays it, where they're waiting for a pick to come through, where they're trying to play back and play safe, which is not a bad strategy, they just cannot keep up with the simple fact that Rush has too much pressure on their side.
Yeah.
Constantly.
Especially with that Sigma shield that's just constantly in your face.
Or past your tank. And it's past your tank, it might as well be acting like a Mei wall, where they can't be healed. There's no cooldowns reaching them. And it's so freaking strong.
So I kind of blinked when I looked at the comps.
5, 4,
Anyways,
3,
yeah,
2,
I mean,
1.
Sigma, a very big pick for Carnage here. Kind of like holding a, having just a special pick in your pocket, right?
Yeah. Special
Do we
pick.
want to talk about
Special pick.
Do we want to talk about what we're seeing here?
Special pick. Into the Reinhardt. Carnage trying to make it work. Gets a pin. But not before Power Kill's going to pick up 2 on the Genji, which we're seeing. I don't think I've ever seen Power Kill play Genji.
I don't think we should Reinhardt, right?
No. But he's picking up 2.
I mean, he's making it work.
There's no way, right?
I mean, it's him
1v1,
right? It's
no.
Yeah, no.
But he's getting his sports back. Power Kill's the only one on point.
Yeah.
The remaining squishies are getting back now, as he's trying to deal with, but he's losing the fight actually, Power Kill is, because of the amount of skill that's there.
Forced to use the lamp.
Pin, I believe, only gets negated by the lamp barely. Legend Rose beats out Funtime Cold, which is no Lucio's too good for that Reinhardt. But the Mei is there to take care of Power Kill. Look at this corner hold here. Carnage doing a great job at maintaining pressure on that corner. Not letting him get too much corner progress as the first pick does fall. Carnage going to want to see the blade come through as well. Find the second.
Yeah. Very long fight there.
That was. And they haven't captured each other, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
I mean, Power Kill trying to poke them out, but Genji doesn't do enough damage alone to take out a tank by himself. Especially one like Reinhardt with the shield in his face and not allowing the poke. Reinhardt, very interesting choice though.
I don't hate this, but I'm also kind of surprised they're not playing more on this aggressive corner.
Yeah. If you want to make Reinhardt work, you've got to be aggressive. You have to play first because of how just in a weird spot Reinhardt is right now, right?
Yeah. And he has to get value if he uses the charge. If he uses the charge, he has to play first. He has to get value, or it gets deleted.
And you also have to hit Fire Strike. Every Fire Strike has to hit something.
Flavor Fox takes out Sneakster. Somehow Parker was end up taking the fall there, but their Watcher Annihilation ultimate I don't think it's a good matchup between Biohazards on the Ramatra and Carnage on the right. I think Ramatra just kind of does it better.
Yeah. Very much a lot I wouldn't say a lot brawlier than Reinhardt, but his ability to poke before going into brawl allows him just that edge, you know.
His ability to do damage through shields as well makes Ryan's shield basically obsolete.
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. There's the Matrix on the high ground. Carnage is going to be able to touch. He's going to shatter. He's going to find 3. The freeze comes through to follow up on that. He finds a 3-man fire strike, and that's going to be it. That's going to be a defense there, successfully held by Carnage fire strike.
But if you can play Reinhardt
Or shatter.
in aggressive manner, right, he does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He probably does the most damage as a tank. If you can just play aggressively.
If you can constantly be in somebody's face.
Yeah.
You'd need some insane supports for that, but I think he's got it. Sound barrier? And I guess we're going to dive into the building.
An interesting choice.
Traded out now. Carnage gets the immortality field from Xcoma. The artillery strike as well, trying to buy some space if they can. And it works again.
Interesting choice to dive on top of the Rhine, right? Going into the point that's so close to inside that room.
I think this is interesting. I think you just go hyper poke.
Yeah.
If you're Cosmic, in my opinion, I think you just go hyper poke. Because then there's nothing that Reinhardt can do, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Cosmic is playing this kind of awkwardly, right? Like they're just running it into the Reinhardt, which is
get the blade, find one, make that 2, might make that a 3rd, but Power Kill will eventually fall. Biohazard though bought enough time to take out front and golden seed cert. And finally his Reinhardt defense will fall as Galactic picks up 2 more.
I don't hate that defense though.
I don't either. The fact that it's done on Reinhardt itself is impressive.
Now, we are going into the less pokey part of the map.
Yeah. So this is where Carnage gets extra, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have to work nearly as hard to close the distance.
Especially with that guy new.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing.
And the Lucio speed.
Yep.
Those are both tempo makers. If tempo is basically how fast you play, right? And both of those can create or destroy tempo.
What a beautiful shield from Biohazard. Shuts down the Shatter. The Annihilation Ultimate as well is going to just crush through this as well. That was a beautifully timed shield. He knew exactly when Carnage was going to push in. The freeze does come through, but nobody's left alive to follow up on it. It doesn't even get, it doesn't freeze anybody, I don't think. 2.5 minutes here. That was very well done.
Yeah, when you're playing against the Reinhardt, you have to be in the Reinhardt's head, right?
Yeah.
Because Shatter is such a, massive ability. You're on the ground for 3 seconds.
Yep.
And if you can get in his head and block it the time he wants to shatter, it's demoralizing, really. It gets into your head.
Maybe, Carnage, yeah, it did actually hit his head. It very much did. Carnage now swapping over to the Orisa and playing a bit more of a standard composition. The Sound Barrier comes through as well. They're going to close in on a corner there. Look at that. Sandwiching the members of Cosmic in that corner. Finding Flamin' Fox, finding Biohazard, and ending the fight.
Again, this is what we've been wanting, right? The Blender is back.
Right.
The Carnage just moving them in towards the Mei wall.
Yep.
Into where the Soldier is shooting.
Yep. Or the Bastion
Or the,
for the Blender,
yeah.
but the same diff, I think.
It's the same concept for Soldier.
Yeah. Ultimate's getting ready to come online. How did he already get there? How did he already get there, by the way? So much damage though. Power Kill has the blade. The Terror Surge is going to be doing a lot of damage, but not enough. And that's going to be probably a 0.3 push here as Seepster falls. No ultimates available for the side of Rush. And that's going to be Glitch capturing the 3rd point.
Cosmic just pressed Q first.
Yep.
They got the blade off, got the damage off that they needed, which forced the Terra Surge to try to stop the Genji, but it wasn't enough.
Yep.
And then the rest of the ults, we had the start off of the fight with the BAP Matrix, right? To get those initial damage down, and then Genji just goes in with Blade, cuts down 3. And then the rest of the fight is just a cleanup crew.
Yeah, I mean, even though Power Kill did die, by the time the blade was through, like you said, he had killed 3. It was just too much to deal with, which is funny because we were kind of, we've been kind of hard on the Power Kill Genji pick. I think we've thought because he's not very conventional.
No.
He's not meta. Then again, Carnage was playing Reinhardt, which also is not
Yeah,
meta.
not
So it's been an interesting game, but both picks were working.
Yeah, in their own strange way, they were.
They were working.
I think it was because no one was really stopping Power Kill from just
Yeah.
diving the back line. And Carnage was just playing in. They were just. Rush was playing in such unconventional spots that, Cosmic couldn't get the picks that they wanted.
Right,
And they were forced to fight them onto point or fight them in a brawl.
right, which is right where the Reinhardt wants him.
Yeah.
Defend objective.
I think you're right. I think he does basically do the most damage, except for maybe Orisa and Sigma.
Yeah.
45 seconds, by the way. They don't have a lot of time to get as much progress as they can. And Immortality Field's absolutely massive, but they're all super low. Tarko can get in there. No, he cannot. Gainu basically cleans up the stragglers, try to push in there, finds 3. That's 30 seconds. They've got one more fight.
Carnage throwing them into the blender again.
Yep.
He went around behind them and pushed them all in towards the Reaper soldier.
Yeah, and that is that's another version of Blunder. I think Reaper just getting basically fed targets at a close range. Power Kill gonna be there to touch. Doesn't want to go too early because he doesn't want to get picked off. Biohazard will be there to touch as well. Immortality Field used and expended. Power Kill in the back line, not able to find all too much damage though. And now we're in overtime. Ant-Matrix goes down for the side of Cosmic. I see he's able to pick off Flame Fox though. No Baptiste available. Biohazard's down, Galactic Roses. And now it's just Power Kill basically alone on the point as overtime ticks down. Trying to find the damage they can, but there's Samir overtime ticks. And now it's 2 minutes and 25 seconds for Rush to be able to capture one tick.
Yeah. Now we've seen it before.
We have.
Seen very good holds on these maps.
We have.
It is just coming down to, does Cosmic have it in them to hold it?
It's gonna be a big old question mark.
225 is comparatively a very long time,
Yeah.
but yet no time at all. If they play their fights correctly.
I think it depends on how quickly. Yeah, I think it's going to depend purely on how quickly Rush is going to want to play. And of course, we've seen them play incredibly aggressive. I think they're going to get at least 4 or 5 fights in, which means time for ultimates with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Just as a reminder, if Rush are able to win this map, they go on to the finals.
Yeah.
Cosmic have to draw because they don't have any time left.
And either way, whoever wins this, they'll be having to fight Glitch for the second time this tournament.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
both games will be a rematch game.
1.
Yeah. I guess Glitch did beat both of them. Right? Yeah. That is true because otherwise they can't both be down here.
Yeah.
Dang. Rich coming in strong this land. 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Look at this rotation coming out here.
Yeah. And
Cosmic forced to
Very
play in
close.
aggressive here though, because they played so far back. Rush is able to press forward here. Seepster finds Izzard. Flint Fox does fall as well. No supports online now, and that's just going to be an immediate push.
yeah, they gave up too much space there.
Yep, and that's going to be it. Rush will take it and the series 2-0.
Yep. And Cosmic just gave up a little too much space. Now we all want to play in that room to try to get like those first picks right. If we get that free fight, then it's good.
By the way, Reinhardt played again.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while.
No, it's actually too long.
Yeah.
That's a 3-man Shatter Fire Strike kill from a Reinhardt
Yeah.
in 20. Um, I I I'm mind blown. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little flabbergasted that was played. But Rush moving on to the finals. Um, and we are going to be going in and seeing Glitch versus Rush here in as soon as we get back. You have any closing thoughts before we go back on break?
I do not.
All right. We will see you guys in just a moment. Don't go away. We're getting down to the finale. And I will see you guys. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Oath Finals for the 2024 season. My name is Marv. I'm joined by Exotic.
Hello there.
Thank you. I appreciate it. But we're bringing you some epic Overwatch. This is the final. This is it. It is a best of 3 or a bracket reset if Rush is able to beat out Glitch.
Yep.
So we're gonna wait and see exactly how this brings down and is brought down, and so it will be written into the history books.
Glitch got first map pick because they are the winner on the winner side. They chose the Li Zhang.
So this was Glitch's pick then.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Glitch's pick to pick Li Zhang, which makes some sense.
Yeah.
Considering that it's not very pokey, which is what Rush really likes to play.
Yeah.
They kind of like to play a poke, They play the Sigma, is what I mean to say.
They also play the Orisa,
Yeah, they do.
which is what they first showed us on this map.
Right.
A very strong showing of Orisa on this map too.
But I feel like since we're going to the finals, Carnage is going to be like, I want to pick my hero.
Yeah.
And I think his hero is the Sigma. That's just my personal thought. We're getting in. I love the cheers. I love the energy.
I do too.
Look at this. So sneaky. But I don't think they're going around the white room. Nice anti-nade to open things up. Nobody getting found, though, thanks to the abilities given to by the Sigma and the Mei. Look at this point pressure being given to Glitch first.
Yeah. Rush opting to play a little bit
Oh,
slower.
what a boop. Jubilos did a great job at pushing up front time cold, and that's going to be an absolute collapse. However, gets a second boop off on the Guided and Carnage does fall. That's a great play from the side of Glitch to open things up, and they're going to capture the point first.
Yeah, Rush tried to rotate around behind them, but ended up walking straight into all 5 of them.
Yeah, and with the 2 boops as well from Jubilos and Elo Reaper, I mean, it was just set up perfectly. Very well executed.
Now we saw Rush play a little bit pokier, right? We saw them play a little bit slower, try to bait out some of the util, and then they would run it down.
Right.
So I wonder if they're going to opt for the same strategy against...
Very smart from Carnage, recognizing that Elo Reaper is looking for that to do that again. Just going to be running through before they're able to do so. Elo Reaper does actually put off Seaber though, and Zane's going to be able to pick up Guided, so that's going to be both DPS down, and this is a very nice start for Glitch here.
Yeah, very, very nice. And I mean, the antis from Sleepy right there, and then just the picks and the damage from Odd Nugget, right? I mean,
55% in counting here.
Yeah.
Look at the ultimate difference, by the way.
Yeah. It's...
Glitch chose this map for a reason, but Carnage gets a nice bounce off on the Zane. The Nano forced out for the Orisa. The Terror Surge is there, though. The Flux got canceled, I think. Carnage, though, in the face of the enemy, finds one. Despite the anti-nades, despite the Terror Surge, despite the Nano.
See if they can get the pick on Jubilos. And it looks like a point flip for Rush. Now, Glitch using both the Nano and the Terra Surge on top of the beats. Flux actually getting canceled out by Orisa Golden. Didn't find anyone there. But Carnage still able to just walk into the backline and find 2.
Yep, and a very, very solid push there as they're finally going to be able to get the point. Granted, Glitch got up to 83%, so they only need to win 1 to 1.5 more fights in order to claim this particular point. They have the resources to do it. There's the Blossom. The Immortality Field, though, absolutely imperative in stopping that. The Sound Barrier in return to keep the rest of the team alive as Seepster does eventually fall. The Freeze comes through massively from the side of Guided, and Carnage is going to be able to clean up. That's a beautiful play there from the side of Rush to end this one. They're going to be stalling out Super Tiger as much as possible, and now they're up to 45% and counting.
Now, Sigma is a very unconventional counter to Reaper, right? I mean, we saw the M-War field come out, right? But we also saw the Sig eat, right? Denying all of the extra damage that Zane would have gotten on top of it. And then also Beat coming out to protect the Sig and protect the Bat from dying.
Yeah, I think without that beat from front of them cold, I don't think that Rush would still be standing on that point because they got down so low, even with that amazing Immortality field. What a Flux finds 4. The Arisa's going to be able to eat most of that, and they are going to be able to get regenerated.
But Orisa already used most util now.
And Matrix 2, they're going to have to walk through that. There's the Nano and the Terra Surge getting the whole backline down extremely low. Elevator down to Boop on the front time cold, and Seepster will eventually be lasered down. Odd Nugget as well with that Tac Visor are going to be putting out so much damage that will be the point flip. 89% counting here for the side of Rush. Now flipped over, back over to Glitch.
Now, this is one fight away for either team pretty much. And we'll have to see if Rush can touch the point in time.
Actually, Odd Nugget's going to be able to pick up Funtime Cold before the fight even begins. And look at this, excellent falls as well. There's no support online now for the side of Rush. They panic touch, and now it's Carnage all alone, facing into a Jubilees with a lot of cooldowns. And again, that Bash is not going to be able to do too much because Jubilees is at full HP. It's just Gainoob remaining on the point. They will eventually fall. Overtime is continuing to tick down. There will be a bit of a stall, including Zane. He is able to use it, and they do actually clear the point.
Yeah, finally getting it in the end. Amazing fights from both teams. I really like the way that Rush decided to switch after their first match against Glitch, right? They realized that their rushdown comp isn't going to work as effectively against Glitch, so now they're going for the more pokey, spam, rundown comp.
And I think it has been working. I think I think it was very, very, very close to working. Rush needs to. You can't panic though. You can't panic under the pressure.
Yeah.
Even those last 10%, you can still get with your team and still have somebody TP in or have somebody use a ability to touch. At least still have 4 on the point with you, right? And both your sports will still be alive. So there's a Zane TP to lock things down first. It's a beautiful rotation here from the side of Glitch to get the initial point pressure advantage. Carnage anti down to half HP. Will get booped off the map. Seepster as well will fall.
Hopping the jump off the map. Now, if we remember correctly, this map went in heavy Glitch favor.
Yeah. Which I think
is 0.
I mean, it was their map pick,
Yeah.
because it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But it was, what locked it down was the Zanjamin Symmetra. It made it incredibly hard for them to walk through these main points without taking in so much damage. And Jubilees as well on that Orisa was able to CC them away. Let's see if Rush was able to adapt in the short period of time. They're able to TP through with a sim change. Odd Nugget does fall. More damage coming the way of Carnage, who has not been threatened at all this fight. But the picks are coming through. Subi's able to pick up Funtime Call. June's able to pick up Gainoob. Carnage does fall, gets traded out with Zanjamin, and they're still able to hold down.
Sleepy Tiger just able to keep the tank up, right? Keep that fight going. But I think Rush knows exactly how to beat this comp, right?
Yeah.
They're playing this Sigma, right? Who is very good at poking and doing kind of like a burst damage. Not like a full burst damage, but able to destroy the turrets without trying to destroy the turrets.
Anti-nano on the Carnage, though, gets him down to 1 HP. They are not able to follow through on him, but it will eventually do so. The Flux comes through as well. Will get canceled out, and that is just a beautiful hold there from Glitch. Again, they know how to lock this point down.
Yeah, for sure. But it's slowly looking like Rush might be able to take this, but it's slowly going into Glitch's favor now.
Yeah,
especially now that you're getting later into the map that, you know, all these ult charges and all this ult is starting to, like, stack up on top of each other.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Carnage taking in so much damage before even being able to walk through the door. We're at 80% now. And the ultimate advantage as well going in favor of Glitch. You're going to be looking for that. There's Gainoob, who did have the bubble, but the Nano Terra Surge is going to do so much damage. The anti-nade to follow through as well.
And that looks like it's
getting very close down to the wire. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch. We do have extra bubble back there, but they are getting sniffed out quite quickly.
And
still touches coming in.
Stalls coming in.
Is on that Reaper with the bubble. He could find a quick pick. No, he does not. But Carnage is not full charge. Can he find anything in this? Look at the focus fire coming in from the side of Glitch. Seepster falls. And that will be 100-0
Yeah.
on their map choice.
Glitch again showing very strong hold down on that map. They almost broke through. Rush did a very good job this time. Did a lot better than the last time, especially on this map, on this inside map.
Yeah, I think they were very close to it. Unfortunately, again, for Rush, you have a very, very solid strategy with Glitch, which we've already kind of highlighted it. Sleepy, when allowed to hit those anti-nades, Glitch will follow up on them. As soon as those anti-nades hit the ground, Glitch follows up on them so fast that there's no way for the tank, who in this case is even Carnage, to survive, right? We saw it in that play of the game. Carnage had a plan. They were going to TP in, they were going to 5-man flux, they were going to wipe him off the board and get the point. And immediately, as soon as they made through that TP, Sleepy Tiger goes, anti-nade.
Yep.
And Carnage, not realizing how quickly their HP bar would just disappear, presses Q, burning the ultimate, but also ends up dying to it because of the anti-nade. So it really comes down to Glitch's ability to follow up on those anti-nades, and right now they are doing a fantastic job at it.
Yeah, I talked about how Orisa, whenever hit with an anti-nade, if not everyone looks at her, she can survive that, right?
Right.
Sigma cannot.
Right.
Sigma has a very comparative, very small HP pool, right? Does not have the luxury of just immediately getting 100 armor and surviving. The only survivability he has is with his E, maybe getting a long run. It is not as much as someone like, Ramatra or Orisa get.
Yeah, and that true, because really even the E, like the E can get a lot of health. It can get several hundred, but you're already struggling with the fact that your supports aren't healing you at all.
Yeah.
And so as a Sigma, you don't passively gain that HP. You just have where you are not taking damage. Anything from the sides can still kill you. Anything behind can still kill you. And since you're anti-nated, if they choose not to shoot at you for the time that you've got the E on, you're not getting any healing either.
And on top of that, he also ulted, which stops him from using any other abilities.
Yeah. Because he didn't realize how low his HP had gotten. I mean, that was fast.
Especially in a comp like that where they're playing that Sim and they're playing that Reaper? What was it? Sim Reaper?
Yes.
Your health bar, especially with that Reaper, just minimalizes.
Yep.
As soon as you get antied.
Well, we're going to be going into Midtown now. Slightly different map, more poke-oriented, but look at what Rush has chosen to run.
Back to it. Now, against the Orisa, the Reinhardt really gets shut down.
Yeah.
Shields, non-existent against Orisa. There's no way you can walk into her because she has Javelin and Spin.
But look at this, the pin comes through, not quite able to find anything. Yo, look at this rotation, though. They're forcing Zane out of the hidey holes he's wanting to stay in. And they're trying to get in small rooms because they want to push out as a unit. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to, though.
Enough. Opting to go up to the high ground to maybe drop on top of them. Not giving them that much, sightline pressure to shoot at them. And
they're going to have to drop or something. They can't just stand up there and get shot at. Carnage gets anti-nade. It's a 4-man anti-nade. And Seepster falls.
Yeah. Now, Zane is really just jumping around them. He has been in their side this entire time. But the problem with Reinhardt is he doesn't have many abilities to let him go in.
Except for a pin, but at this point it's a little too late. Carnage's the last one standing outside of X-Men Pueblo.
But, Ryan's only inability is his charge, but it gets shut down by all of Orisha's abilities. You charge into Orisa, she goldens. You charge into Orisa, she spins you away.
Yeah.
Charge into her, she javelins you. I mean, it's a lose-lose for a Reinhardt charge into Orisa, especially when they're playing this soldier kind of comp.
I mean, look at the speed in though. That's beautifully well done with the Lucio, but the anti-nade as well. It picks up 3. It nearly kills all 3 of them. Zanjamin is still alive. Has a sound barrier available to them though, and Carnage picks up 1, make that 2. It's just going to be LO Reaper on point, and they are able to burst through. So the key for this then, on that Reinhardt, you have to get in with that Lucio. And they've recognized that, and they did that exact same thing. You have to get in with that Lucio. You have to speed in. That Reinhardt, as soon as he's able to close the distance, can do what they need him to do. But you have to close that distance.
Yeah, that's why playing this sim here or playing a Mei works perfectly, because they're so good at closing distances, right?
Yep.
And also with the Lucio speed, and then you just get the free poke from the Bastion. This point might be a little bit harder to contest for Reinhardt because there's so much high ground.
Oh, nice kill from Odd Nugget on the Gainu. It's going to be making it so that they can't TP on the high ground.
And Funtime Cole just pushing the cart.
Yeah, a little bit, but I wouldn't really worry about that if you're glitched, you know?
Yeah.
You've got the high ground advantage. You know they can't do anything because they don't have that TP.
Yeah. Just going to wait to group up to get their sim back. I mean, in this situation, you kind of have to, because your sim is the only thing that can let you go in. And
But Expo Mobilize, again, Odd Nugget finds a pick. He's doing a fantastic job on that soldier, picking up the squishies with the Helix rockets.
they wait for their sim to get back. As soon as the sim gets back, the bat gets picked. And now they're in the same situation like they just were in, that they have to wait for their team to get back together.
3
Because
minutes
they
on the clock.
have to walk in as 5.
3 minutes on the clock. Reminder, this is basically what it comes down to, because Glitch is on the winner's bracket. They only have to win 2 maps.
Yep.
Oh, wait, that's best of 5, actually.
No.
No, best of 3.
Best of 3.
Not gonna reset.
So they just have to win
So they only have
this
to win
map.
1 more map. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. You'll have to wait and see. There's the TP. Look, this nice rotation on the left-hand side. The sim wall. Nice sim wall as well. There's a Terror Surge zone. It picks up 3. And with the anti-nated Reinhardt, that's going to be the end of it. The artillery barrage not enough to close out the distance, and Carnage is going to fall.
Yeah, amazing shatter, but the nano coming out to protect the Orisa, and then Orisa just standing back up and using Terror Surge, collecting 3.
All right, we're going to see a composition swap. Still along the same line,
Yeah,
the same train of thought.
but I like this a little bit more
Yeah,
because now you have a little bit more poke ability.
yeah.
Right?
And you're not so reliant on closing the distance.
Yeah. And even if the Orisa close the distance on you, you still have abilities to, brawl out.
Right. And because of the poke ability, they're able to just push the slow ground here. Again, Odd Nugget finds another pick. Doing such a good job at focus firing them down this entire fight. Nice immortality pill, going to keep the backline alive, going to keep that sim alive, allow them to cook Jubals on that Orisa.
Now,
Sleepy is the last one remaining. Nice anti-nade. Go what? Sleepy?
and what looked like a clear team fight win for this side of Rush might be flipped around.
Yeah, a little bit, because look at this. Now they're facing the enemy spawn.
Yeah.
And they're forced to retreat. Okay, they got out in time. I thought they were flipped around the other side.
Yeah. I really like this swap to the Ramattra because it also forces the Orisa abilities out more, right? Because you can't spin away Ramattra's damage if he's in form.
Seamster picks up Hello Reaper, and you're absolutely right. I think Ramattra works way better here against the Orisa than the Reinhardt does. Sound Barrier to keep Carnage alive as they're going to be playing aggressive here. Odd Nugget has the visor, but will get pressured out. Seamster will find them. Nice Terror Surge plus Overclock finds 1. Make that 2, make that a 3, make that 4. As Zane picks up 3 of his own. Jubals and Zane, man, they are going crazy. That's 13 seconds remaining. There might be one more fight here.
They could bring out another fight. I don't know.
I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch.
Glitch is getting really aggressive here. Yeah.
Yep.
No one has touch.
That's going to be it. That's going to close out. That's a 1.5 point hold.
Which defense could go Rush's way.
Yep.
We're not throwing it in. Rush shouldn't be throwing in the towel yet.
Right.
They have
110%.
still amazing work, right? They've been doing phenomenally.
Yep.
But Glitch is just able to capitalize on the mistakes that they make.
Yep. So, when you rush, now you've really got to lock down. You need to burn down as much time as you can on point A, because Glitch only has to make it a point and a half to win the series. That will be the deciding factor. It's time to lock in.
Yeah.
If you're rush, you've got to lock in. You've got to focus. Keep that mental strong. Keep the communication up high, and don't get demoralized, because this is your time. You can pull this back. You just got to keep your head in the game. So, I really like what they've gone to here.
Yeah. This comp change really does give them a bit more momentum building.
Yep.
Gives them some tempo building. Because they've been playing with Glitch's momentum or tempo, right? They've been playing at the heels of Glitch. They need to turn something around so they can play at their own pace, right? Which is what this comp really does really well at.
Getting pushed out a little bit by Zane on the Sojourn has been a deadly force the entire finals.
Yeah.
Jubil's forced to use their cooldowns though. The anti-nade comes through. Is it going to be able to take a Funtime Cold? Those anti-nades have been so crucial. Slick Dart as well in the Carnage. Going to be forcing the rest of the backline to be wide open. Nice rotation in from Glitch to get in the small room to try to push forward. We'll be getting walled off and split apart.
Yeah. Now, Glitch is like really split apart here. They do not have all five together.
What a shield. Dangerman's able to pick up Seepser, which is going to get rid of a whole bunch of damage. So they went on to pause as well. Carnage has to pull up some picks on the squishy. Is able to get Elo Reaper. Gets the anti-nade. There's the nano for the Orisa. So much damage coming into the horse. The rock does a little bit. So does the freeze. Going to be enough to pick up Sleepy. Has the flux. Is going to be able to get one. Will be able to throw them down. Might be able to get a pick. The soldiers are going to be full HP, but he will find one. And somehow, it's a 1v2 on point. He will fall. But that was one heck of a defense.
Yeah, and I don't think Glitch is out of it yet. They can still get some up together, right?
Yeah.
And they can get a Lucio touch and then just have all four walk back in. I don't know if they're going to go for it, though. They might just play to regroup.
I mean, I say go for
going
it.
in for it, but
Yeah, actually, Bubba
got
falls.
out. Yeah,
All right, that's going to be it. You're going to regroup here. 4.5 minutes on the clock.
yeah. But amazing hold by Glitch there.
Yeah.
I mean, just some minor things that happen. I mean, focusing down the Orisa, kind of iffy.
Right.
Turn to look at the Sojourn.
Right.
Like, if you shut down their Sojourn, that is majority of their damage gone.
Yep. That makes it so Jubil's isn't quite as big of a threat, because really the Orisa is really good at picking off the weak ones.
Yeah. Or even focus out the Ana, right? Focus out abilities. Right? Wait for Sleepy to use her nade, use her sleep, and then focus her down.
Seepser on that Bastion turret. It's going to be raining Hellfire from above as Jubil's is separated. Sleepy Tiger is also down in deep, but Carnage is taking in so much damage. Soundbarrier there not in time. There's a Soundbarrier in turn for the artillery strike. Funtime Cold will get picked up by Sleepy.
And this fight is going more towards Glitch. As
Yep.
it goes on.
Seepser is able to pick up Funtime Cold, or Elo Reaper, I apologize.
I'm going to get taken up Guy Noob there. And this is coming to the last push.
This is it, basically. 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
To push it 10
Rush
meters.
cannot lose this fight. The anti-nade doesn't get anything, though. And the Bastion from the top is going to just be raining down fire on the Jubils, who gets that nano again. These nanos have been so insane. There's the Terror Surge on top of that. The Immortality Field is not enough to pick up Funtime Cold. Attack Visor as well in the back line. Seeps just going to get picked up. The Freeze is there to find some damage. Able to find one, able to find two. Not able to pick up Jubils just yet. Attack Visor doing so much. Will eventually burn out. Odd Nugget and Jubils popping off. Carnage, though, doing everything in their power to hold on as long as they can. Funtime Cold does eventually get laser down. He's just Dangerman on the point. Can
anyone from
anybody
the side
touch? Nobody can touch.
Seaver opting to stay back a little bit. They could have had touch if. Very close game now.
Yeah. And that's going to be it.
That's it. And Glitch go undefeated in the.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. An absolutely crazy bracket run. I mean, Glitch came in number 3 seed.
Yeah.
They came in good, but not top dog. You know what I mean? Long to rush coming in from the regular season, coming into these finals, and then something clicked. I think midway, right? Because I think even the first couple of games that they were able to win they were good, but something clicked. I think in their match against Cosmic, where you just saw something light up.
Because that first map went heavily towards Cosmic, and then on that second map, Glitch just switched.
Yep.
It was like a light bulb just lit up.
Yep. And they're going to be your 2024 spring season champions.
Yeah.
All right. Well, great season overall. Really love everything that we got to see today. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting us. I think we're going to wrap up with the award ceremony, and I think Refresh is probably going to want to talk to you guys about a couple of things. But that pretty much does it for us.
Yeah.
It was an honor getting to cast this with you.
Yeah, you too.
And we will see you guys in the next season.
Can we get another round of applause for every single player that competed in the Spring 2024 season?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great 8 weeks of Overwatch action. It's been a lot of fun. It's great seeing all of the players improve, all of the teams improve. And we're all going to throw up.
It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Players and parents, you guys have all done fantastic this year. I hope you're really proud of yourselves because it's been a great season. And honestly, I have to say thank you. I do have to say I feel like this has been one of the smoothest seasons we've had. So I love that. So in 5th place, this year we had Riff. So congratulations, Riff. And in 4th place, we had, thank you, Ember was 4th place. When I call the team out, when we hand you the trophies, you're going to stand right here so we can get your picture, and then afterwards we'll get Riff's picture as well as Ember's picture for those sitting here. So in 3rd place, we have Team. to step in. All right, give Rush a round of applause. All right, good job, guys. Good job, Steve. All right, if you guys haven't seen how cool these trophies are, they're pretty dope. Shout out to Buffy for getting these. They look amazing. So.
I'm jealous. I didn't have that nice of trophies when we won.
And first place, your undefeated Glenn.
Let's go, Zane. Let's go, Jules. Let's go, Sleepy.
All right, guys, go grab a seat. So this year we're doing an MVP award for the league. We've done it previously. A couple times we've missed it, but we started it back up. One of the things that we evaluate when we look at the MVP isn't just overall ability or skill, but overall ability and skill plus their attitude, their commitment, and all right, clap if you can hear my voice. Clap twice if you can hear my voice. Okay. So for MVP, one of the things that we look at, of course, is skill and overall player. But the big thing that we look for is, do they exemplify what 111 means and stands for? This player has always had a really positive attitude. They are consistently in chat after matches, congratulating the other teams, as well as always helping the staff with screen captures and leading the team with great comms and that always positive attitude. So this year's MVP goes to Jubal. I will have to admit, though, her dad almost lost it for her today with all that screaming. Yeah, the good thing he lost it for us. So the other thing is that every season we honor our seniors that are graduating out. So I need to see Flame the Fox, Rat Kid, Penguin, and Zane. All right, so you guys know what these are, but you have to open them in front of everybody.
Oh, dear.
It's just a ribbon. Zane, put down all your awards for us.
Come on, Zane.
Now, I know for some of the players this was a big deal for this season. I won't say any names, but they're like tiny flightless birds.
Do quails fly?
Penguin was on the fence if they were going to play this season, and they're like, you know what? I want the jacket. I'm playing. This is also the one piece of Oath merch that Zane didn't have. So yeah, I just had to get it. He had to win, so you know. So this one is an. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. They all have their names on it. We have two more seniors to recognize. This person was not a player this season. You can already see it.
Who could that be?
But they did not. I think they only missed one match. But has been in O for a very long time and then stepped up to be our production staff this year. So we got a jacket for Will as well. Although I always feel like I should do like the Masters, you know? the code on them. We have one other senior, but they haven't made it back yet. But Coach Kara of Riff is graduating this year as well. So we got them. Guys, it's been a great season. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for sharing this esports stuff with us, and congratulations.